Chapter 8:18. Everyone from that moment on had no time to rest. The attackers came one after another, and the defenders could only fight with their lives on the line to protect everyone's lives. From the very beginning of the battle, the situation had reached a rather tragic level. As the battle continued, one by one the warriors of the astral souls fell, but no one retreated and no one lost their will to fight. If they retreated, Li Chenglong would definitely be killed, and they would die even faster and there would be even less hope. If they fought, as long as Li Chenglong could wake up, the situation would change. Moreover, everyone could see that Li Chenglong should have obtained a heaven-shaking opportunity. This matter could be said to be related to the future of the Star Soul human race. Who would be willing to retreat? Dying in battle is our duty. We'd rather die than retreat. Because of Yu Moyan's sneaky attacks, every time he attacked, one of the opponents would die. Yu Moyan's attacks were sharp and no one could stop him. It was also because of this that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were wary of him, and the battle was not completely out of balance. After that, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's overlord Halberd worked together to force out an area, and Li Zhangming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally found his chance. He immediately activated the Great Dream Divine Technique, and brought the 7 of them to sleep. He did not dare to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique, because if one of them escaped and could still move, his side would be annihilated. Many of these people had higher cultivation than him, and Li Zhangming was not confident at all, so he could only use a more targeted method to drag the 7 of them to sleep. This was Li Zhangming's limit, and it was also the best choice. But even if everyone on his side tried their best and used all their trump cards, the huge gap in their overall strength made the situation more and more dangerous. Yu Moyan attacked continuously, and after successfully killing 8 of them, he paid a heavy price, and his combat power decreased sharply. They were all geniuses of the same level, and it was impossible to kill one of them without paying a price. Yu Yener, who was seriously injured, finally activated her life potential, and burst out her source of strength and killed a few of the opponents. Dugu Yener, who was trying to save Yu Yener, took a sword and 3 palms that while everyone was stubbornly resisting, Li Chenglong finally regained consciousness. However, before he could join the battle, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an atmosphere of heaven and earth collapsing. The palace that everyone was standing in directly rushed out of the belly of the mountain. Then, the scene that everyone saw before, the whole palace entered the pearl in Li Chenglong's hand. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo and the others coming to his aid. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the pearl that Li Chenglong took out for him, and could not help but feel envious. Look at his luck. He just had to casually fight a battle, casually collapse a mountain, casually enter an abode of immortals, casually. And he got it. Looking at the meaning of the palace, its level might be even higher than his own Tower of Annihilation. This kind of luck no one else could have. Then he looked at himself. He was a tragedy of being stingy. Sigh, Swollen's harvest was really much better than his, and he could not compare. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel envious. No, it's time to ask Swollen for money. If he does not, I will feel bad. I can feel it. I can enter this palace at any time. When I first grabbed the pearl, my hand was injured and bleeding, so I used a blood contract to create a connection between them. Later on, I could not move because of this. There is also a herb garden, a training room, a martial arts arena, and some treasures in this palace. Li Chenglong said, the original owner of this palace, the big ancient demon, seems to be called Ying Zhao, which seems to be the name of a famous big demon in ancient mythology. I don't know if it is this person. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. If even you don't know, I don't know either. Won't we know when we go back and check? Is this the time to worry about these details? There is no need to check, I remember. Li Chenglong sighed softly and said, I really should wait until we go back and slowly talk about it. This is an extraordinary opportunity, but it is also because of this opportunity that 13 students died an unnatural death. Hearing this, the faces of all the students who survived this battle were filled with grief. Although we have obtained this opportunity, but the dead students will never come back to life. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xiaoduo said, the compensation that should be made must be given. The safety of the parents and family members must be well arranged. Those who have brothers and sisters in martial arts aptitude, focus on nurturing them. Those who do not have martial arts aptitude, let them live a prosperous life. He said softly, let this comfort the souls of the students in heaven. Every once in a while, go and check on the needs of the family or the needs of cultivation. We cannot be ungrateful. Okay. Li Chenglong nodded silently. He wanted to say something about the families of these students and whether he should do something, but he was directly interrupted by Duo. This was because Duo knew that if he really said that he would benefit the family and even put it into action, Li Chenglong would probably never have a peaceful day in the future. It should be known that the whole family was never united. In this kind of matter, the ones who should be taken into consideration the most were the parents, brothers and sisters, and the direct bloodline. If he also benefited the family or the direct bloodline of the dead students because of the family, would not receive the care and even the benefits that they deserved. After all, every family was complicated. Duo did not want to use this kind of thing to test the humanity of a family. Therefore he simply cut off Li Chenglong's words and used his own way to put an end to this matter. Perhaps his way of doing things came from the heart of a villain, but as the bloodline multiplied after a few generations, the initial kinship would inevitably weaken. Duo did not want to see that kind of situation happen. Once it happened, there would be a lot of complications and even how to deal with it would be a huge problem. Rather than this, it was better to cut off the roots from the beginning. Moreover, he also believed that the students would only care about the people closest to them if they were alive. This space is about to collapse. There is not much time left. Everyone hurry up and heal your injuries. Then, as we move forward, we will gather the warriors of the astral souls to return to the team. Duo issued the order with a dignified bearing. Okay. This is. Hello, fellow students, hello, fellow bosses. Xiaoxia's posture was very humble and his face was full of flattery. My name is Xiaoxia, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was speechless. They were a little surprised and a little shocked by the kid's identity, but they also had an inexplicable feeling. Your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right and you are so anxious to say it? You are not an ancestor if you don't talk about it? It was a little despicable. They did not know that the little fatty's heart was like a mirror. This group of people did not care about his identity. As for sucking up to him, it seemed that they did not even need to think about it. However, if he did not reveal his identity, this group of people might not take him along to play. After all, his cultivation was too weak. Only by revealing his identity early on could his safety be guaranteed. Hello Boss Li, Boss Yang, Boss Yu, Boss Li. Hello, fellow sisters-in-law, fellow students, brothers, everyone. Xiaoxia nodded and bowed and greeted everyone full of modesty. I am's was little brother. If anyone has anything to say to me when you go to Shangjing in the future, leave everything to me. Cough cough cough. I have a wife. I have a wife. Hee, don't worry, I definitely do not have any improper thoughts. They had arrived but Xiaoxia still felt a little insecure. After all, there were so many beautiful female classmates here. Therefore he quickly made his position clear. He was a man with a family. Otherwise, if he provoked the jealousy of some genius and got killed here because of this, it would be a great injustice. Not to mention the others, even Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, were a little surprised. The two of them looked at little fatty thoughtfully. This kid had a promising future. As a descendant of a heavenly king, he did not put on any airs at all. When he should be humble, he would be humble, and there was nothing he could not do to flatter. This kid would probably live for a long time. Everyone instantly got along well with each other. Then they continued to gather people and began to prepare to go out. Everyone knew that it was time to go out. Outside. The dazzling golden light slowly faded from the golden door, and an inexplicable chaotic aura gradually rose from it. The entire world began to tremble as well. The flood which suddenly stood up. Let the experiencers inside come out immediately. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly set up a space passage to receive them. Okay. They were all peak experts working and their efficiency was very high. In a very short time, the first passage had been set up. Flood, Golden Scale Wind Emperor, Left and Right Heavenly Kings, Celestial Emperor Zhai Xing, and a few people from the Tao League protected the passage directly through the golden door and extended in. The first to receive them was the Profound Returning Team. Because the Profound Returning Team had the least number of people who entered to train, it was naturally easier to receive them. Each family had 800 Profound Returning Experts. As the number of people who came out, the higher-ups looked at each other and felt that it was about the same as their estimates. The Astral Souls continent, 800 people entered and 630 people came out. The Umno Alliance continent, 800 people entered and 645 people came out. The Tao League continent, 800 people entered and 570 people came out. At the Profound Returning level, everyone was at the same level. Even if they fought desperately inside, there were not many who would die. Just from the number of people lost, It was completely obvious that these people were definitely fighting with their lives inside. The battle inside was definitely tragic to a certain extent. Otherwise, each family would not have lost more than 100 people, especially the Dao League, which lost more than 200 people. This was a huge number. Chapter 8:19. The faces of the higher-ups of the Dao League were slightly unsightly. After all, compared to the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the number of people who came out of the Dao League was much lower. Moreover, among those who came out, many of them were in tatters from head to toe. There were even a few who were on their last breaths as if they would not live for long. Those who could still maintain their high-spirited state were few and far between. As for the cultivators from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, most of them were in high spirits. Up until the moment they came out, they were still in a state of mutual hostility. They were on guard against each other, and it seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Umph. Taoist Yun from the Dao League snorted coldly and said, "Let's all rest." Then both sides sent out their higher-ups. Each side sent out 30 experts of the Skysoar realm and above to put down all their storage equipment. Then they were checked to make sure that there was nothing left on them. Then they took the empty spatial rings that they pooled together and entered the returning mystery area through a spatial tunnel set up by a few peak almighties to search for the remaining treasures. 2 hours later they flew out. Although it was only 2 hours, the efficiency of these higher-ups was extremely high. There were also plenty of people who entered. Moreover, they did it without any hesitation, as if they were overturning mountains one after another. The treasures that they collected filled their spatial rings to the brim. There were more than 200 spatial rings in total. The bountiful harvest was truly shocking. One had to know that although everyone had spatial rings on them, under normal circumstances, they would not be filled to the brim. However, the spatial rings that were selected to store the treasures all had a super large capacity. All the spatial rings were placed on a huge tray in front of the Flood Witch. She was the only person that the 3 continents trusted. Everyone would not be at ease if she placed them in front of others. Especially the Heavenly King of the Right from the Astral Souls and Taoist Yun from the Dao League. These 2 people were the most unscrupulous. The Flood Witch was the only one who was recognized by all the continents. The Flood Witch did not even bat an eye. Following which, the passage to the God Reigning area was established, and the number of heads that came out this time made the upper echelons' expressions change. The battle in the Royal God region was much more intense than the Guaxian region. Of the 1,200 Royal God realm experts that entered the Astral Souls, only 730 of them made it out alive. The Heavenly King of the Left felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. These were not ordinary God Reigning realm masters. They were the geniuses of the God Reigning realm. It could be said that once this group of people matured, every one of them had the potential to become a future leader. In this trial they had lost 470 people, which was close to 40% of the total number of people. How could they not feel heartache? Of the 1,200 imperial gods that entered the Umno Alliance, 810 came out. This number was a few dozen more than the number of people in the Astral Souls mainland. The few grand shamans' faces were filled with heartache and pride. Sure enough, our Umno Alliance is still the strongest. However, the Heavenly King of the Left was not the only one who felt heartache and unhappiness. On the other side, Taoist Yun of the Dao League wanted to curse out loud. The Dao Alliance had also sent in 1,200 divinity reigning cultivators, but in the end, only 512 of them had emerged. They had lost 688 people. They had lost more than half of their men in battle. This kind of loss was too great, too unexpected. How come we have so few people? Taoist Yun was furious. Did the 2 of you team up in there? Bullshit. The star-plucking monarch and the Flood Witch shouted at the same time, "Shut up! I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense." Taoist Yun fell silent. Even if the Astral Souls and the Dao League had teamed up, they would never team up with the Umno Alliance. If the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance had teamed up, wouldn't it be like a mouse marrying a cat, or a wolf falling in love with a sheep? But why did they lose so many people? They were all Royal God Reigning realm cultivators, so why was there such a huge gap in their combat strength? Taoist Yun felt like the Dao League's education was wrong. While the higher-ups of the 3 forces were looting the Royal God Reigning realm, Taoist Yun asked about the situation, and was immediately rendered speechless. The reason why the Dao League had lost so many Royal God Reigning realm cultivators was because the Royal God Reigning realm cultivators of the Dao League had always thought that they were invincible. After entering the Dao League, they went around provoking others, wanting to rob anyone they saw. Many of them were killed for jumping out to rob others. They were simply seeking their own deaths. In the beginning, Two Dao League Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators dared to rob 5 or 6 Astral Souls and Alliance cultivators. This kind of confidence was simply courting death. This is. Daoist Yun was completely speechless. When he returned, he had to strengthen the education in this area. After so many years of rarely fighting, Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators were treated like heroes in their respective realms. They all thought that they were the best in the world. But this was facing the Alliance and Astral Souls. Who gave them such confidence? He was speechless. On the other hand, the Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators of the Alliance and Astral Souls were all cultivators who had killed their way to the top. They were all very cautious and humbled. This caused the Dao League to be targeted directly. Too arrogant. On the other side, the Jade Alliance cultivators of the Astral Souls who came out were also cursing. The Dao League's Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators are a bunch of lunatics. They are all sanctimonious and think that they are the best in the world. They keep asking us to hand over the treasures, and even say that such treasures can only be obtained by those who are virtuous. Bah! Daoist Yun's forehead was filled with black lines. The ones who lost the most were the ones who had the least reason. They were speechless, unable to defend themselves. 3 hours later, the people who had entered the secret realm came out. This time they had looted a total of 400 spatial rings. Right now, more than 600 spatial rings were placed on the stone tray. The flood which was personally guarding them. Who would dare to snatch them? All the resources in the secret realm were inside. Whoever obtained them would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, if they dared to act rashly, they would have to cross the heavenly moat known as the Flood Witch. They would have to risk their lives. With such a heavenly moat, who would dare to try? Who would dare to try? Yudong Tian looked at the tray with the spatial rings and swallowed his saliva. Fuck, these are the ruins found in the Astral Souls, and they actually want to split them equally. He was really unhappy. If all of these were given to the Astral Souls, there would be at least a few more Skysoar Realm cultivators. But now, they had to split them equally. Fuck. He was really unhappy. He really wanted to steal 1 or 2 of them, but he didn't dare to. The passage for the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators had been opened. The first batch of people to come out was the people from the Astral Souls. This time, 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls had entered the secret realm. The Zhuxiaoyan was dressed in a snow-white robe as she led the group out. The 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators that entered were now 2,643 people from the Astral Souls. They lined up neatly and bowed to the higher-ups. The Heavenly King of the left, Jianghu, was overjoyed when he saw this. Out of 3,000 people, 2,643 had come out. Only 10% of them had died. Furthermore, he could tell that these people had retracted their divine energy. Compared to when they first entered, their auras were more than twice as strong. The training in the Cloud Transformation Realm this time was very successful. It was an unexpected success. The Heavenly King of the left was so happy that his mouth was about to split open. Everyone find a place to rest. Remember not to get separated. You still have to hand over your gains later. The Flood Witch and the Great Shaman looked at the Zhuxiaoyan at the same time. The Great Shaman couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, the Ice Soul has recognized her as its master." The Flood Witch glanced at him and said, "So what?" The Great Shaman took a deep breath and said, "That means we can't keep this girl." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "This is the daughter of the Zhua family. Didn't you hear the agreement?" The Great Shaman transmitted his voice, "Of course we can do it secretly. Boss, the Ice Soul recognizing her as its master is too serious. If we don't get rid of this girl, she will become a big problem in the future." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "The Alliance will not break the agreement." "But..." The Flood Witch rolled her eyes and said, "No buts. If you break the agreement, I will kill you with my hammer." The Great Shaman was dumbfounded. "What did I say? I don't think I said anything wrong. Boss is going through menopause now. She will kill anyone for no reason. I know you dare and you will do it. I won't say it anymore, okay? I shouldn't have stayed. I should have let Bing Ming stay and let him piss you off." "Piss you off? Not only does he dare, he will definitely piss you off, you old bastard." After the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls continent left, the Cloud Transformation Realm warriors from the Alliance also came out. But as soon as they came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the higher-ups of the Alliance shocked, but also the higher-ups of the Dao League and the Astral Souls continent. The Alliance entered 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm warriors and came out. 1,608? Where are the others? The Great Shaman was furious. 3,000 entered, but less than 1,700 came out? Where are the others? Where did they go? The great shaman knew that the others wouldn't slack off in such a critical situation, and it was impossible for so many people to break the rules. He had guessed the truth. But he still had a sliver of hope. However, reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. A Huayun from the Wizard Alliance held one of his arms in his hands and one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. He said miserably, "They were all killed. They were all killed." The other side was even more miserable. Taoist Yun almost rushed up. "Where are they?" "Dead. All dead. All killed." One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors' lips were trembling and he couldn't speak. Taoist Yun was stunned. 3,000 entered, but only 1,354 came out. What the hell? We lost 1,600? More than half of the Alliance's warriors came out. Our Tao Alliance has actually lost more than half of our forces? Who killed them? Taoist Yun roared in anger. That white-clothed woman. One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors pointed at the white-clothed Zhuxiaoyan from the Astral Souls continent angrily. Too cruel. No one survived her sword. Chapter 820. Bitch. Taoist Yun cursed, but he immediately shut his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Zhuxiaoyan. He recognized Zhuxiaoyan. She was the daughter of that man with the surname Zhua. However, this woman looked as cold as ice. Why was her murderous nature so strong? Moreover, her strength was not as simple as being the best among her peers. She was at least 2 levels above her peers to achieve such results. Taoist Yun suddenly had an uncontrollable thought. This woman must not be left alive. She would become a huge threat if she was left alive. The Astral Souls continent had the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing. There were already too many of them. There could not be any more peak existences. A few thousand meters away, Zhuxiaoyan felt as if her heart was being clenched by someone. She immediately shuddered. Umph. Before the Emperor Zhai Xing and the left and right heavenly kings could make a move, they heard a cold snort. Taoist Yun's divine sense was immediately dispersed. The flood which turned around and looked at Taoist Yun's face. She asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Taoist Yun was shocked by the concentrated divine sense from her cold snort. His face flushed red. He said angrily, "The flood which what are you doing?" The flood which sneered, "I'm protecting fairness." "What fairness?" Taoist Yun shouted. "It's already been stated that everyone who enters is responsible for their own life and death." The flood which said calmly, "No one is allowed to interfere. After the trial is over, no one is allowed to take revenge. This was agreed upon in advance. It's fairness." Taoist Yun took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Of course. He turned around and did not say anything else. However, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. He could feel that with this woman's strength and cultivation that could suppress all the geniuses of this generation, all the geniuses at the same level as her would be overshadowed by her presence and lose their will to fight. With this kind of pressure as time passed, it would naturally form a phenomenon of fate gathering and plundering. All the fates of the same level would be diverted and used by her. Because of her, everyone's confidence would be affected. When confidence was affected, it would directly affect one's combat strength. Naturally, it would affect the direction of one's fate. This point in this world was no longer within the scope of metaphysics. It was also a realistic path of human affairs. High-level figures could completely see and even experience things, just like the great flood shaman from before. After the flood, which was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, almost no one at Taoist Yun's level could go any further. Because in your heart you were already convinced. Since you were convinced, what was the point? Perhaps there was only one person who was not convinced. He had never been convinced even after repeated defeats. And that person's current achievements had already surpassed everyone else. The higher-ups sent out a group of people to search the Huayan area. 3 hours later they came out with another 300 interspatial rings. As time went by, it became easier to search for treasures. Because this space was about to collapse, the mountains and earth veins inside were gradually in a state of loosening. A group of powerful figures who were far beyond the upper limit of what they could withstand were flattened all the way. It was basically no different from directly picking up the treasures. However, there were many loopholes, and those that could not be found could only be left to be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. Then it was the last nascent soul area. Just like before, the passageway opened. But for some reason the higher-ups of the Alliance and the Tao League all looked gloomy. Everyone had the same bad premonition in their hearts. The trial takers came out. It was still the people from the Astral Souls continent who came out first. Seeing Wuxia Duo in front of them, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have been bullied, the left and right heavenly kings were almost relieved at the same time. As long as this treasure came out, everything would be fine. But why did he look so miserable? Could it be that with this kid's cultivation, there was someone who could bully him here? This doesn't seem right. As they continued to look, everyone was speechless. Behind Wuxiao Duo, Li Chenglong was so weak that he couldn't walk. His face was pale and he had to rely on Xiang Bing to support him. Yu Yan'er was unconscious in Li Zhangming's arms. Li Zhangming also trembled with every step he took. Du Yan'er was unconscious in Yu Moyan's arms. Looking at them, they were all covered in wounds, like wounded soldiers who had just come back from the battlefield. Moreover, they were full of wounded soldiers. None of them were uninjured. The wandering hero came out with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His whole body looked like it had been torn apart. After he came out, he actually choked with sobs. Ancestor. I came out alive. Yu Dongtian looked at the horizon with an expressionless face. This embarrassing little fatty has nothing to do with me. Then, an endless stream of nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent came out. Every one of them looked miserable and unbearable to look at. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them was intact. Everyone looked like they had been seriously injured. There were a total of 3,000 nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent. When they saw the miserable state of the people, the left and right heavenly kings were already mentally prepared to lose more than half of them. However, although the people who came out were all miserable, the number of people seemed to be unexpectedly high. The number of people who came out had already exceeded 2,000, and there was still an endless stream of people coming out. 2,300. And there was still an endless stream of people. 2,500. Until they came out. 2,798 people. Seeing so many people coming out, the left and right heavenly kings were overjoyed. 2,798 people. This was almost equivalent to no casualties. The casualties were actually less than 10%. Although they all looked miserable, they were fine as long as they didn't die. Moreover, the cultivation of these people who came out seemed to have reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Not bad, not bad. This experience was worth it. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Souls continent lost so few people, which meant that they didn't lose many people either. Everyone was of the same level. If there was a battle, the casualties would be about the same. Moreover, looking at the situation of the Astral Souls continent, they probably formed an alliance with the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The people who came out were the people from the Dao League. Taoist Yun looked on with anticipation. 300, 500, 700 and 800 people came out. And there was no more. 803? Taoist Yun's face darkened. Where are they? The people who came out next were the people from the Umno Alliance. 3,000 people from the Dao League entered and only 800 people came out? Taoist Yun was furious. He came to the front of the group and shouted, "Where are the others?" Dead. All killed. This. Taoist Yun felt his vision going dark. All dead? Most of our space rings were stolen. A nascent soul stage cultivator cried out. A nascent soul transformation cultivator who came out complained tearfully, "A total of 803 of us came out and those who still have spatial rings don't exceed 500. The others were all robbed." Taoist Yun and the others widened their eyes. Everyone looked at them. Indeed, some of them didn't have space rings on their hands. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Taoist Yun was furious. The other higher-ups of the Dao League were also furious. This was too despicable. They even dared to rob them and took all their space rings. Wuxiao Duo. The nascent soul stage cultivator from the Dao League didn't care about his face anymore. He pointed and shouted, "It's that Wuxiao Duo and the people from the Hidden Dragon High School." Wuxiao Duo brought the people from the Hidden Dragon High School and surrounded us. As long as we met them, they ordered them to hand over their space rings before they attacked. They didn't have to die. But once they attacked, they took their lives, their rings, and their weapons. Too tragic. Too tragic. This person wailed. His heart of a cultivator was shaken. The students from the Hidden Dragon High School are a bunch of bandits and hooligans. When we met the Cloud Ancestor Dragon and the army's nascent soul stage cultivators, even if we couldn't beat them, we could still retreat. But when we met the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, they had a lot of people. One group was fighting, another group was watching, and another group was lying in ambush. They even have teams that specialize in cleaning up the battlefield, creating traps, and collecting the spoils of war. This kind of robbery is everywhere. The Hidden Dragon High School is a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere. Sometimes, when we fought with the Umno Alliance, they would lie in ambush. When both sides were injured, they would rush out and rob from both sides. Ancestor, please help us. The higher-ups of the 3 continents looked at each other. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher-ups of the astral souls were the same. They were all speechless. This matter. How should they explain it? How should they settle it? Could they blame the martial artists from the astral souls, the students from the Hidden Dragon High School, and even Zhou Xiaoduo himself? They shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have been so ruthless? They couldn't say this either. Taoist Yun and the higher-ups of the Tao League looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators from the astral souls with murderous eyes. Looking at the beggars' clothes over there, they really wanted to kill them. You guys were so hooligans in there, how could you come out and pretend to be like this? The king of Zhuolu also turned his head and saw that Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were looking at him with grief and indignation, as if they were waiting for him to uphold justice for them. We were bullied. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was so vivid. The king of Zhuolu quickly turned his head back. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked at them. I almost laughed out loud that these people are from the Hidden Dragon High School. Looks like I have to change the name of the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. The Hidden Dragon High School of Performing Arts. Chapter 821. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at Taoist Yun from the corner of his eyes. This old bastard is looking for death. He actually scolded my wife. However, I can't deal with him now. When I'm stronger, I'll settle the score with him. Did Master Zhou give you face? Master Zhou is too weak now, so I have to give you face. However, when I can defeat you, I'll say this again. I'll say it in front of you, not in my heart. I'll say it openly in front of the world. On the other side, the Umno Alliance's team had also come out. The Umno Alliance's higher-ups, including the Wind Emperor and the Golden Scale Grand Shaman, were all dumbfounded. They were just gloating over the Tao League's misfortune, but now alright, it was better than the Tao League. The number of people was still a lot more. The Umno Alliance's 3,000 nascent soul transformation experts had come out. 888 people? Compared to the Tao League, there were more than 80 people. It was a little less than 100 people. This number was really auspicious. My ass. Moreover, this group of people looked even more miserable than Zhou Xiaoduo, much more miserable. What's going on? A Umno Alliance's higher-up asked. Inside, Shanghai was crying. Gone. Many people were killed by Zhou Xiaoduo. We were also robbed by Zhou Xiaoduo. That Zhou Xiaoduo brought people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School and ambushed everywhere. They robbed whoever they saw. They were crazier than a mad dog and more ferocious than a hungry wolf. It was a massacre. We stopped attacking people from the astral souls. But they still refused to let us go. Shut up. In the sky, the Golden Scale Grand Shaman was speechless. You're really embarrassing me. Shanghai shut his mouth. Continue. The Wind Emperor looked at the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. You idiot, it's fine if you don't say anything. No one will think of you. Now that you're speaking, aren't you telling others that you're related to the crying weakling below? It's all Zhou Xiaoduo's fault. It was all Zhou Xiaoduo was doing. Zhou Xiaoduo and the people from Hidden Dragon High are clearly a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere and attack whoever they catch. As long as they are not from the Astral Souls continent, they won't let anyone go. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Shanghai's lips trembled. I was robbed by Zhou Xiaoduo 4 times. I was robbed 4 times. They too. They just got the ring and found a batch of good things to put in, but they were robbed on time. We have 888 people. Only 300 of us still have our rings. That's because we haven't met Zhou Xiaoduo yet. We're extremely lucky. As long as we meet this bastard, we'll skin him alive. Shanghai raised his head and cried out in grief and indignation, Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. The golden-scaled great wizard was so angry that his entire body trembled. Such a shameful thing. Why did you call me? But now, everyone's goal was finally clear. Zhou Xiaoduo. The Tao League was complaining about Zhou Xiaoduo, and the Umno Alliance was also complaining about Zhou Xiaoduo, the biggest culprit. The Umno Alliance and the Tao League's high-ranking officials also focused their fierce gazes on this kid. Even the Flood, which turned to look at him with displeasure in her eyes. I remember I warned you. You brat, you actually killed one of them and made him suffer a crushing defeat. Are you looking down on me? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't go into the crowd. He had already shrunk his weak little body behind the king of Zhuolu, looking left and right calmly. I'm hurt, you have to protect me. You said that you would help me. Words are like the wind and your words carry weight. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, as if it had solidified. The Flood Witch's gaze fell on the king of Zhuolu. The king of Zhuolu's face was a little pale. Little junior brother, I did say that I would help you, but if this old thing really goes crazy, I won't be able to handle it. I really want to throw this kid out. The pressure is too great. Wuxiao Duo naturally didn't know that the great king of Zhuolu couldn't handle it. He was now hiding behind Jianghu and felt very safe. Sure enough, it was good to have a backer. In the Astral Soul's mainland god reigning team, Qin Fangyang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, these guys gain much more than me? I wanted to use the things I snatched to gather these little guys, then give them things, give them benefits, and enjoy everyone's admiring gazes. I thought that I could at least hear a few cheers like, Teacher Qin is so awesome. But now that after a long time, the Flood Witch finally retracted her gaze and coughed. Everyone returned to your teams. After all, she had said earlier that the opportunities inside were determined by the heavens, and life and death were their own responsibility. After coming out, no one was allowed to take revenge. If you were killed or robbed, you could only blame yourself for not having the ability. Everyone was originally on opposing sides. If they were ruthless and even ruthless, there was really no room for criticism. It was just that. The number of people who were killed and robbed this time was really a little too much. The Umno Alliance had lost 2,112 people, and the Dao League had lost 2,197 people. The rings in the hands of the remaining people added up weren't enough for each person. In other words, more than 5,000 rings had been robbed. How could the disaster be so serious? Everyone waited quietly. 3 hours later, the people who had gone in to loot also came out with strange expressions. They took out 50 rings worth of items. All the higher-ups were dumbfounded. What's going on? Are there so few treasures in the nascent soul area? After the Guotian area was done, 232 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the spirit control area was done, 413 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the Huayan area was done, 308 interspatial rings were taken out. The nascent soul area was awesome. But only 49 interspatial rings were taken out. 49 interspatial rings. This gap was a little too obvious, wasn't it? Cough cough, the mountains in the nascent soul area are looser than other areas. No, it's much looser. A higher-up of the astral souls who had entered had a look of disbelief on his face. What do you mean looser? A higher-up of the Umno Alliance said discontentedly, it's obvious that the mountains have been dug up. In the past, I thought that digging 3 feet into the ground was an adjective, but today that's not enough to describe it. The king of Zhuolu said lightly, it's just a sign that the space is about to collapse. The lifespan of this space is about to end. As time goes on, the signs of collapse will only become more obvious and faster. You're the last to enter the area, so what's wrong with having so little harvest? To put it bluntly, even if you and I went in, even if the Flood Witch went in, would we know what's buried under the soil? Digging up the soil, digging up the mountains and trying our luck, what does that mean? The Golden Scaled Witch said lightly, Yun Zhonghu, there's clearly something wrong with this nascent soul area. Even if you deny it, it won't change anything. The king of Zhuolu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, fate is determined by the heavens and life and death are our own responsibility. Once we come out, we won't investigate. So what if there's a problem? It's still a matter of fate. The Golden Scaled Witch snorted. Taoist Yun said angrily, I request that you check Wuxiao's space ring. The king of Zhuolu was furious. He pointed at him and scolded, what do you mean, Taoist Yun? What right do you have to check the space rings of the Astral Soul's cultivators? What? I even suspect that the Dao Alliance committed mass suicide to frame us, and the rest of the people collected a large number of space rings to frame us. Taoist Yun was so angry that his mouth was floating. We committed suicide to frame you? We're in an alliance. The king of Zhuolu sneered, so you still know that we're in an alliance? Taoist Yun said, the reality now is that your people killed our people. They're too ruthless. They don't deserve to be sons, they don't deserve to be sons. The king of Zhuolu didn't budge an inch. Ask your people, have they not killed our people? Taoist Yun, why are the officials allowed to set fires but not the common people? What do you mean? Or is this what you mean? Yu Dongtian crossed his arms and said, this double standard is really strange. Taoist Yun, you're actually talking about the alliance. The Umno Alliance didn't say anything but you're anxious. What are you anxious about? Taoist Yun almost vomited blood. The Umno Alliance. That's right, why didn't the Umno Alliance say anything? The Golden-Scaled Witch and the Wind Emperor looked at Yu Dongtian with a strange feeling in their hearts. Who said that we didn't say anything? The moment we came out, you two were arguing. Did you give us a chance to speak? The nascent soul of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League didn't return to the team. As for the space rings that were found in the nascent soul space, 49 of them were placed alone next to the big pile. It looked like a small sand dune next to the big mountain. It was really pitiful. The Wind Emperor was also full of anger. He said, "Take out your space rings and let me see what you've gained." He gave the order to the 800 people of the Umno Alliance. With a crash, a pile of space rings was placed next to everyone who still had them. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. There were a few people who still had a few space rings that they had snatched. However, when it came to the treasures that they had gained, the high-grade ones were pitifully few. Basically, they were just some ordinary things. However, his cultivation had improved significantly after this round of training, but it was obviously not worth the price of the ticket. Not to mention that there were so many empty-handed people who just stood there blankly after hearing the order. These people even snatched the space rings that Chu Chu had brought in. Among these empty-handed people there was also Shanghai. This result made the Golden-Scaled Witch so angry that his nose was crooked. It was so embarrassing. Under the gaze of the old ancestor, Shanghai didn't even have a place to put his hands. He lowered his head and felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. I was the last one to come out and had already gathered that I had already seen the big group of people gathering. Zhuo Duo found me, then intercepted me and snatched the last one. Only you have a gold medal? This makes me so unhappy. Hand over the rest of your things. At that time, Shanghai was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 822. Now, facing the elder ancestor's murderous gaze, Shanghai panicked. I really didn't do it on purpose. Zhuo Duo is obviously targeting me, elder ancestor. But he obviously couldn't say these words. Once he did, Shanghai reckoned that the elder ancestor would slap him to death. Can you be any more embarrassing? On the other side, the Tao League was also doing the same thing. Their faces were dark, and they were almost unable to suppress their irritable aura. Originally, there was no need to do this, but at the level of soul transformation the losses were too great and the looting was too great. Those at Hua Yun stage were only killed and not looted. But at the level of soul transformation, not only were they killed, they were looted as if the enemy army was passing by. Looking at the loot, Taoist Yun's face turned green. There were dozens of people who had rings on their hands, but they didn't have anything. After asking around, it turned out that they were chased by Zhuo Duo and the Hidden Dragon High School students, so they threw away all the things in their spatial rings. They threw them out as they ran, all for the sake of survival. As for Zhuo Duo and the rest, they didn't continue to chase after them. They focused on picking up the items and checking their loot. The leader of the Tao League looked embarrassed. Taoist Yun trembled and said angrily, "What a scandal! What a scandal!" Yu Dongtian and Yun Jianghu felt the same way. Yu Dongtian pretended to persuade him, "It's good that the children went in to train and achieved the effect of the training. At least, the children know how to survive in this kind of situation in the future. This is also a reward. Don't be angry." Gain? I don't want such a gain. Yun Jianghu coughed and said, "Look at these children on our side, they were all badly beaten up by your people." Yun Jianghu. Taoist Yun said angrily, "Do you mean that we have to compensate your children? Don't you feel guilty when you say this?" The king of Zhuolu said angrily, "I mean that both sides suffered losses. This is actually quite normal." It was normal. Taoist Yun felt a lump in his throat and angrily said, "I want to see the harvest of the astral souls." Yu Dongtian snorted, "Why? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? You're not a son, not a son." Taoist Yun's face turned blue. He had always been the one to criticize others for not behaving like a son. This time, someone else actually did the same to him. It was like pouring all the water from the 5 lakes, for seas, and 3 rivers to wash away the shame on his face. Above, the golden-scaled great shaman came down with his hands behind his back and said, "Fate is decided by the heavens, life and death is one's own responsibility. Once you come out, there will be no further investigation. This is the rule and the final conclusion." He said indifferently, "However, I believe that letting astral souls show off their harvest will be a spur to both sides. I'm just showing off my harvest. At least in my opinion it's nothing much." He looked at Monarch Heartpicking and asked amiably, "What did you say?" Emperor Zhaixing took a deep breath and said, "Light it up? Just to light it up?" He thought to himself, it's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to raise our morale. Besides, they already showed off their harvest to us 2 times in advance. It doesn't seem right to say that they didn't show off their harvest now. The golden-scaled shaman said, "That's right, I promise. It's just to light it up. Once it's lit up, everyone will be at ease." At the top, the flood which looked down and didn't say a word. The golden-scaled shaman is generous. Let's light it up then. Emperor Zhaixing agreed. He had no choice but to agree. The Tao League and the Umno Alliance were obviously mad. Thus, the Astral Soul's soul transformation cultivators stood in a few rows and began to show off their harvest. Under this light, it was a dazzling array of items. Especially Li Qinglong, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Zhangming, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, Wan Lixio and the others. Among them, the most unique one, Gao Qiao, although the items she showed weren't of high quality, there were hundreds of interspatial rings in her hands. It was almost like a mountain piled up from the ground. Just the interspatial rings were almost above Gao Qiao's calves. Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect it to be like this. But I have too many things on hand. So his harvest from the first few days is still with me. I have nowhere to hide it. During this period of time when I was free, I even deciphered the rings and wanted to organize a batch of them. Now, all of a sudden, it seems to be several times more than Li Qinglong who has the most. The eyes of all the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Tao League and the Umno Alliance turned to Gao Qiao. This girl looks like her cultivation level is ordinary. TSK, her killing intent is quite strong. She actually killed so many of us. Only Zhuxiao duo. Everyone was speechless when they saw Zhuxiao's harvest. 7 or 8 interspatial rings and some worthless herbs that he didn't even bother to pick up. This is your harvest? This is the harvest of a bandit like you? Or are you trying to fool? The most ridiculous thing was that there were also a few pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. Also, among those things there was only a sword. There was nothing else that belonged to Zhuxiao duo. Oh, that's not it either. There were also a few books. On how to get along with interpersonal relationships, cultivators' self-cultivation, war and military theory, on the severe situation of the Astral Souls continent, and many other professional books. Taoist Yun's face darkened as he flipped through them, revealing the following web novels: The Evil Prince of a Strange World, I Am the Supreme, The 9 Heavens, The Legend of Ling Tian, The Realm of the Heavens. What was even more ridiculous was that these books were all written by the same person. How strange. What is this? Taoist Yun's eyes widened. These are novels written by the author that I admire the most. They're really good. Zhuxiao duo excitedly introduced. These books are really enjoyable. I've read every one of them many times. Every time I read them I gain new insights. There's an ancient saying, sit and comprehend the Tao. I comprehend the Tao through reading. This author not only writes well but his writing style is also very good. His words are meaningful and thought-provoking. Alright, this person is especially handsome. He's almost as handsome as me. Can you imagine how handsome he is? His writing style is especially sincere. I suggest you take a look too. Who knows, you might be enlightened and have a breakthrough after reading these books. Zhuxiao duo suggested to Taoist Yun, I sincerely recommend you take a look. Even if we don't talk about other things, there's a lot of wisdom in these books. There's also a lot of patriotism. You young people in the Tao League should be promoted. Taoist Yun's face turned black. I won't read this kind of stupid book. Zhuxiao duo looked at Taoist Yun sympathetically. The opportunity was right in front of you but you missed it. Although you won't read it, you can't say that. So, I'm afraid you're finished. The last sentence was said very softly. That's all you got? What about the rest? Everyone was flipping through Zhuxiao's loot. Who are you trying to fool? You must have other storage equipment. Taoist Yun said. You can search if you don't believe me. Zhuxiao duo patted his clothes and opened his arms. I only have that one space ring. I don't have anything else. You're lying. In the Umno Alliance, Shahai shouted himself hoarse. You're just robbing me. So be it. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the golden-scaled great shaman's sharp gaze. What a disgrace. The golden-scaled great shaman took a step forward and looked carefully at Zhuxiao's fingers. There was indeed no ring. But why did he feel that something was wrong? Zhuxiao's loot couldn't be so little. Faintly there was a familiar smell. Whose smell was it? The golden-scaled great shaman didn't know anything about the godson and the father, so he didn't think in that direction at all. If the Inferno Great Shaman, Dan Kong Great Shaman, and Deep Ice Great Shaman were here, they would probably figure it out immediately. Because they knew that the Flood Witch's life ring was in this kid's hands. They had seen the video, so how could they not know? But the Golden-Scaled Great Shaman didn't know, so he was full of doubts. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't understand what was wrong. At this moment there was a cough from above. Cough. The Flood Witch stood up with her hands behind her back, her face red. At this moment the Flood Witch was actually speechless. Show them? With that little bastard's personality, how could he show them all the good things he got? My space ring alone can fill all of them. Not to mention that the kid has the Void Extermination Pagoda. But the Flood Witch couldn't say this. No matter what, no matter how selfish she was, no matter how far-sighted she was, no matter how. But what she did now was more or less suspected of helping the enemy. But now, this kid seemed to have gone too far. He actually hid all of it. How distrustful was he of these people? You should at least show us some of it. How could we rob you? Where's the stuff? Taoist Yun looked at Zhuoxiao Duo. What stuff? I didn't rob them. Zhuoxiao Duo said in an extremely wrong tone, I only got this little bit. It's all here. You can't slander me like this. I'm inside, I'm law-abiding, kind to others, trembling with fear, sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants. Enough. The Flood Witch stood up. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then keep it. She made the final decision. Taoist Yun and the Golden-Scaled Great Shaman both wanted to ask Zhuoxiao Duo more. This kid must have another storage space, that much was certain. Taoist Yun still felt unreconciled. After all, the Tao League was really too miserable this time. But when the Golden-Scaled Great Shaman heard the Flood Witch's voice, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. Fuck boss's aura. What the fuck? He immediately understood. Looks like boss has made some arrangements. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to ruin boss's plans. Then I'll be in deep trouble. At this thought. No need to look anymore. The Golden-Scaled Great Shaman hurriedly said, keep it all. Fate is decided by the heavens, life and death is your own responsibility. Once you leave this place you won't be investigated. This is the rule, everyone has to abide by it. Then he turned and glared at Taoist Yun. Do you have any other questions, Taoist Yun? Taoist Yun immediately fell into a state of confusion. This wasn't right. Was the Astral Souls continent an alliance with the Tao League continent? Or an alliance with the Umno Alliance continent? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by two continents? Logically speaking, these two continents shouldn't be in an alliance. Chapter 823. Zhuoxiao Duo. Shahai yelled. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. This loss really made him unable to rest in peace. Zhuoxiao Duo had gone too far. Just you wait. My brothers didn't come this time. Just you wait. Shahai gritted his teeth. Now that he had someone to back him up, he was safe. He could finally say a few harsh words. Zhuoxiao Duo also gritted his teeth. Shahai, just you wait. I didn't rob you at all. Your great shaman threatened me from the beginning. If I dared to do anything, he would target my parents. How could I dare to do anything to you? You slandered me like this. You are guilty of a great crime. You are confusing right and wrong. Just you wait. I, Zhuoxiao Duo, swear that I will not let you go. Bah. Zhuoxiao Duo spat a mouthful of saliva. He yelled like he had been wronged. Is this how the Umno Alliance slander others? Making things out of nothing, calling a deer a horse, confusing right and wrong. Oh God. Open your eyes. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't oppose the ruling party. How could I be called a rogue robber? Shahai, in this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Zhuoxiao Duo yelled in grief and indignation. He thought that he had indeed been threatened by the great shaman. Suddenly he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. I'm already like this. What else do you want? The great shaman was furious. He slapped Shahai and shut him up. What were you doing earlier? Now you are like a fucking dog barking just because there is an old man here? You are embarrassing me. Fuck, Zhuoxiao Duo, you actually dared to drag me into this. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Boss Flood's order. He is the culprit. On the other side, the king of Zhuolu was speechless. Little junior brother, you can speak with such grief and indignation. If I didn't know your character, I would have believed you. After that, Zhuoxiao Duo and the others were ordered to return to the camp. Goodbye Zhua. Goodbye Boss Li. Goodbye Boss Yu. Goodbye Boss Long. Goodbye brothers. Goodbye sisters-in-law. Goodbye beauties. Goodbye classmates. When you reach Shangjing you must come and play with me. I'll take care of everything. I'm not bragging. I'm quite influential in Shangjing. The ranger reluctantly bid farewell to each of them. He really couldn't bear to leave. The days he had spent in there were simply too satisfying. He could rob whoever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and bully however he wanted. It felt so good. When she returned to Shangjing, how could she have such a life? Even though their family background was impressive, they still needed to behave themselves. If anything went wrong, the old ancestor would order people to come back and beat them up. I really don't want to go back. But Xianyi is still waiting for me. Sai, if it wasn't for Xianyi, I would have gone to the Hidden Dragon Empire and stayed with Sua. Where else would he be able to find such a good life just by doing odd jobs and sucking up to others? The Heavenly King of the Right's ears perked up as he listened to the fatty's farewell. He couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. This little shrimp seems to be quite close with Zhuo Duo and the others? Should I focus on developing him? The team of soul transformation cultivators quickly retreated. After all, they were just small characters. No matter how talented and outstanding they were still soul transformation cultivators. Although this group of geniuses would probably advance to the cloud transformation realm soon after they left. However, in terms of the actual situation, it was still useless and had nothing to do with the main goal. However, the King of Zhuolu and the Heavenly King of the Right, as well as the higher-ups of the 4 armies who stayed behind, were all excited. The reason for their excitement was because of these soul transformation cultivators. Forget about the others, those casual cultivators, the warriors from various departments, and the soul transformation cultivators in the army were really unable to do much. After all, they were old. Even though they had improved a lot this time, these people were at least 40 or 50 years old. Some of the older ones were already over 100 years old. Even if he had a bright future ahead of him, it would still be very limited in comparison. But this group of soul transformation cultivators was different. Most of them were only in their early 20s. Yes, except for a few, the rest were all in their early 20s. The oldest was only 21 or 22 years old. This was simply seeds. Genuine seedlings of powerhouses, soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. And there were more than 2,000 soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. This was definitely the hope of the astral souls in the future. This was something that had to be protected. Next was the division of the spoils of war. Guixian District 232, Spirit Control District 413, Cloud Transformation District 309, Soul Transformation District 49. In total, 1,008 pieces. They were all in a mess and piled together. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes first. The Flood Witch's face was calm. Yudong Tian stepped forward and, according to the usual practice, took 34% of the share, which was 342 pieces. The Dao League stepped forward and took 33%, which was 332 pieces. Similarly, the Umno Alliance also took 332 pieces. In this way, a total of 1,006 rings had been distributed, and there were still 2 pieces left. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes the surplus unequally. The Flood Witch said. Yudong Tian stepped forward and took 2 pieces. The Umno Alliance has 332 pieces. Yudong Tian, you can take 33 pieces. The Flood Witch's face was calm. This is what Lai Hua and Bing Ming lost to you. Yudong Tian rubbed his hands. Haha, how can I? Although he was modest, he quickly stepped forward and took 33 pieces. He didn't dare to take more. This was the Umno Alliance accepting defeat. If he dared to take advantage of the situation and then pretend to be obedient, the Flood Witch would probably fly into a rage on the spot, and he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, this time, the astral souls had already taken advantage of the situation. However, he didn't dare to take less. With the Flood Witch here, he would probably be beaten up if he took less. Are you looking down on the Umno Alliance? At this point, the loot from the ruins had been distributed, and it had come to an end. At this moment, the golden door in the air had become mottled. Vaguely, a terrifying aura was gradually rising from the golden door, as if it had broken free from some shackles. Without needing any orders, the higher-ups of the 3 continents who had sensed that something was wrong immediately swept everyone up and retreated hundreds of miles away. When facing an unknown object, temporarily avoiding it was always the first choice. Then an earth-shattering sound was heard. A gray cloud of chaos suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the mountains under the Crown Prince's Academy disappeared. Only a gigantic crater with a radius of about 3,000 miles was left. The crater was bottomless and white fog was rising from it. At this moment, the faint sound of water could be heard from the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that this place was going to become a gigantic lake from now on. However, what kind of influence had caused this? The flood which raised her head and looked at the space of chaos that had disappeared without a trace. She sighed silently in her heart. I finally remembered what I had forgotten. It was the mysterious space in the Crown Prince's academy. When she had gone in to train, she had been repeatedly ordered not to go near it, so she had never gone near it. But now, it seemed that it was somewhat extraordinary. The Crown Prince's academy had collapsed, but that space could still soar into the sky. The flood which vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. She was at a loss. However, during these 2 months of training, the flood which had discovered something else. Her luck was constantly increasing. Especially since about a month ago, it had suddenly soared by 1 piece. That time, it had caused the energy to overflow from the small space that he had opened up. The amount of luck was so huge that it was shocking. It was more than twice as much as her original luck. This was a great surprise. The flood which was also an expert in the art of observing luck. Naturally, she knew that she had received help from a benefactor. As for who this benefactor was, the flood which knew in her heart. There was also another layer that she clearly felt that in the distant east, when she had suddenly received this burst of luck, the aura of her old enemy had also soared into the sky. Moreover, the 2 auras were entwined with each other and soared into the sky together. However, they disappeared in the sky like fireworks. Sensing this change, the flood which did not know whether to be envious or jealous. She sighed. She knew that her old enemy had officially ended the mortal dust incarnation. Moreover, it had ended the mortal dust incarnation in a perfect way. From this moment on, she was no longer invincible in this world. Moreover, there might be more than one opponent who could fight with her. That was when he truly had an opponent who could stand up to him in every aspect and level. However, the flood which did not have any scruples about this situation. Instead, she looked forward to it very much. She had been invincible for too long. Therefore, she did not feel any pressure for so long. Therefore, it was difficult for her to make progress. This was beyond doubt. After all, without pressure there would be no motivation. The main reason why many of the former number 1 in the world could not live up to their reputation was because of this. They had lost the motivation to make progress. They always thought that they were already the number 1 in the world. However, they did not know that although their reputation and prestige seemed to be unshakable, once they fell, it would be fatal. The flood which had always been vigilant about this. What she was worried about was never the appearance of a powerful enemy. Instead, she was worried about her own mentality. Therefore, she needed an opponent to suppress her own mentality. Now, with the appearance of this intertwined aura and the completion of her old enemy's mortal dust incarnation, the flood witch's heart was at peace. Moreover, with the substantial increase of her luck, the flood witch immediately began to break through. He was going to break through the last step. At that moment, in addition to the feeling, there were signs of enlightenment. He could feel that he only needed to go into seclusion and there would be a qualitative change. He would go 1 step further. And he had been waiting for this change for too long. Chapter 824. Sure enough, I can't get anything if I die alone. Life in the mortal world, bloodline, inheritance, continuation, reproduction. Only then is it complete. The flood witch thought silently. After this, the higher-ups will go into seclusion. Powerhouses above the Heavenly King level, the 12 great shamans, and the 7 swords of the Tao League are not allowed to appear in the pugilistic world battlefield. The flood witch took a deep breath. Is there any problem? No problem. This was discussed long ago, and it was also a joint decision made by everyone. Everyone, if the Demon Alliance doesn't return, we'll fight to the death after we come out of seclusion. We'll beat this continent to a pulp. The flood witch stood with her hands behind her back, her hair flying in the wind. If the Demon Alliance returns, we'll accompany them and beat this continent to a pulp. Let's see who can destroy the mountains and rivers and rebuild the universe in the end. After the 12 great shamans return, gather at the Flood Palace. The flood witch stood still with her hands behind her back, but her body slowly rose from the ground. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she soared into the sky. She went higher and finally her figure disappeared. Today's matter is over, everyone return. The golden-scaled great shaman shouted, Umno Alliance, gather your troops and follow me. All those who entered the secret land to train were to form an independent army, and their possessions would be confiscated. You can keep 10%. Those who don't get anything will be punished with 90% of the resources. You must hand it over within a year. Violators will be exterminated. The Umno Alliance left. The Tao League also left. On the side of the Astral Souls, they were also organizing their troops. The principle of confiscation was the same as the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. Those who participated in the secret area could only keep 10% of the loot and profits. The remaining 90% had to be handed over as the common wealth of the entire continent. This was a benefit that was fought for by the strength of the entire continent. It wasn't something that could be entered just because you were a soul transformation stage genius. Without a strong backing, even if you were a genius in front of these top figures, you were still worth nothing. Once you enter, you will be able to raise your own cultivation. That is already a great fortune. Naturally, the majority of the resources obtained during the trial had to be handed over. From Guixian to below, everyone took the initiative to hand over all their gains. It was the same when it came to the God-reigning realm. Qin Fangyang wasn't reluctant to part with anything. If Swishaoduo and the others didn't gain much, Qin Fangyang might feel a little heartache and regret handing it over. However, those little bastards had gained much more than he had. Qin Fangyang instantly felt that these resources were no longer of much value. I might as well hand them all over. Even I feel embarrassed if I keep them. Then, it was Hua Yun's turn. Zhuxiaoyan was quite honest. Other than the ice elemental treasures that were taken away by the ice spirit, she handed over everything else. On the other hand, Zhuxiaoyan's harvest shocked everyone. She directly poured out a mountain. There were also a few hundred spatial rings. Even the Heavenly King of the left was shocked. He went to check it out personally and said gently, "You can keep some for yourself." Zhuxiaoyan was very calm. "Take them all away. I only need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the ice attribute. I've already kept them for myself." "That's good." The King of Zwulu was very pleased. He didn't expect that there would be a normal person in his master's family. No, it should be said that there was finally a normal person in his family. "You're good, very good." The King of Zwulu praised her. Zhuxiaoyan's expression didn't change, but the people around were surprised. Everyone had handed in. Although she handed in more, she didn't deserve the King of Zwulu's praise. Next, it was naturally the nascent soul area. Gao Qiao looked at the things that Zhu gave her with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry. "What should we do, boss?" Zhu Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded, but he immediately expressed his understanding. "It's okay. Just hand them over." Gao Qiao still felt wronged. A few minutes ago she was calculating how much she could make this time. In the end, it was confiscated. However, it seemed that she could still get back 1/10. Gao Qiao instantly decided what to take back, and she already had a target. But in the end, looking at the pile of junk that Zhu Xiaoduo handed over, the Heavenly King of the left frowned and walked over. He sent a message to Zhu Xiaoduo, "No one will believe you even if you do this. Isn't this fake? Hurry up and take out more." Zhu Xiaoduo pursed his lips and dug in his left armpit. Then he took out 30 space rings and said pitifully, "There's no more. That's all I have." The King of Zwulu frowned. "Take out more." Then Zhu Xiaoduo dug in his right armpit again and threw out another 30 rings. With a bitter face he said, "There's really no more this time." The King of Zwulu was unmoved. "Take out more. If you can't take out more, I'll kill you." Zhu Xiaoduo was shocked. He felt around his back and took out another 30 rings. "Just continue." The King of Zwulu glared at him. This time, Zhu Xiaoduo put his hand into his pants and took out another 30 rings. Continue. The King of Zwulu was sure that this kid would not take out everything. So far he had only taken out the tip of the iceberg. Zhu Xiaoduo reached behind his butt and took out another handful. This time he took out 48 rings. Some were even, some were even. With a sad face he said, "There's really no more this time. It's all here." The King of Zwulu's lips twitched. Everyone else had a strange look on their faces too. In his crotch, behind his buttocks, on his back and between his armpits. This boss was really good at hiding things. Heavenly Kings frowned and flipped his hand. Zhu Xiaoduo immediately floated upside down. Heavenly Kings grabbed Zhu Xiaoduo's left ankle and shook it violently. "There's no more? Then the rings on your body are not yours." Clatter. Space rings were scattered all over the floor. There were at least 200 of them. Like copper coins, they poured out of Zhu Xiaoduo's body like rain. In his hair, in his pants, in his armpits, in his pants. Finally, Heavenly Kings took off his shoe and knocked it out. He really knocked out 6 rings. He tore off the bottom of his shoe and there were 10 more. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Now all they could think of was one sentence and 2 words. "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Heavenly Kings wanted to curse but he did not dare. He could only curse halfway. Aren't you afraid of breaking your foot? Zhuxiaoduo hung his head dejectedly as if his parents had died. How cruel. He was not letting go of even a single one. Think again. Do you have more? The veins on the king of Zwulu's forehead were bulging. There's really no more this time. Zhuxiaoduo replied weakly. If there's no more then there's no more. You can still take back 1/10 of what you have. The king of Zwulu said with a dark face. There's no need for that, right? Zhuxiaoduo shrunk his head and said carefully. Just take it as a contribution to the peace of the continent. I can take it. I can also not take it. The king of Zwulu was so angry that he almost laughed. You have such a high level of self-awareness? You have such a high level of self-awareness. If that's the case, then you'll have to contribute. The king of Zwulu did not hold back. Zhuxiao's eyes widened. I was just being polite. Return to the team. Yes. Zhuxiaoduo ran back to the team barefooted. His face was full of pain. I was just being polite. And I really lost that 1/10. I really lost it that I didn't gain much from this experience and I even lost the last bit of my belongings. Alas, as long as one is alive, one must not casually exchange fake pleasantries. Return to your teams. The king of Zwulu, Jianghu, looked at his wife who was laughing so hard that she could not straighten her back and Yudong Tian who was laughing so hard that he was about to collapse. He said angrily, What are you laughing at? Everyone needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't you know that the war is about to break out? All the martial artists and forces, take your people back. All the armies, take your people back to the border immediately. No matter how urgent the war is, those who participated in this relic are not allowed to go to the battlefield for a month. They had to give them some time to digest the information. Once they finished digesting it, their strength would soar again. If they went to the battlefield now and died, the loss would be too great and the trial would be meaningless. Yes. The military retreated almost instantaneously. With a gust of wind, the military personnel disappeared. Then, the people from the major organizations. At the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Zhuxiaoyan, I still have a month of leave. Proof. The people from the Nine Heavens Pavilion also left. Zhuxiaoyan still couldn't understand. She really couldn't bear to leave Gouda, but why did she say that she had a month of leave? And it was approved immediately. Humph. Gouda must be very happy. He can bully me again. As she thought about it, she subconsciously looked at Zhuxiaoduo. Humph, do you think I'll let you bully me? I'll beat you to death. Immediately, Zhuxiaoyan flew up into the sky. She went back to the villa first. Zhuxiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Li Changming and the rest gathered again. All of you follow me to the villa. Delay your departure for a day. Zhuxiaoduo suggested. Okay. So, everyone went back together. Long Yuxing and the rest stayed after applying for leave, while the other martial artists went back with their people. Yu Yin, didn't go back with the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Instead, she followed Li Changming with a blushing face. She didn't say a word, only biting her lips and stepping lightly on the ground. She felt a little empty. There didn't seem to be any substantial progress. She was hugged and slept with. Why didn't he say anything? This idiot. Why didn't he say something? Du Yin, also naturally followed Yu Moyan. Seeing this, she went to accompany Yu Yin all the way back. Only then did Yu Yin's awkwardness disappear. Li Changming scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He waved at Yu Yin. What a coincidence. Yu Yin rolled her eyes and ignored him. She only cared about whispering to Du Yin. Nobody knew what they were talking about, but the two girls giggled. Their smiles were like blooming flowers in spring. Everyone went back to the villa. Zhuxiaoduo called Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan and Li Changming together and said mysteriously, Come to my room, I'll show you a big treasure. Chapter 825. He wanted to divide the golden light spots among the four of them. The golden light spots were mixed with the power of warmth. It was not only unsuitable for Zhuxiaoyan, but it also conflicted with her. He had already enjoyed two of them. Li Chenglong had a great opportunity this time, and his attributes were not compatible. Naturally, this opportunity would benefit Long Yuxing and the other three. During this meeting, Zhuxiaoduo was very sensitive and felt that the current state of the four of them, and even their foundations, were the kind of state where they were about to destroy themselves because they cultivated too hard. However, compared to geniuses of the same level, their actual strength was not much higher, at least not to the extent of overwhelming suppression. Especially Yu Moyan, if he continued to cultivate according to his established cultivation path, he would soon develop internal injuries that he could understand the mentality of the four of them. He and Li Chenglong had improved too quickly, and the four of them were very anxious, but they did not want to show off, so they could only torture themselves. However, the four of them, although they were geniuses, they were only geniuses of one place. There was a huge gap between them and the level of peerless geniuses and heaven-defying monsters. To a large extent, their current achievements were obtained on the premise that their personal foundations were used up. Once their foundations were depleted, there was no way to go forward. Based on this situation, each of you write an IOU, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Then he took out 4 pieces of white paper for pens and a box of ink. Don't forget to leave your fingerprint. 10 billion. One person. So many. Long Yuxing exclaimed. Wan Lixia rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them did not say anything else. They skillfully wrote the IOU and handed it to Zhou Xiaoduo. How rare. Tsk tisk. Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. They actually wrote down the repayment period and interest. Tsk, I will repay them in this lifetime. Tsk. Creative. I will be able to find you in my next life. Really. Now, even people who owe debts can be so comfortable and calm. The four of you still owe me a few $billion for your interspatial rings. Yu Moyan said blankly, wasn't it millions back then? It had only been less than a year. And the interest rate had increased so much? Even the interest of rolling on the ground isn't that exaggerated, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said fiercely, you have a problem with that? No problem, no problem. Yu Moyan said, you can just write it down. I'll return it to you when I have the money. In any case, we'll definitely return it in this lifetime. The four of them said in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo's nose was crooked from anger. Fine. Just you wait. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade. On top of it, 4 golden light spots were slowly rotating, emitting rays of golden light. Now that he had the time to take a closer look, he finally understood that they were 4 sesame-sized golden lotus flowers. They actually had petals, stamens, and flower stalks. They had everything that one could think of. How exquisite. Wan Lixia exclaimed. Alright, put your hands on it later. 1 flower for each of you. After eating it, quickly circulate your martial arts to suppress it. After that, quickly scram. Just looking at you guys makes me annoyed. Debtors are really arrogant. Zhou Xiaoduo said impatiently. Thank you, boss. The 4 of them sat quietly on the grass of the villa and practiced their martial arts. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong stood guard at the side. Why don't I have one? Just 4. Besides, this thing doesn't suit your attributes very well. I want it even if it doesn't suit me. You're favoring one over the other. Well, yours is with Xiang Bing. Go and eat it. Zhou Xiaoduo circled around the 4 of them and used the sky-mending stone to nourish their bodies silently. This time, my foundation should be able to be improved. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly. Li Chenglong was silent for a moment before he said, Zhou, you're being so generous this time. Not used to it. Zhou Xiaoduo looked up at the sky. He let out a soft sigh. Do you know why? Why? What I'm thinking of now is the 12 great wizards and the 7 swords of the Dao League. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, I don't know what I'll think of in the future. Who knows? Li Chenglong was silent for a moment. It's really good. Li Chenglong emphasized and said from the bottom of his heart, it's really good. You sound so gay. Zhou Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong. Don't speak in such a disgusting tone in the future. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel angry. I'm really happy. How is it gay? Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. It was probably because Zhou Xiaoduo was so generous this time that Li Chenglong saw the embryonic form of a huge group in the future. Therefore Li Chenglong was really happy and overjoyed. He trusted Zhou Xiaoduo in every aspect and was even confident in him. The only flaw was that Zhou Xiaoduo had a stingy character which he was worried about. Want to be the boss? Pay for the meal. This sentence seemed to be unscrupulous, but in fact it was very reasonable. Li Chenglong was very worried about his and Zhou Xiaoduo's group. Perhaps when they were young, their feelings were pure and they were happy to play together. However, as one's cultivation level increased and one's experience deepened, the so-called brotherhood spirit of youth, even if it didn't fade away, would inevitably fade away. Because at this time, everyone would have to shoulder a lot of burdens. Whether it was their family or their wives, children, parents, relatives, old friends, classmates, or family interests. All of these were burdens. There were responsibilities and obligations. They were all burdens. At this time, what everyone was pursuing was no longer the youthful spirit of sacrificing everything for each other, but interests. The word interests was really all-encompassing. Whether it was progress, relationships, ability, future, or responsibility, everything was tied to interests. There was no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. This was a famous saying. It was probably at this time that it was the easiest time for the young Xiao group to break up. Many young brothers who had been through life and death together when they were young became middle-aged, and the root cause was this. At a time like this, those who were loyal to each other when they were young and still worked hard together, improved together, and moved forward together. Firstly, they must have a common goal and future. Secondly, the role of the leader was also very important and significant. If the leader could bring benefits to the brothers under him, he would naturally be able to make the group go far. Otherwise, everything was just a fortress on the sand, a floating foam building that would collapse. Just based on the words "you are my brother," when they were young and hot-blooded, it was absolutely impossible to last long. Therefore, many of the injuries, betrayals, and conflicts between friends happened at this time. This was also why many people sighed and said, "So-and-so has changed." But they didn't know that it might not be so-and-so who had changed. It might be that this group no longer met his needs or was no longer in line with his interests. This saying was also unscrupulous, but it was also true. In life, everyone wanted to live for a long time and wanted to live well. It was the instinct of survival, and the root cause was undeniable. If the small group that came together because of fate always had the same interests, it would naturally be stable for a long time, and the friendship would be everlasting. If the interests were different, the prospects were different, and there was a great disparity, the people's hearts would naturally not be united, and the friendship would not last long. Li Chenglong used to be most worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would be muddle-headed in this kind of matter. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude in the face of wealth was really worrying. It was not difficult for brothers to gather together, but once they were separated, it would be impossible for them to reunite like before. But now Li Chenglong was relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo understood very well that this was what he was most worried about, and it changed right in front of his eyes. When Zhou Xiaoduo said, "I think of the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League," Li Chenglong's excitement and relief reached a certain level. He only had one feeling in his heart: it's done. The two of them chatted and laughed, and there was no grudge between them. They waited until the sky was dark before Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others finally stopped cultivating, and their faces were all red. Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the other 3 with the Xiao Lotus had raised their cultivation to the point of breaking through to the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, it was suppressed 9 times and they were about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. When they went back, they only needed to stabilize for 3 to 7 days, and then they could break through in one fell swoop. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. However, what really surprised Zhou Xiaoduo was that he saw on the faces of Wanli Xiu and the others, and he saw that they were full of vigor and vitality. They had a deep foundation and a solid foundation, unlike those of his peers who had made great progress in their cultivation. These old friends of his had been cultivating as if their lives depended on it after they parted ways with him. Although they had made great progress in their cultivation and were even better than their peers, they had consumed too much of their foundation. Especially Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming, who had previously used up a lot of their vitality to keep Duge Yener and Yu Yener alive. After this golden lotus opportunity and the nourishment of the heavenly stone, they had greatly made up for their previous losses, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Their foundation had also improved, and they had already surpassed the original level of a genius. Even if they were not at the level of a peerless genius, they were not far from it. After the few of them stood up, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, and they all rushed over with cheers. They hugged and slapped the 2 of them, and even Wanli Xiu did not avoid suspicion. "Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Our friendship is one thing, but owing a debt is another. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When you go back, all of you have to work hard to earn money for me. If you dare to forget to pay your debt, I will chase you to your home to ask for it." Zhou Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled in pain, and he kept muttering, "I will pay you back in this life." The 4 of them laughed. That night, everyone had a big meal. Zhou Xiaonian knew that this was Zhou Xiaoduo's old team, so she did not participate. Chapter 826. After eating, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu left first. They had to rush back to Yunduan High School. They said that they could break through to the cloud transformation realm at any time. After all, they still needed to break through and consolidate their foundation. Goodbye, it should be on the battlefield. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio stood side by side. Zuoxiao Duo carefully looked at their faces. These two people were not dangerous, so he nodded and smiled. Then let's meet on the battlefield. Be there or be square. He waved his hand and threw a ring to Wan Lixio. This is your wedding gift. I've given it in advance. Don't ask for red packets later. Wan Lixio caught it and said with a red face, how can you give it in advance? When the time comes I'll make it up. If not, I'll scold you in the newspaper. Oh my god. No way, so cruel? Ha. Let's go. The two waved and left. Li Zhongming also wanted to go back to Dragon Soul High School, but Yu Yan'er seemed to be disappointed. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife for you. Don't worry about me. Zuoxiao Duo laughed and started to play dirty again. Yu Yan'er's face was red, but she did not refute. Li Zhongming was also embarrassed and did not say anything for a long time. However, the layer of window paper between the two of them was finally pierced by Zuoxiao Duo's words. When Li Zhongming left, he was relaxed and happy. Zuoxiao Duo also gave him a ring and raised his eyebrows. Li Zhongming knew that Yu Yan'er was too embarrassed to stay and went back to school with a red face, so he followed her. On the way, Li Zhongming laughed and said, Boss gave me some benefits. Let me see what it is and I'll give you half. Yu Yan'er blushed. I don't want it. Your boss gave it to you. What does it have to do with me? Li Zhongming said righteously, I have to be responsible for you. Bah. Yu Yan'er's face was red to the neck. Wow. Li Zhongming was shocked. So many top-quality jade of astral souls. Here. I'll give you half. Yu Moyan and Dugu Yan'er were also preparing to return to Guangdong, but before they left, they were stopped by Zuoxiao Duo. The more he looked at the faces of these two people, the more confused he became. Zuoxiao Duo's face was filled with a mixture of good fortune and misfortune, full of murderous aura, no less than 90% of the aura of death, with only a thread of life remaining. Yet this kind of face was sometimes absent, sometimes not, sometimes not. Unexpectedly, it was difficult for Zuoxiao Duo to come to a conclusion, unable to give a method to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. Wait, I have something for you. Zuoxiao Duo took out the void transformation stone and gave it to Yu Moyan. This thing. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Mo Yen, even telling him what he had to pay attention to. Such a rare treasure? Yu Mo Yen's eyes lit up. To Yu Mo Yen, this stone was simply a supreme treasure that was made for him. What Yu Moyan needed the most now was this kind of treasure. To be honest, once Yu Moyan broke through to the cloud transformation realm with this stone, his battle strength would be comparable to a refined profound realm expert. Be careful on your way back. Zuoxiao Duo reminded him seriously, you and your wife have been added to the group, no matter if it's you or her, you have to send me a message every 2 days, don't forget. Yu Mo Yen took a deep breath. Zua, is something going to happen to us? It was not that Yu Mo Yen was overly sensitive, it was just that Zuoxiao Duo's previous examples of spirit techniques were too shocking. As for the people around him, such as Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, they had long believed in Zuoxiao Duo. Now that Zuoxiao Duo had given him such a rare treasure, how could they not know that there was a problem with their own situation? Zuoxiao Duo said in distress, this time, it's hard for me to see through good fortune and misfortune, so I can't give you any advice on how to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. All in all, for now, everything should be safe. Your faces are constantly changing, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. So, if you encounter anything in the future or if Sister Yan'er encounters anything, tell me in the group immediately. Yu Mo Yen nodded solemnly, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, take this ring, hurry up and improve your cultivation. Okay. After saying that, Yu Mo Yen left with Dugu Yan'er. Zuoxiao Duo sighed softly. Even with a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone, Yu Mo Yen and Dugu Yan'er's faces did not change at all. It was clear that what would happen next was unpredictable, and it was beyond his ability to deal with. Li Chenglong stood beside Zuoxiao Duo, looking at Yu Mo Yen and Dugu Yan'er's backs as they disappeared into the darkness, and said, you can tell that something is going to happen? Zuoxiao Duo did not smile cheekily, which was rare. He said solemnly, I hope it won't happen. Li Chenglong was shocked to see Zuoxiao Duo's solemn face for the first time. He frowned and said, then I'll have to make some preparations in advance. What can you do? Zuoxiao Duo was surprised when he heard that. Even his time-tested supernatural power had failed this time. Li Chenglong was knowledgeable and wise, but what could he do in this aspect? What could he do? Boss, have you forgotten about our company? Li Chenglong was even more surprised. With the strength of those reporters, aren't they the best spies to find out what's going on? That's right, that's right. Make the arrangements as soon as possible. You've woken me up from my dream. We still have such excellent resources in our hands, why don't we use them? Understood. When they returned to the villa, Zhuoxiaoduo saw that the light in Zhuoxiaonian's room was still on. He said, I'll go up and take a look. Li Chenglong nodded and said, Zhuo, when you have time I'd like to discuss something with you. Li Chenglong's face was solemn. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and said, Which aspect? Li Chenglong pondered for a moment and said, Many aspects including the future and the candidates. Zhuoxiaoduo hesitated and said, Isn't it a bit early to talk about this now? It's not early. Li Chenglong said, After this experience in the secret place, our strength has taken shape. Next, we should enter the screening process. The sooner we get rid of the weeds and retain the good, the better for the future. Zhuoxiaoduo was confused when he heard that. He scratched his head and said, I know, but let me think about it more clearly first. Li Chenglong said, Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo went up. Li Chenglong also returned to his room. After this experience, everyone had made some progress. However, after making progress, they still needed to settle down for a while before they could break through to the cloud transformation realm. At this juncture they needed a buffer. It was not advisable to break through immediately when they were too tired. During this buffer period they could sort out all kinds of things. As soon as Li Chenglong returned to his room and turned on the computer, he saw a lot of messages from Zhuoxia's company. The series of movies and TV series about Principal Shi Yunfeng had been filmed. They asked about the final broadcast. Li Chenglong replied, You make all the decisions. Unless the company is in a life and death situation, you don't have to ask for permission. The other side replied, Understood. Then Li Chenglong began to list the names of the people. He understood Zhuoxiaoduo's meaning. Although Zhuoxiaoduo had realized that it would be a huge group of interest in the future, Zhuoxiaoduo did not have the confidence to lead this team well. Therefore Zhuoxiaoduo also needed to think calmly. But Li Chenglong was different. Li Chenglong knew that no matter what Zhuoxiaoduo thought, this group had now taken shape. Whether Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to be the boss or not, the formation of this group would not be swayed by the boss's will. If it was done, it was done. This point was similar to the emperor's robe. When the brothers worked together to support you, you had no choice but to walk down this path as the boss. If you didn't take this path, the stars and clouds would disperse. If you took this path, there was a possibility of creating a legend. Would you take it or not? This was like many people who started a big business. When they had a certain amount of money, anyone would feel that if they took a step back, it would be enough for the rest of their lives. But could you take a step back? Li Chenglong slowly wrote down the names one by one. He wrote very slowly. For every name he wrote, he thought for a long time. Even if the group took shape, Zhuoxiaoduo would only be the boss and the spiritual leader. And the one who did the work would always be Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong understood this very clearly. I'm just a fucking butler. The names appeared one by one on the white paper. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiao, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Xiang Chong. When he saw Gao Qiao's name, Li Chenglong could not help but sigh. It had to be said that as time passed, Gao Qiao's weight in the group became more and more important. This woman was really too smart. Moreover, she was not ambitious and knew her own limits. Such a person was exactly what the group needed. In fact, she was indispensable. If she was ambitious or did not know her own limits, then he would have to think of a way to get rid of her. Fortunately, he was smart enough. Meng Zhangjun. Can I use it? Li Chenglong frowned. Then he began to issue tasks. Investigate the family background, social relationships, and the history of the rise of each of his classmates. This job is not easy. I'm really looking for work for myself. I'm asking for trouble. Li Chenglong sighed as he did it with great interest. He was enjoying it. He sighed, but in fact when he did this work it was really full of fun and boundless joy. From all the clues I find what I need the most and then restore the truth of many things. This is the most fun and most fulfilling thing. Although the process is boring, moving forward step by step and deciphering little by little, every discovery is an accumulation of a sense of accomplishment and a superimposition of surprises. Li Chenglong began to work. Zhuoxiaoduo went upstairs. Zhuoxiaonian was frowning in the room. She was worried and looked restless. Nianmao. Hee. Zhuoxiaoduo came over with a drooling face. Stop fooling around. Zhuoxiaonian frowned and said, I sent a message to Mom and Dad, but they haven't replied yet. They can't get through when I called them. They didn't respond when I sent a video call. Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. I immediately sent a message to Mom and Dad after I came out. Let me see. He took out his phone and looked at it. He could not help but cry. They didn't reply. How could this be? Chapter 827. Unwilling to give up, the two of them dialed frantically, but still couldn't get through. Then Zhuoxiaoduo went online, found his parents' email, and tried all kinds of ways to contact them. However, after a long while there was still no reply. At this moment both of them panicked. Zhuoxiaoyan was even more flustered. She said, "How about we go back and have a look? But Mom and Dad won't let us." "Gosh, do you know what time it is? Why are you still listening to them?" Zhuoxiaoduo waved his hand. "If they don't send us any news, I'm the head of the family now. You have to listen to me. Let's go back and have a look." "All right." Zhuoxiaoyan rose to her feet without another word. Subconsciously she wanted to go back, but she needed someone to make the decision for her. Now that Zhuoxiaoduo had said that, Zhuoxiaoyan felt that she should go back. If Mom and Dad got angry they would beat the dog first, not her. At that thought she felt relieved and her mind was clear. Putting that thought into action, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan took to the air and flew back to Phoenix City. More than a month ago. After Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding returned to Phoenix City, they searched the area around King Qi's tomb again and finally confirmed that there was nothing there. Back at home, the couple no longer had anything to worry about. They calmed down and prepared for the breakthrough. Everything was going according to plan now, but they still felt that there was something left undone. Hence, they put it off for a few more days. Finally, one day they were struck by a sudden burst of inspiration. They could clearly sense a boundless fortune descending from the heavens and filling their bodies. Seemed to be the power of the heavens? What the two of them didn't know was that Zhuoxiaoyan had received a huge benefit and was returning a portion of his fortune to them. But this was the best time. The husband and wife immediately returned to the old residence of the Phoenix Dance home and went into seclusion. They let go of all their suppression and entered their own heart to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the instant he felt all the spiritual cavities in his body open. An even more powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was born from nowhere. Zhuoxiaoduo's luck naturally wouldn't come for no reason. It was because Zhuoxiaoduo had come out of the chaos space. After that, the two of them received another massive influx of fortune energy, and they felt as if their spiritual platforms had become extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through to the return to void stage. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Without any superfluous words, their souls left their bodies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining two bodies remained in the room. They were lifelike as if they were in a deep sleep. However, every inch of their skin was emitting specks of light. Gradually, the two bodies turned into nothingness. The doors and windows of the rooms were all sealed, and all the changes were carried out in silence. Only that ultimate life energy was leaking out bit by bit. Everyone in Feng Wu's residential area felt that their bodies and minds were at peace, their spirits were refreshed, and all kinds of diseases were gone. They were in high spirits. A large number of specks of light were still floating around in the room. With a whoosh, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan landed on the ground and rushed upstairs like whirlwinds. They took out their keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, they sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and rushed over as if they had lost their minds. With a click, the door opened. "Mom. Dad. Dad, Mom." They rushed through the door like a gust of wind, hoping to see the figures they had been praying for. However, all they saw was the dense light specks of life in the air. As soon as they entered, they seemed to have found their target and scrambled to gather around them. The two of them could clearly sense that every speck of light was their parents' love for them. The two of them, who had benefited greatly from this scene, didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed by boundless fear. "Dad. Mother." Zhuoxiaoyan screamed as tears streamed down his face. She was about to rush into her parents' bedroom. "Wait, Sister Nian, look over there." Zhuoxiaoduo, whose eyes were also red, stopped Zhuoxiaoyan. He pointed at the wall opposite them. There was a piece of calligraphy on the wall. It was written by Zhuochanglu. "Why are you crying? Don't cry. Don't cry if you don't hear from me for 3 months." The large exclamation mark at the end was especially harsh. The two of them felt as if Zhuochanglu was standing in front of them and scolding them. Zhuoxiaoyan was terrified and hid behind Zhuoxiaoduo. She sniffled and muttered, "Dad, I'm not crying." Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said, "I'm not crying either." After that, the two of them came to their senses. Zhou Xiaoyan walked around the room with red eyes and pouted. She tiptoed to open the door of her parents' bedroom and her father's study. She was lost in thought. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before they left home, except for a letter on the desk. "Open it," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "You should open it." Zhou Xiaoyan sniffled and said, "I'll read it from behind you." "How dare you? You're my daughter." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted in disdain, but in reality his fingers were also trembling. He was afraid that if he opened it, it would be a farewell letter. The trees were silent, waiting for the rain to come. The letter was opened in the end. All they could see was Zhou Changlu's handwriting. The first sentence made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan laugh at the same time. "Look at the two of you. You don't look like my son or daughter. I've installed several cameras in our house. There are cameras in the living room, the hall, the dining room, the bedroom, and the study. You're not allowed to break them. When I come back, whoever cries will be beaten up. If one of the cameras is broken, both of you will be beaten up together." After reading the first two sentences, the two of them felt completely at ease. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said, "You're crying." "I'm not crying." Zhou Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "You were crying just now," Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. "I'm not." Zhou Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "Anyway, we've been recorded. I won't be the one getting beaten up." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and became more and more high-spirited. "Look for it and break it," Zhou Xiaoyan said guiltily, instigating Zhou Xiaoduo. "What? You want me to break it? Do you think I'm stupid? You should be the one breaking it. Actually, I found it when I came in. But I can point you in the direction." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Look, it's right there." "I'm not going." Zhou Xiaoyan shook her head fiercely. "I'm not that stupid. Anyway, when I get beaten up, you have to take it from me." Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. "I can help you break it, but there's a condition." Zhou Xiaoduo smirked. His scheme had succeeded. "What condition?" "Let me touch it." "Fuck off, read the letter." Zhou Xiaoyan twisted Zhou Xiaoduo's ear and blushed. "Bastard Xiaoduo, did you forget that there's a camera here? You're so flirtatious." Oh. We'll talk about it when we get back." Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly read the letter. "I knew you two would come back. You're really disobedient. You're asking for a beating. We left this time to return to our original bodies. Of course we won't see you for a while. Your mother and my phone numbers have been saved. Once we recover, we'll use our original numbers to send you a message. Don't worry, we'll contact you as soon as possible. Now go back to school. Nothing will be done at home. Everything will go on as usual. We're not dead. There's no need for you two to come back and cry. Why are you so depressed? Your mother said that she wouldn't die if she couldn't have a grandson. Go play, you two. Xiaoduo, remember what your mother said. Don't bully Xiaoyan." The letter was very short. There were only a few lines in total. It took only a few glances to finish reading it. Zhou Xiaoduo ignored the last sentence. He turned to Zhou Xiaoyan and said, "Look, Mom wants a grandson. This should be her biggest wish." Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and said angrily, "Dad and Mom said you're not allowed to bully me. Why are you still flirting with me?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "How can this be considered bullying? We're both happy about it. How can this be considered bullying? This is helping Mom fulfill her wish. Our feelings are just along the way. Why don't you understand this?" Zhou Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She turned her head away and ignored him. He went to look for cameras everywhere. After a while, Zhou Xiaoyan ran in with a pale face. She pulled Zhou Xiaoduo and said, Duo, let's go." "What's wrong? It's not easy to come home. Don't you want to stay for the night?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. Dad and Mom installed cameras in every room, including the bathroom and the balcony. Zhou Xiaoyan was frightened. "I looked around. There are more than 40 of them. There's a note on each of them." "What does it say?" "On each of them it says, 'Don't move.' I've been holding my breath for a long time, but I don't dare to move." Zhou Xiaoyan's scalp tingled. There were more than 40 cameras in such a big place. Her parents were really generous. Fortunately, she didn't promise the dog anything. If she relaxed after entering the house, she would be kissed and touched by the dog. When her parents came back, wouldn't she be embarrassed? "Let's go." Staying here, he always felt like he was being spied on. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt his scalp tingling. Dad and Mom are treating us like foreign spies. More than 40 cameras, oh my God. It's all your fault. You ruined my image as a good girl. How are you going to compensate me? Zhou Xiaoyan bit her lip. Zhuo felt like a big black pot fell from the sky. He said, feeling wronged, "How can you blame me? Every time we kissed you were also very..." "Stop talking." She covered Zhuo's mouth. Zhuoxiaoyan was burning up. "There are cameras. You idiot." "Woo-woo." Zhuo almost rolled his eyes. Brother Meng's elbow is really good." With his mouth covered, he mumbled, let's go quickly." The two of them quietly closed the door of their parents' bedroom and tiptoed out just like before. They really looked like thieves. As soon as they reached the living room, they unexpectedly let out a scream at the same time. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door of the house. "You're not staying for the night?" Chapter 828. "Don't you want to stay for one more night?" That was what was written on the paper. There was even a smiley face at the end. The two of them were probably too concerned about the life and death of their parents when they came in, so they didn't notice such an obvious detail until they were about to go out. The two of them screamed and rushed out of the door. They rushed all the way downstairs and found that each other's faces were still green with anxiety. "If anything happens to us, it must be because we were scared by our parents. They're playing us to death." Zhuo was very resentful. Are there any parents like them? They're simply irresponsible. "Let's go quickly. Who knows if there are surveillance cameras outside? The way they do things is too unconventional. It's not enough to describe them as unscrupulous." Zhuoxiaoyan pulled Zhuo. Her heart was still pounding from the fright, and she still hadn't recovered from it. She hurriedly rushed out of the house. She didn't have the slightest bit of worry on this trip back. Zhuochanglu and his wife used practical actions to completely dispel the last of their children's worries. Now, not only were they not worried, but they were also full of resentment. "Do you want to wait until Mom and Dad call and don't answer it?" Zhuo suggested. Zhuoxiaoyan bit her lip and thought for a while, then said, "Okay, don't answer it then." "I'll answer it." Zhuo didn't want to say anything. "Sister, you're really my sister. Do you want Mom and Dad to beat me to death?" The two of them flew all the way back to the villa in Fenghai City. They finally felt safe. "I'm scared. Mom and Dad scared me to death." Zhuoxiaoyan patted her chest, still scared. Zhuo looked at Zhuoxiaoyan's big breasts that were trembling like jelly. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said eagerly, "Are you scared? I'll help you soothe your breathing right now." She reached out her hand to slap him. Falling onto the bed with a bang, Zhuoxiaoyan flipped over and sat on top of Zhuo's body, holding down both of his hands tightly and said fiercely, "Bastard, you really don't forget to take advantage of me and never forget to set me up." Then they would abuse her. It was obvious that he had just been frightened, and now he urgently needed to beat up the puppy to calm himself down. "Mercy." Zhuo desperately begged for mercy. He tried to turn over, but his hands were firmly pressed behind his head. His body was completely controlled and he couldn't move at all. He struggled like this for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly he laughed. The more he laughed, the happier he became. "What are you laughing at?" Zhuoxiaoyan, who had the upper hand, could not help but feel suspicious. "I'm thinking, Nyan Cat, you're acting like a pervert raping a girl on the wall. You're just short of telling me to stop screaming. It's useless even if I scream myself hoarse." Zhuo had completely given up on resisting. "Pervert." Zhuoxiaoyan blushed and jumped up, but Zhuo hugged her thigh and said, "Don't go. You haven't finished the process. I want the pervert to finish the whole process. I want more. If this was seen by others, Zhuo's image would be ruined, even though he didn't have any image to speak of. "Let go of me." But Zhuo wouldn't let go. He climbed up Zhuoxiaoyan's thigh like he was climbing a tree. His whole body hung onto Zhuoxiaoyan's body. Then with a plop, the two fell onto the bed at the same time. However, this time the offensive and defensive positions had changed. Zhuoxiaoyan tried her best to resist. Although her cultivation level was much higher than Zhuo's, she still could not withstand Zhuo's intensive attacks. Finally, all her resistance was destroyed. A warm mouth kissed her, after a long time. Zhuo walked out of the room with satisfaction, leaving Zhuoxiaoyan lying on the bed, panting. Luckily, she managed to hold on and was only kissed a few times that it seemed that it was not a big deal. She grabbed her phone and started to shop crazily. "Bastard, do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? See if I don't spend all your money." The several shopping carts that had accumulated before were all emptied. However, when she looked at the balance of her account, she did not even spend a fraction of the money. She pouted and said with a red face, "Xiao Duo, he always bullies me. What should I do? He's too rich now. I can't spend it all no matter how I spend it. This was the most effective tactic in the past, but it's useless now." Ice Spirit emerged from the sword and looked at her suspiciously, "But I felt that you were enjoying it very much just now." Zhou Xiaoyan's face was burning. She glared at Xiao Duo fiercely. Xiao Duo was confused and said, "Isn't that so? Your cultivation is much higher than his. How could he bully you? You were the one who wanted it. Did I say anything wrong? Did I? I didn't want it. I didn't want it." Zhou Xiaoyan threw a tantrum. "You wanted it. You obviously wanted it. You were very welcome." Xiao Duo was very straightforward. "You." Zhou Xiaoyan threw herself on the bed and said angrily, "Anyway, I won't let him get what he wants so easily." Xiao Duo rolled her eyes. She said it as if she was very persistent. "If Xiao Duo didn't give up just now, you would be too lazy to talk about it." She went back into the Spirit Snatcher sword. This kind of thing was so boring. That Xiao Duo was really not much. How could he have the same name as her? That was too low for her. That's when Xiao Duo ran to Grandma Shi's side. Grandma Shi was making dumplings. She didn't raise her head and said, "Ask your wife to come over and eat dumplings later. You're alone, so I won't entertain you." Okay. Zhou Xiao Duo agreed obediently. "What's the matter, you macaque?" Grandma Shi glanced at him. "Hee, I saw that you were working hard, so I came to massage your shoulders." Zhou Xiao Duo rubbed her shoulders attentively. "If you have something to say, just say it." Grandma Shi was obviously enjoying it, but she pretended to be impatient. "It's like this. In the ruins this time. I found a Astral Soul's Jade mine, so I dug it up. I was lucky enough to dig out the best quality Astral Soul's Jade. There were other things inside the best quality Astral Soul's Jade. I guessed that these were things that would be helpful to Principal Yi and the others. So I kept them for myself." Zhou Xiao Duo was worried about something else. "I just wanted to let you see if they were really Astral Soul's Jade. They were the Earth's core Astral Soul's Jade that could help Principal Yi and the others heal." Grandma Shi was shocked when she heard this. She immediately glared at him. "Lower your voice. Say it through telepathy." Then she scolded him through telepathy. "You really don't know what's good for you. Ruins have always belonged to the entire human race. This is common knowledge. No matter what your status is, you can't violate it. You actually dared to keep them for yourself. If this is discovered, your life will be over." She was distressed, angry, and pitiful. This child, under such circumstances, was still thinking about Yi Changqing and the others' old injuries. He was willing to take such a huge risk. It was not taboo to commit such a crime. She tapped Zhou Xiaoduo's forehead with her finger, causing Zhou Xiao Duo to stagger. "You actually dared to keep such a big thing for yourself?" Zhou Xiao Duo looked embarrassed. After a long while, Grandma Shi finally suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Where are the things? Take them out and let me see." Here. Zhou Xiao Duo took out 2 types of stones below the supreme grade purple crystal. One was light purple and the other was dark purple. Grandma Shi's expression changed immediately. She took out the smallest of the 2, a light purple stone that was about the size of a basketball. She said hurriedly, "Keep the others quickly. Don't take them out again." "Okay." Zhou Xiao Duo put it away with a puzzled heart. "This is the Star Jade Core." Grandma Shi held the light purple stone in her hand and said, "Just this Earth's core Astral Soul's Jade is enough for all of them to recover. Then the others. Keep the others for yourself. Don't let anyone know. Those are the higher grade Earth's core Astral Soul's Jade. I have never seen them before. They are beyond my knowledge. The only thing I know is that they are 1 grade higher than the Earth's core Astral Soul's Jade, or more than 1 grade." Grandma Shi said sorrowfully. The reason why she was able to determine what kind of geocentric Star Soul Jade was, what kind of jade was suitable for healing, and what kind of quantity it required, was because she had inquired about it countless times in order to heal Shi Yunfeng's damaged origin. Now she had the Star Jade Core. But Shi Yunfeng would never be here again. However, Grandma Shi quickly gathered her emotions and said, "These old things have really profited greatly by taking you in as a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy. These old things are all eating and taking from the students. They don't know shame at all. They are not worthy of being a teacher. How can they be worthy of being a teacher?" Zhou Xiao Duo didn't dare to reply. He just laughed. Grandma Shi complained for a while and chased Zhou Xiao Duo away. "Go back. Leave this matter to me. Don't tell me you are still waiting for those old things to thank you. Remember to come and eat dumplings tonight. Bring your wife along." Zhuo Duo hurriedly slipped away. Grandma Sure immediately made a call and called Yi Changqing over. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? That student of yours, Zhuo Duo, helped you guys get it? Hurry up and distribute it so that everyone can recover. Grandma Sure directly threw the Heart of Stars over. Yi Changqing caught it and looked at it. He was shocked and his voice changed. This is the Star Jade Core? And such a big piece. Humph, your student has committed a big taboo for you guys. Grandma Sure said sarcastically. He found this thing in the remains this time and actually took the risk to hide it. Yi Changqing, you have benefited a lot from your student. If Principal Ye's selfless nature flares up and you hand this thing over and then send your student in, it will definitely be recorded in history. Grandma Sure's words were praise on the surface but derision on the inside. There was a hint of hypocrisy. Yi Changqing blushed with shame. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Am I, Yi Changqing, the kind of old fool who doesn't know right from wrong? Not to mention that Xiao Duo took such a big risk for this matter, just his sincere heart. So, as he spoke he sighed, I'm really ashamed to accept it. After thinking about it, Yi Changqing was really ashamed. Chapter 829. From the supreme grade Jade of Astral Souls to the Heart of Stars, he had received so many benefits from Zhuo Duo, but there was nothing he could give in return. Especially the restoration of his origin, that was a huge favor. And Zhuo Duo was a student in Hidden Dragon Academy. If he relaxed his requirements and let him be more carefree, it would be harming him instead. But if he continued to strictly discipline him, what was the difference between that and normal? Alright, don't put on an act. I know you're happy in your heart. Grandma Sure pursed her lips. You're good teachers, that's why students give you things and remember you. This is a kind of recognition. You don't need to give anything in return. If they really cared about your rewards, why would such a thing happen? What do you think you can give in return that's worth the Heart of Stars? Take it, take it. Don't annoy me here. As for who uses it, you have the final say. Anyway, these are enough for dozens of people. Grandma Sure impatiently chased Yi Changqing away. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. He carried the Heart of Stars back and hid in his study room. He stared at the Heart of Stars in a daze, only feeling his heart was boiling. This was not the Heart of Stars. This was the student's recognition of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Although it sounded a little official, Yi Changqing really thought so in his heart. After so many years of hard work, although I've never asked for anything in return, I didn't expect that the rewards would be so generous. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. Without delay he called Wen Xingtian and the others. Come over. At night, Grandma Sure made dumplings and called Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan over for dinner. The two of them happily came, but after a few minutes, Lone Eagle, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian and the others all came over one after another. They actually sat down at a big table without saying anything, only coming to eat. Some words didn't need to be said anymore. Grandma Sure was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't chase them out. She angrily put down the basin and said, Are all of you here to eat for free? I don't want to serve you. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Thus, a group of principals and teachers began to roll out the skins and fillings to make dumplings. While working they watched the news on TV. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan also hurried over to help. Their speed was getting faster and faster. As they made the dumplings they compared who made the best dumplings. Laughter and laughter filled the room. At this moment the TV screen suddenly went black. Everyone was stunned. Then it turned into a white background. Then lines of blood-red words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen. Emergency report. 10 minutes ago at 7:10 p.m., the UMNO Alliance's army suddenly launched an all-out attack. All 8 fronts are in a state of emergency. The UMNO Alliance has mobilized a total of 15 million troops to invade. Currently, the border is already in a bitter struggle. The UMNO Alliance's slogan, Destroy the Astral Souls in One Battle. At the front of the Sun Moon Pass, the Heavenly King Pass has fallen. The entire Heavenly King City has been turned into ruins. None of the 30,000 soldiers guarding the Heavenly King Pass survived. The final battle between the UMNO Alliance and the Astral Souls has begun today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn. Everyone, whether it was Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Zhuo Duo, or Zhuo Xiaoyan, were inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were open but they couldn't say anything for a long time. This message, in blood-red words, scrolled 3 times before the screen returned to normal. However, it had become a scene of fierce battle at the front line. It was obviously filmed from a high altitude. On the vast ground below, countless soldiers were fighting, and their shouts were earth-shattering. When the screen zoomed in, one could see that the battlefield was already littered with corpses. There were soldiers of the Umno Alliance and there were also soldiers of the Astral Souls. They were quietly lying on the ground. From time to time, they were helplessly lifted up by the strong winds of the battle, and rolled around helplessly. One by one, human heads rolled helplessly on the battlefield amidst the strong winds. Blood spurted high into the sky. The ground had already turned into a bloody mess. The caption slowly appeared. According to intelligence, the Umno Alliance is currently recruiting soldiers. The follow-up troops of the Umno Alliance are already on their way. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Perhaps this is the final battle of the Astral Souls. We are not sure if we can win this battle, and we are also not sure how long this battle will last. Right now we can only report this news. Also, on behalf of the soldiers who died protecting the continent, I would like to ask, is there anyone in the Astral Souls who is willing to avenge me? Are the people of the Astral Souls still hot-blooded? The minister's order to conscript the entire nation is still being carried out in full swing. At this moment of life and death, let us fight. After hearing this news, the entire continent was silent. Shocked. No one would have thought that the war between the two worlds would break out just like that. And at such a delicate moment. And once it broke out, it was so tragic and spread across such a vast area. Battles were everywhere in the 10,000 miles of defense line. War of life and death. The final battle of the continent. Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse and his eyes were staring blankly. It has broken out. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were also shocked by this sudden change. Although the two siblings' cultivation levels were not bad, and they had considerable experience, and their hands were stained with blood, they had never really been on the battlefield. At this moment, watching the real battle scene on the television, the two of them could feel the bitterness of the battle. It was an extreme bitterness that would not appear in any Jianghu battle or any sparring session. As the camera panned higher and higher, the scene was still full. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was rushing over, and here the warriors of the Astral Souls were rushing over. In the sky, the experts of the Umno Alliance were rushing over, and here there were also countless warriors of the Astral Souls rushing over. It was like two huge waves colliding with each other, and after the collision the entire wave turned into countless water droplets. Countless lives were lost in a single collision. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was endless. More and more corpses fell on the battlefield. In just a minute or two there were already people fighting over a thick layer of corpses. There were corpses of enemies and there were also corpses of comrades. A strong wind collided, and both sides spat out blood at the same time. The corpses on the ground were no longer able to resist, and they were all torn apart by the strong force. Without the protection of the true inner force, the corpses were naturally unable to resist the impact of the strong cultivators' attacks. No wonder. Teacher Yu Jiwen had said repeatedly that those who could leave their corpses intact on the battlefield and leave their names on the memorial monument were extremely lucky. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the scene and only felt dry in his throat. In such a chaotic battle between armies, it was practically impossible to preserve a complete corpse in the end. The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance's army were doing the same thing as they fought. Whenever they had the time, they would reach out and tear off the collars and badges of the corpses on the ground. Both sides only took the badges from their own side. This was because the badges had the names of the dead comrades. Even though they were fighting and risking their lives, both sides still had a scruple. When killing each other, they would try not to damage each other's badges if they could, so as to leave a chance for future generations to commemorate them. This was the last mutual respect between soldiers. Therefore, those who did not have any scruples and directly destroyed the badges of the other side would be immediately attacked by the other side, regardless of the cost. This was the strategy of exchanging lives with the tide of people. Even if they had to sacrifice more lives, they had to kill this person. No matter how you had no choice but to destroy the badges of the other side, the result would be the same. However, after we killed you, we would keep your badges. This was the difference in nature, the fundamental difference. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw this, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had realized this. Everyone who was watching this battle could see this realization. It was so obvious, without any concealment. There were constantly people who were shining with brilliance, shouting their names, and jumping into the dense crowd of enemies to self-destruct. Before they died, they shouted their names for their comrades to hear. "Don't forget to burn incense for me." At this moment, the whole continent was silent. Countless people were shedding tears as they watched this scene quietly. On the battlefield of blood and fire, in the battle of life and death, it was this kind of detail that made people realize something. However, this detail was so touching. Our soldiers are fighting, sacrificing themselves, charging forward and falling down. On the television, the host's voice was sorrowful. They are waiting for our reinforcements. They need our help. This continent needs us to protect it together. In the autumn of life and death, the war of the destruction of the country has begun. Let's take action. Then the scene changed abruptly, turning to the endless group of tombstones behind the Sun-Moon Pass. It was neat and tidy, like a military formation that was ready to go. Tombstones stood there silently. All the tombstones were neatly facing the inside of the pass. Countless heroic spirits were silently watching the continent that they had used their lives to protect. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right will speak to the people of the continent. The scene changed, and the Heavenly King of the Right was dressed in martial attire. His body was straight and his face was solemn and mighty. Standing on the rostrum, he was like a lofty mountain, immovable and unshakable. Even though they were still separated by a screen, everyone on the other side of the screen felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if this glance from the other side had seen into their hearts. The Heavenly King of the Right said in a deep voice, "We will not retreat from this battle. We will not surrender. We will not admit defeat. Even if there is only one soldier left, this continent will still belong to the astral souls. I will only say one thing, fight to the death." When he said the last 4 words, the Heavenly King of the Right's gaze pierced through the screen like a sharp arrow, piercing into everyone's faces and hearts. Fight to the death. The whole continent was filled with roars like a tsunami. All the people of the Astral Souls continent were boiling with passion at this moment. Chapter 830. All the government departments in various places were suddenly filled with people. There was no call, no request, but everyone took the initiative to donate money and things generously. The recruitment offices in various places were already filled with people at the first moment. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A large group of martial artists lined up neatly, waiting for the test. As long as they passed the test, they could join the army. After a short period of military training, they would go to the front line to face the national crisis together. The Astral Souls continent was boiling. It was unprecedentedly boiling. At the same time in Fenghai City, there was also a roar that rose to the sky. Under such an atmosphere, after Zhou Shuai's company received instructions from the higher-ups, everyone began to work overtime. Shi Yunfeng's movies were released consecutively and released in advance. Shi Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Shi Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun and Moon Pass, Shi Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Shi Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, Shi Yunfeng's Hidden Dragon Pillar, Shi Yunfeng's Horse Cross Blade, Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. 7 big movies, breaking the norm, were released on the big screen almost at the same time with only a small time difference. These 7 movies, with the most sincere and realistic method, with only a little artistic embellishment, showed the war scenes in front of people as real battle scenes that once released, it instantly became popular to the point where thousands of people turned out. Strictly speaking, the release strategy of Shi Yunfeng's movies could be said to be without any rules, only the word reality. However, it was this word reality that everyone wanted to see at the moment. Any so-called realistic interpretation, any large-scale blockbuster in the end, was still more than an art of life. Compared to reality, it was always a level lower. And the Shi Yunfeng's movies were really only left with reality. The next few movies were all bloody and tragic, showing the battlefield in the most realistic scenes. Until the 5th and 6th movies, The Hidden Dragon Pillar, The Hero and Beauty. The rhythms slowed down a little and they were fed a bunch of dog food, but they were still full of iron blood and heroines. And finally, the 7th movie, The Last Battle, caused thousands of people to be angry and thousands of people to be angry. The story of Shi Yunfeng blowing himself up in front of the Sun-Moon Pass had already spread on the internet. Everyone knew that it was a fact. However, when the people watched the movie and saw it with their own eyes, the energy that burst out was simply earth-shattering. He was a young man from a poor family. He worked hard and cultivated diligently. Finally, he was admitted to a martial arts school and made friends with a group of like-minded friends. Then they would travel the Jianghu together. They would train together. They would catch spies. They would enforce the law. They would protect the people and ensure their safety. They would join the army even though they were weak. They would fight countless battles and have thousands of scars on their bodies. They would go back and forth between life and death. In the end, he was severely injured and could no longer continue. However, he did not forget his original intention and returned to the rear to teach and educate people. He hoped to nurture more talents and pass on the torch. Finally, he was cautious and conscientious all his life and had students all over the world. In the end, he suffered an unjust injustice. Under the slander of public opinion, such a hero was forced to die in front of the Sun-Moon Pass. What kind of tragedy was this? How sorrowful was it for a hero to shed blood and shed tears? However, what made the hero shed tears were the people he had dedicated his entire life to protect. How sorrowful was that? The anger and indignation of the people was simply tearing the liver and dripping blood. Riding on this wave, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls continent immediately came up with a method to manage online discussions. The internet must use real names. Without real name verification, no one is allowed to post information online. Every word and action must come from oneself. All consequences must be borne by oneself. If anyone steals another person's name and identity card to open an account, once verified, there is no need to have criminal evidence. You can be arrested immediately and sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. The country has spent countless resources and power to educate people all over the continent. It is not for you to invert black and white and do evil things just so you can learn a few words. Knowledge is your strength and your weapon. However, it is not something you can rely on to do evil things. It is also not something you can use to sway the people's hearts and stir up chaos in society. As for people or units who are fed by the Astral Souls and educated by the Astral Souls continent, but do things that endanger the society of the Astral Souls for their own personal gain, all of them will be arrested immediately. Regardless of their background, regardless of any reason, they will be sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. If there are more than 100 comments under any article that inverts black and white, and if there are more than 10,000 comments, you will be sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. If there are more than 100,000 comments and more than 1,000 comments, you will all be sentenced to death. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. The Astral Souls continent will start a crackdown from today onwards. This crackdown includes but is not limited to the internet and the real world. During the crackdown, severe punishments will be meted out. The crackdown will last until the end of the war and the continent returns to its normal state. A series of regulations mixed with a thunderous murderous aura came out at the same time. The outbreak of the war was an opportunity. Shi Yunfeng's movie series took advantage of the outbreak of the war to hype up the atmosphere to the sky. At this time, there was no resistance to the introduction of these regulations. Even though some of the regulations were strict to a certain extent, there were almost no voices of opposition. After these regulations came out, the entire Astral Souls continent became a lot quieter. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. In wartime, severe punishments must be used. This sentence was fully reflected at this time. Because wartime was different from peacetime. There would be too many people who would go against their conscience to make money by eating human flesh and drinking the blood of human heads. However, these regulations would nip all these things in the bud. Whoever felt that they were stubborn and were not afraid of death could come and try. Usually, if they made a mistake, they would be detained. Now they would be caught with a knife. As long as the law was strict, there would not be so many people who were not afraid of death. In the past, even if the scammers were caught, they would be punished and dealt with privately. However, this time the scammers would be dealt with directly. Do you think you know how to make money in this way? If you are so good at making money, go and earn it in the underworld. No excuses, no excuses, no excuses. In just one night, countless hooligans became good citizens. They were even more humble than good citizens. Usually they did not dare to go out. Whenever they went out, they would smile apologetically to whoever they saw. What? Afraid of being reported? Just one report. Check it out. Damn, you have done so many things? Come, let's see if my steel knife is hard. People like you are a hidden danger. Since someone reported you, who else would I kill if not you? There were also people who jumped out and wrote articles to criticize, saying that it was unreasonable and violated human rights. They still took him down and stabbed him in the neck. I hope you will be reincarnated into a reasonable world full of human rights in your next life. Under such a strict system, the people of the continent of Astral Souls were united against a common enemy due to the outbreak of war. When the crisis of life and death arrived, they were truly united. Even if there were some disagreements, they were completely suppressed. No one dared to say a word. The effects of the jade of geocentric astral souls were immediate. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others recovered after a night of treatment. Furthermore, they had already accumulated their strength for many years. Once they recovered from their injuries in the following period of time, their cultivation would explosively increase. Following their recovery from their injuries, it would allow the Hidden Dragon Martial School, which had officially begun their wartime education, to reach a higher level. However, those who had entered the Crown Prince's Academy to train did not go to school for the time being. Everyone was digesting what they had gained and was on the verge of breaking through. Li Chenglong was the same. He was about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. Zhua, I think I will break through tonight. I need you to protect me, Li Chenglong said. Zhua Xiaoduo had said many times that he must tell him when he was about to break through. How many times did you suppress it this time? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. 11 times. Li Chenglong's expression was unchanged, but he was a little proud in his heart. The continent of geocentric astral souls had a limit of 9 times. Not only did he break this limit, he even broke through more times. This achievement was certainly worthy of pride. However, after Li Chenglong broke through the limit of 9 times, he understood Zhua Xiaoduo's realm better. I think Zhua has already broken through this limit. Otherwise he would not be so strong. Strength beyond common knowledge, of course, comes from cultivation beyond the limits of ordinary people. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and said, Are you sure you want to break through tonight? Yes. Then when your qi reaches its boiling point, eat this. Zhua Xiaoduo took out a small bottle. Inside it was a drop of 9 heaven spirit water. What is this? A treasure that can allow you to suppress it at least 2 or 3 times, Zhua Xiaoduo said. That good? Li Chenglong was shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although he was knowledgeable and wise, it was the first time he had heard of such a level of 9 heaven spirit water. How could he not be shocked? It should be known that suppressing it 2 or 3 times was not a big deal. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan could have suppressed it 20 or 30 times. What was the point? But this was the 2 of them. Well, most readers only paid attention to the 2 of them. However, in this world, the common understanding of suppressing one's true essence to the limit of cultivation was only 9 times. Li Chenglong's 11 times of suppression was already rare and commendable. No, it should be said that it was a miracle that ordinary people could not do. If one wanted to suppress it 1 more time, it would be an unimaginable great opportunity. Especially for Li Chenglong, he had experienced it firsthand. With perseverance as the foundation, he had suppressed his own cultivation more than 9 times, reaching the height of 10 or 11 times. This made him realize that in the future, when he reached a higher level of cultivation and suppressed it, he could also achieve the same number of times. Because he had opened this gap, his Dantian was also used to this kind of suppression. Once this opening was opened, there would be many more possibilities for his future development than it was now. Well, this was actually the root meaning of the so-called thorny road at the beginning of cultivation. The common understanding of the thorny road was 9 times. The number of times of suppression for each level was also 9 times. This was definitely a peck. How could it not be? Chapter 831. I only have 3 drops of this. Zhua Xiaoduo warned, Nian and I each get 1 drop. This is the last drop. You're lucky. When you go out, you need to keep your mouth shut. Even if your wife and brother-in-law want it, I don't have it. Of course. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? I don't think you are anyone. I only know that for a man who has a wife, his brother will never be as close as his wife. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. Li Chenglong smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Of course not. How can I seg compare to our friendship? I seg? You should get out of here as soon as possible. Okay. Li Chenglong went back to his room and worked hard to activate his primordial qi to prepare for the breakthrough. Zhua Xiaoyan also asked for her drop. She was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Now the primordial qi in her energy center was like a boiling sea, overflowing with primordial qi. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to convert all this primordial qi into ice elemental moon primordial qi, Zhua Xiaoyan would have already broken through when she was in Crown Prince Academy. Now she had reached the point where she had to suppress it. This meant that even with Zhao's help, she could no longer suppress it. It was the limit of the limit. You're taking it tonight? Zhua Xiaoduo was delighted, but his face suddenly showed a worried expression. What? Zhua Xiaoyan didn't suspect anything and asked in confusion. Consuming this 9 heaven spirit spring water. The risk is very high. At that time I'm worried that. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was filled with worry. Finally he said, there must be someone guarding by the side. Zhuoxiaoyan was puzzled, can't you just stand guard for me? Zhuoxiaoduo was instantly overjoyed and said, good. But you still have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately, or break through directly. Safety is the first priority. Zhuoxiaoyan didn't understand, but she heard Zhuoxiaoduo's words in her heart. She said seriously, okay. Zhuoxiaoduo thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, let's go to the Tower of Annihilation to break through. In there no one will disturb you. Zhuoxiaoyan readily agreed, I think so too. Yes. Zhuoxiaoduo tried to control the expression on his face. What? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. Let's wait until after dinner. Zhuoxiaoyan thought for a while and said, during this period of time, I will check the activity of the spiritual qi again to confirm the requirements of the Moon Sutra. It would be best if the spiritual qi has no impurities and all of it is converted into the power of the Moon Sutra. That would be the most perfect state for the breakthrough. I always hope that the breakthrough will be completed without any impurities. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't hold back the longing in his heart and finally showed a smile. He was afraid that Zhuoxiaoyan would find out and ruin his plan, so he quickly lowered his head and walked out. Zhuoxiaoyan frowned and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo's back. She couldn't help but feel that the sudden smile on this guy's face was the kind of smile that couldn't be held back after his scheme succeeded. That what was the little doggy thinking about? Why was his smile so wretched? This little bastard couldn't be planning something bad in his heart, right? Zhuoxiaoyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the problem was. She couldn't help but feel puzzled and pondered. Zhuoxiaoduo hummed a tune as he walked out of the door. He sprinted to Boss Sun's side like a wisp of smoke and used his fastest speed to collect the large amount of Star Soul Jade powder that he had accumulated during this period of time. He then left behind a large sum of money for Boss Sun to continue collecting, and then he flew out of the city without stopping. There might be one or two, but there might be 3 or 4. He wouldn't lose anything if he looked over there. Then, he saw that the huge pit over there was filled with a huge amount of Astral Soul's Jade powder, and there was a mountain of it on the ground. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't hesitate to collect more Astral Soul's Jade powder and rushed back to the villa without stopping. Zhuoxiaoyan is about to take the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water, so I have to settle all the things at hand. After that, I won't go out no matter what. I'll wait for the moment when she takes the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water. Her clothes will explode. She'll be naked. As he thought about it, Zhuoxiaoduo's saliva dripped into the teacup in front of him. Zhuoxiaoduo's style was at this level. It couldn't be any higher. Dinner time soon arrived. Zhuoxiaoyan personally cooked dinner and called Li Chenglong and Zhuoxiaoduo to eat. There were only the 3 of them in the villa now, and they were busy with something at Grandma Shi's place. Li Chenglong praised as he ate. Zhuor is so lucky to be able to find such a good wife like Sister Nian. I'm so envious. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Li Chenglong swallowed his food and drank to his heart's content. Zhuoxiaoduo just smiled reservedly at the side, eating slowly like a gentleman. As for Li Chenglong's praise, he accepted it all without hesitation. My wife is beautiful. She's beautiful, has a good figure, good skin, good temper, good cooking, good temperament, high cultivation, good aptitude, that's all. Zhuo, I've taken the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring you gave me. It's really effective. Li Chenglong smiled and said gratefully, with this opportunity, I think I can suppress it for another 5 or 6 times. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly became alert. He frowned and whispered, it's good that it's effective. Now that you've just forced out the impurities, why don't you hurry up and eat? This is a critical moment. You can't be careless. Li Chenglong nodded. Yes, that's why I ate quickly. Zhuoxiaoduo was already a little restless. He urged, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I think you'd better make up for it as soon as possible. Do you have enough Jade of Astral Souls? If you don't have enough, just say something. The danger of a fierce battle was imminent. As stingy as Zhuoxiaoduo was, he was prepared to bleed. It was obvious that he was eager to drive people away. If Li Chenglong said something wrong, what he had been looking forward to for so long would be wasted. Li Chenglong said, I think so too. Zhuoxiaoyan was finally interested. He said, Xiaolong, do you feel any discomfort after taking the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring? Zhuoxiaoduo said first, I'm the most qualified to say this. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Nothing else. Li Chenglong completely misunderstood Zhou Xiaoduo's meaning and echoed, "Boss is right. Apart from the instant you consume it, your clothes will suddenly be completely destroyed by the qi energy that will burst out, there's really nothing else." Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. He said angrily, "You're talking nonsense. How can there be such a thing?" Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, "What? My clothes will be burst?" Li Chenglong panicked under Zhou Xiaoduo's murderous gaze. With his intelligence, how could he not know that he had misunderstood and delayed Zhuo's important life event? He avoided eye contact for a moment and said weakly, "Well, I have enough resources. I won't trouble you, boss. I'm full. Boss is right. Now is a critical time. I'll go cultivate now. It's important to strengthen the foundation." He ran away as he spoke. When he finished his last sentence, Li Chenglong was already gone. Zhou Xiaoduo faced Zhou Xiaoyan's sharp gaze and forced a smile. Li Chenglong is really a blabbermouth. How can there be such a thing? There's no such thing. Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and nodded slowly. "I believe you." She thought of Zhou Xiaoduo's words about being a bodyguard. How could she not know that this guy was up to no good? Zhou Xiaoyan instantly remembered the strange gaze just now. She also thought of Li Chenglong's clothes exploding and bursting when he mentioned the Jiuxiao spirit spring. If what he said was true, wouldn't everything be seen by this guy who was guarding by the side? It turned out that this little bastard had been thinking about this all along. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally she shouted, "I don't believe you." She reached out and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo, who was still trying to quibble. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was frosty. "Let's go into the Tower of Annihilation." Zhou Xiaoduo was dragged in with a grief-stricken face. "Give me the Jiuxiao spirit spring." "Here." "Well, come here." "What?" Under Zhou Xiaoduo's grief-stricken gaze, Zhou Xiaoyan directly beat him until he couldn't get up from the ground. Then she took out the Cloud Transformation Realm monster tendons from her space ring, connected them one by one, and tied Zhou Xiaoduo up from his shoulders. She tied him up to his ankles. The little bastard was tied up like a human stick. She tried hard and felt that even if this guy's cultivation was 10 times higher, he wouldn't be able to break free. She was relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo cried desperately, "Spare me, Sister Nian. I'll change, okay? I'll go out now. I'll go out and wait for you to finish your cultivation, okay?" But how could Zhou Xiaoyan trust him now? How could she let him go out? He had the final say in the Tower of Annihilation. What if he suddenly barged in at a critical moment? So, it was necessary to tie him up here first. Zhou Xiaoyan thought for a while and took out a bolt of black cloth from her space ring. She cut a few strips and covered Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes with them. Layer by layer, she tied a dead knot behind his head. Even so, Zhou Xiaoyan was still worried. She tied each of Zhou Xiaoduo's fingers tightly with tiny monster tendons. So, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't even move his little finger. He couldn't even blink. But at this point, Zhou Xiaoyan was still unwilling to give up. She thought for a while and took out a large piece of barbecued meat. It was a whole pork shoulder with tendons. It weighed about 17 or 18 kilograms. She stuffed Zhou Xiaoduo's begging mouth with it. Then she picked him up and threw him into the room with the jade of astral souls. She put 17 or 18 big bells on Zhou Xiaoduo's body. Chapter 832. There were also bells placed around Zhou Xiaoduo and at the door. There were at least 300 bells placed around Zhou Xiaoduo. At this point, Zhou Xiaoyan felt relieved and walked out. She went to another jade room for astral souls. She took out a lot of astral souls jades and started to absorb them. She slowly accumulated her spiritual energy to the peak and reached the point of explosion that she raised her head and drank the 9 heaven spirit spring. In an instant there was a boom. Zhou Xiaoyan finally realized that Li Chenglong was telling the truth. She fell down from the top. All her clothes, including her underwear, were shattered into pieces. Thinking of how Zhou Xiaoduo kept saying that he would be her personal guard, Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help blushing. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. This little puppy really didn't have any good intentions. An hour later, Zhou Xiaoyan completed her cultivation. She felt that she could suppress it a few more times. She took out her clothes from the ring and put them on. Then she went to the next room. Zhou Xiaoduo was still tied up like a dumpling. He had given up struggling and was lying there straight. His eyes were covered with a black cloth and his mouth was stuffed with a 17-kilogram pork shoulder. From his posture, one could see that he had nothing left to live for. Although Zhou Xiaoyan was ashamed and annoyed, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. She walked over and took off the pork shoulder. Then she took off the blindfold and put away all the demonic beast tendons. Zhuxiaoduo was still lying on the bed, motionless. He looked as if he had missed a great opportunity. Hey, get up. Get up and practice. Zhuxiaoduo acted as if he didn't hear her. Get up. Zhuxiaoyan snorted. If you don't get up, I will go back to Shangjing directly after I get out. That won't do. Zhuxiaoduo rolled and got up. No. I've suffered a great loss. Damn Li Qinglong. I've done so much for him in vain. How could he treat me like this and ruin my plan? Zhuxiaoduo was angry and sad. He swore, this bastard and I can't live under the same sky. The plan that I've been planning for so long was completely destroyed by this guy's words. I've been so devoted to him and I've never forgotten about him. I've always thought about him. But he betrayed me in such a serious way. I won't forgive him. Zhuxiaoduo gritted his teeth, stomped his feet and roared angrily. His voice was filled with grief and indignation. If he missed this opportunity, the next time he wanted to feast his eyes, he would have to wait until the wedding night. That how many years and months would that take? Zhuxiaoduo and I are irreconcilable with you. Zhuxiaoduo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Such a great opportunity, a heaven-sent match, was missed just like that. Zhuxiaoyan looked at him with a faint smile on her face. She was a little proud. She wasn't angry when Zhuxiaoduo said, the plan I've been planning for so long. She even felt a little apologetic. Zhuxiaoyan was shocked. Shouldn't I be angry? Why am I so happy? This isn't right. Looking at Zhuxiaoduo's depressed face, Zhuxiaoyan rolled her eyes and hated herself for being so useless. She suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips with her flower-like lips. Is this okay? Zhuxiaoduo was suddenly refreshed and his eyes lit up. No? What's okay? Zhuxiaoyan said reservedly, what's okay? You have to let me kiss you. Zhuxiaoduo was eager to give it a try. He was beaming with joy. The disappointment he felt just now was completely forgotten. Zhuxiaoyan put her hands behind her back and turned her head away. She didn't want to look at him. Zhuxiaoduo quietly moved closer. Zhuxiaoyan's face was getting redder and redder, but she resisted the urge to move. Finally he hugged her and then. I didn't agree. Just when the two of them were inseparable, a heat wave suddenly hit them. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan were shocked. How could there be an attack in the Tower of Annihilation? This was too strange. The two of them quickly separated and looked around. However, they didn't find anything. The heat wave was getting hotter and hotter and they couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Zhuxiaoduo used the flaming sun scripture to absorb as much as he could, the heat didn't decrease at all. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. One had to know that Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The heat emitted by the heart of the sun was no longer enough for Zhuxiaoduo to absorb. So, where did this sudden heat come from? Why was it so overbearing? What's that? Zhuxiaoyan's sharp eyes pointed to the other side. Zhuxiaoduo looked over and saw a bird's nest made of cotton next to the heart of the sun. At this moment, the bird's nest had already turned into ashes. There was a red egg floating in the air. Below this egg were 5 other broken eggshells. However, there was nothing in the broken eggshells. The remaining egg floated in the air and shone brightly. It was like the sun, emitting thousands of rays of light. Zhuxiaoduo turned to look. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is my divine beast egg going to hatch? Divine beast egg? Zhuxiaoyan didn't understand. There were a total of 6 divine beast eggs in the trial space this time. From the looks of it, only one can hatch. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up as he muttered, the egg was already black back then. I didn't have much hope. Although only one can hatch now, it's still better than nothing. Furthermore, just by looking at this posture, it might be extraordinary. Zhuxiaoyan couldn't help but look over curiously when she heard Zhuxiaoduo's words. A layer of frost appeared around her, protecting her body. Endless steam rose from her body. Although the heat was scorching, it didn't have any effect on her. The divine beast egg in the air was still spinning. A strange fragrance suddenly spread out and filled the entire space. Then crack. It was a slight cracking sound. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan couldn't help but look over. He saw that the egg in the air had really cracked open a small crack. From the crack, a flame suddenly spurted out. These flames were blazing white in color, and they were filled with extreme fire elemental energy. Zhuxiaoduo was excited to see it. He was about to use his energy to absorb it to strengthen his body, but the flame suddenly retracted. Then the whole egg kept making cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, it was full of cracks and was about to shatter. After a series of small duck 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 duck, duck 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 sounds, the egg gently fell to the ground. The duck 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 sound kept ringing. A black gas kept coming out of the crack, full of a demonic atmosphere. As soon as it came out, it would immediately dissipate with the wind. Finally, duck. There was a sound. A small black tip suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg and then retracted. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Is that a bird-type demonic beast? Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. A flying mythical beast? Zhuo Xiaoduo had already begun to imagine. If it was really a flying mythical beast. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of excitement. Duck. The mythical beast that had suddenly appeared was still pecking at the eggshell. One could imagine how eager it was to get out of the egg. The two of them held their breaths and stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They could only watch. This mythical beast had to be done by itself. If an outsider forcibly peeled off the eggshell, it was likely to cause a defect in the mythical beast's life. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The joy on Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's faces became even more intense. This mythical beast was very energetic. Go over there quickly. I heard that the first person this mythical beast sees when it comes out is its master. It will instinctively think that the master is its mother. It will be very beneficial for taming and training in the future. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo. You should be the mother. I don't want to be a mother. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him over. I already have one. You already have one? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. I haven't even done anything yet. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly admitted defeat. Duck. The little yellow beak was like a phantom as it attacked continuously, pecking the eggshell until it was broken into pieces. Finally, with a crisp sound, a small yellow head popped out of the eggshell along with the soft sound. Its round eyes were filled with infinite ignorance and curiosity as it stared at the outside world. It was as if a little bird's head had grown out of the eggshell. It was very cute. Zhuo Xiaoduo went up to it and tried to pretend to be amiable. He smiled and said, "Hello." The little head was startled and it quickly shrank back into its original position. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. After a while, the little head popped out again and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in confusion. Gradually, a look of affection and dependence appeared in its eyes. Its round little eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Slowly, affection, trust, dependence. All these positive emotions appeared in Zhao's eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. It's done. Zhuo Xiaoyan urged. Hurry up and let it recognize you as its master. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo drew a pattern in the air with his finger and filled it with spiritual energy. Then he bit his middle finger and pointed at the center. Then the circle of light shrank and entered the little head. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he seemed to have formed a weak connection with a weak and young soul. He could order this little guy to do anything. After confirming this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It had just broken out of the eggshell, and there was such a clear connection. It seemed that this little guy was really not simple. Gee. The little head opened its mouth and called out in a childish manner. Gee. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. This can't be a little chick, right? Chapter 833. The little head chirped happily, shook its head, and then happily pecked at the eggshell next to it. Finally, with a crack, the eggshell split into two halves. A soft yellow, furry little cutie appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. J. Two soft yellow wings with milk hair flapped, and it chirped affectionately at Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. When he saw the little guy in front of him, he immediately collapsed. This was obviously a little chick, and this little chick seemed to be born with a disability. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to ask someone, so he angrily asked, "Have you seen a three-legged chick? The one in my house is one. And it has recognized me as its master." Yes, this newly hatched divine beast that Zhuo Xiaoduo had been looking forward to for a long time, seemed to be just a little chick. And it was an extremely rare little chick with 3 legs. 3 delicate claws that were as thick as 3 matchsticks. Its size seemed to be twice as small as an ordinary chick, and it seemed to be stunted. And those 3 legs were all standing firmly on the ground, and there was no distinction between master and servant, nor was there any distinction of superiority or inferiority. Duo covered his forehead with his hand. What a hungry old swan. Just now, in order to subdue the divine beast, Duo had used the life contract that could only be used once in a lifetime, and he had been wholeheartedly thinking of taking advantage of it. In the end, who would have thought that this little chick would come out? And he couldn't do anything to it. If this little chick was killed by Duo or someone else, Duo's divine soul would be damaged, and it would be impossible to recover. What should he do now? The little chick chirped happily, then turned its head, stuck up its butt, and began to peck at the eggshell on the ground again. In just a moment, it had eaten all the eggshells on the ground. With a whoosh dot with a flap of its little wings, it stood firmly on Duo's palm and rushed towards Duo. G. D. Through the spiritual connection, a tender and pleading voice sounded, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Oh my God. Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm an unmarried man, but now I'm an unmarried mother. Oh heavens, oh earth, where can I go to reason with this? What's there to eat? Duo weakly dragged out the pork knuckle and put it on the ground. Xiaoyan said angrily, "How can a newborn baby eat this? Are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyan widened her eyes. The little guy flew down with a whoosh. Thud thud thud. In just a short while, he had eaten a hole in the big pork shoulder. His entire body had sunk into it and he was eating very happily. Looks like he's easy to raise. He doesn't have any dietary restrictions. Duo's face was bitter. Xiaoyan said, "I feel that this little guy is unusual. He can fly as soon as he's born. That's his special feature." Duo sighed, "No matter how good he is at flying, he's still a chicken. And a disabled chicken." Xiaoyan said, "Take good care of him. I feel that this little guy is not simple. Maybe there will be a surprise in the future." Duo sighed. "Surprise? I didn't expect any surprises. It's true that I'll have a burden from now on. You're a new mother. Hurry up and name your baby." Xiaoyan was very excited. She even wanted to laugh. She thought of her Duo who was well-behaved, cute, smart and clean. Then she looked at Duo, the little chick. She felt inexplicably proud, inexplicably condescending and lonely at the top. What name should I give him? Duo rolled his eyes. Little Nyen? Little Nyen? Little kitty? Little sticky cat? Xiaoyan lost her temper. Don't give him such a name. Then what do you think we should call him? Duo was really worried. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in his natal contract spiritual beast. How about Xiao? Xiaoyan thought for a long time, but this was the only name she could come up with. This pair of siblings seemed to be a pair of bad at naming. Well, this little guy will be called Xiao. Duo was dejected. He held the little chick in his hand and said, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?" Xiao's black eyes looked at Duo, a little at a loss. Chirp. Duo then commanded through his divine thoughts, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand?" Chirp chirp. The little chick tilted its little head and thought for a while, then nodded. "Xiao." Duo called. The little chick immediately turned its head and looked in the direction of the voice. "Xiao." Xiaoyan called, but Xiao ignored her and continued to eat. "It doesn't recognize me." Xiaoyan was very dissatisfied. However, Duo was happy. This means that Xiao is very intelligent and very loyal. It will only recognize one master in its life, and that is me. Xiaoyan snorted. However, looking at the smart little chick, Xiaoyan remembered some ancient records and said hesitantly, Duo Xiao's 3 legs seem a little unusual." "Why are they unusual?" According to the ancient legends, when the demon court was still in existence, the demon king's original form was a 3-legged golden crow. Xiaoyan looked serious and said, "Could it be the bloodline of the legendary 3-legged golden crow?" Duo was stunned when he heard this and then turned his head to look at Xiao. Xiao was eating meat with its butt sticking out. It had already eaten meat twice its size and it was still eating. "This foodie is a 3-legged golden crow." Duo sounded skeptical, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. "I got this in the demon race's secret realm. And in such a dangerous environment. 3 legs. Duo frowned and thought to himself. Those demon generals sacrificed their lives to protect their 7th prince. But when I went in, I didn't find anything. I only brought out a few eggs. Now it's hatched and it's really 3 legs. If the Demon King's original form is a three-legged golden crow, then does it mean the Demon King's direct descendant is also a three-legged golden crow? If that's the case, is this guy the seventh prince? Because he was seriously injured, so he used this method similar to a phoenix's nirvana to be reborn? The more Xiao Duo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, he only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He held Xiao in his hand and looked at it carefully. Xiao rubbed its small sharp beak on Xiaoduo's warm and soft hand, and then wobbled and rolled in Xiaoduo's palm. It could be seen that Xiao was very happy, and it was very satisfied with Xiaoduo's impression of it as its master. Xiaoduo frowned and simply lifted Xiao up, then turned it over and opened its three legs to look at it bit by bit. Xiao struggled and its black eyes rolled happily. It thought that its master was playing with it. So it automatically rolled over, revealing its soft belly. Its three legs were wide open and it was free to be looked at. As far as the eye could see, there were circles of dark golden lines on Xiao's belly, and on closer inspection, there were similar almost undetectable dark golden lines on its legs. Xiaoduo scratched his head. Although there was no evidence to prove it, Xiaoduo was already mentally prepared. This was probably really the Demon King's seventh prince. It had actually been brought out by her. It was just that she had done it in a relatively unconventional way. Now, the seventh prince obviously had no memory, and was just a simple and happy little chick. If those guys know that I rescued the seventh prince whom they risked their lives to protect in this way and kept him as a pet. Xiaoduo shuddered and his face was a little pale. But how should he deal with this? It had already recognized its master and it was a natal contract. If it recovered its memory in the future, Xiaoduo's face was bitter, and he poked Zhao's soft belly with his finger. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao cried happily. Its two eyes looked at Xiaoduo innocently, and its soft body rolled wantonly in Xiaoduo's palm, like an earthworm pupa. Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiaoduo sighed. Maybe it's not. Xiaoyan frowned. Then do you hope it is? Or do you hope it isn't? Xiaoduo was stumped by this question. Do I hope it is or do I hope it isn't? From the bottom of my heart, of course I hope it is. Xiaoduo said seriously, the more extraordinary its foundation is, the more room for growth it will have in the future. At that time it will be an excellent help to me. What's more, in the future, when the monster clan returns to the continent, maybe, will be useful. Xiaoduo's words were said after careful consideration. At that time, even if the situation developed to the point of no return, Xiao could be more or less a bargaining chip in his hands. Right? Xiaoduo did not tell Xiaoyan that Xiao might be the seventh prince of the monster clan. This was really a big matter and he did not want Xiaoyan to worry. As for when it recovers its memory in the future, Xiaoduo sighed. Such an arrogant existence would never allow itself to become someone's pet. Once it regained its memory, it would be a big trouble. But the contract between them was a natal contract and it could not be easily broken. If it was broken by force, he would suffer a great backlash, and it would be impossible for him to reach the great path. If it really came to that, there were only two ways to go. The first was to kill Xiao directly, and the second was to kill Xiaoduo and Xiao would be free. But Xiaoduo was not happy to see either of these options, and he was inevitably worried. Well, let's take it one step at a time. You are Xiao, my pet. This is an irrefutable fact. Even if you are the three-legged golden crow, even if you are the seventh prince of the monster clan, even if you really recover your memory, can't you still be my pet? As long as I stand high enough, everything else is not worth mentioning. Chapter 834. Xiaoduo harumphed, his heart filled with lofty sentiments. So what if he was the crown prince of the demon clan? Even if the demon king came. I'll admit defeat. But now, whether it was giving up on Xiao or killing Xiao, Xiaoduo would not consider either option. It's okay. Xiaoduo thought it through and waved his hand. From now on you are my Xiao. Nothing will change that. Xiao looked at Xiaoduo in confusion. He did not understand his mother's words. I am your Xiao. That sounded so weird that he let go and Xiao landed on the floor of the Tower of Annihilation. He pounced on the piece of meat and gobbled it up. After eating for a while, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the heart of the scorching sun. He looked at it curiously, then walked over and pecked it with his sharp beak. Instantly, a wave of heat was expelled and Xiao was shocked. He ran back while squeaking. He pointed at the heart of the fierce sun with one of his featherless wings and complained to Zhuoxiao Duo. I was bullied by that rock. Mommy, help me vent my anger. Zhuoxiao Duo was angry and amused at the same time. Even if you are the 7th crown prince of the demon clan, you have just been born and you want to provoke the heart of the scorching sun? Are you crazy? But this time he had to comfort him. After all, he called him mommy, so he was his son. He should have called him daddy. Zhuoxiao Duo took out a lot of meat from the space. There were nascent soul beasts, cloud transformation beasts, god reigning level beasts, and the meat of that big scorpion. Xiao Xiao took 2 bites of each. When she took a bite of the demon king's meat, her body suddenly turned fiery red. However, she seemed to be drunk. She swayed on the ground and fell to the ground. A moment later he crawled to his feet, but he didn't dare to eat the demon king's meat. However, he completely ignored the soul transformation and cloud transformation cultivator's meat and buried his head in the meat of a god-reigning stage demonic beast. This demonic beast weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. Even if Zhao's appetite was not bad, he could still eat for a period of time. Furthermore, through the choice of food, it was once again proven that Zhao's roots were truly extraordinary. How could it be a small matter to feed on a spirit-controlled demon beast as soon as he was born? Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian finally relaxed and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation together. In the tower, Xiao looked around blankly. Her mother had really left. Forget it. There was so much delicious food here. Let's eat first. Above the ley lines of the Void Extermination Tower, the Wuhuang sword shone brightly as it hovered in the air. It carefully extracted traces of energy and slowly poured it into Zhao's body. What should he do? Now the Wuhuang sword was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Now that he was in this state, the difficulty of recovering his memories was too high. After so many years, it was already a miracle that the 7th prince's spirituality had not been completely worn out. Although it was like starting over, it was still better than being completely destroyed. Anyway, I'm just a sword and I've changed owners. This is all I can do for you. The Wuhuang sword sighed. 7th prince, oh 7th prince, in the future, it all depends on your own luck. Looking at the 7th prince who was trying his best to eat meat, the Wuhuang sword's feelings were really complicated. There was even a kind of speculation that he didn't dare to believe that was gradually forming. If this new owner, in the future, really fulfills the task entrusted by the gourd vine, then, in fact, if you follow him, compared to returning to the Demon League to be the crown prince, your future may be brighter and more brilliant. Although this was just a thought, the Wuhuang sword was still thinking about it. But ever since he came to the Tower of Emptiness, especially after seeing the scene inside the Tower of Emptiness and the Dragon of Destiny, it was impossible that he didn't have other thoughts. After all, with Zhuoxiao's age, to be able to obtain such a fortune, his luck was so strong that it was shocking and unimaginable. Even though the Wuhuang sword had lived for a long time, this was the first time in his life that he had seen it. But even so, all of these were still wishful thinking that could not become reality. Even though this kid's luck was so strong that it was unprecedented, no one dared to say what the future would be like now. After all, in today's world, no one knew better than the Wuhuang sword what Zhuoxiao Duo would face in the future. It was an existence that made people despair just thinking about it. My life is still bitter. Even if there is a little sweetness in the bitterness, 99% of it is still bitter, the Wuhuang sword thought. Yes, in the eyes of the Wuhuang sword, everything that Zhuoxiao Duo had now was just a little sweetness. Although it was better than nothing, it was still not worth mentioning in the future. Nian Nian Cat, how do you feel after drinking the 9 Heaven spiritual spring this time? The Zhuoxiao Duo asked. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. It will be of great benefit to my future. Zhuoxiaonian pondered and said, and it wasn't until now that I've truly comprehended the spirit reigning art. In other words, the spirit reigning art is completely different from what I originally thought. What do you mean? Reigning spirit, what is spirit? It is neither divine sense nor divine thought, but the spirit. The Zhuoxiaonian said, the reigning spirit is. When a cultivator finally touches the level of the spirit, he can really control his spirit to interfere with the enemy and launch a different form of attack. In other words, it is a battle on another level. But the reigning spirit is just a simple realization of this point. It is still a simple activation. As for the deeper level, it is still far from being involved. The Zhuoxiaonian frowned and said, in fact, the level of the reigning spirit is a bit exaggerated. At least from my understanding, it is more appropriate to call it the spirit-knowing spirit. The Zhuoxiao Duo pondered and imagined and said, I see. Nian Mao, you have a lot of adventures in this trial. You still have a lot of foundation. Why don't you seize the time to complete the compression and then try to break through the reigning spirit? The Zuoxiao duo said, since you have applied for a month's leave, you can stay in the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. You can go back when you break through the reigning spirit state. During this trial, I accidentally obtained a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls. I don't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources. Okay. The Zuoxiaonian nodded. As the war broke out, the position of the Nine Heavens Pavilion would become more and more important. For example, the people like the Zuoxiaonian would become the kind of people who could patrol the whole continent when they broke through the returning mystic state. The continent's upper echelons were relatively weak. It was an excellent time for management, but at the same time, it was also a good time for the enemy to infiltrate and destroy. I wonder when our batch of students will be allowed to go to the battlefield. The Zuoxiao duo was somewhat fascinated. All the martial artists in the continent have been called up, but the high martial arts colleges have not received the call yet. The Zuoxiaonian said calmly, I think the strength of the talents that the high martial arts colleges are training now is insignificant compared to the strength of the battlefield. However, countless middle and low-level officers are taken up by the students of high martial arts colleges who have grown up. Be it in terms of battle command, overall vision, worldview, etc., the students who have studied in high martial arts colleges are always stronger than the military personnel who were born and raised in society. This is the key reason why the continent values high martial arts students. Now the upper echelons don't use high martial arts colleges, but once they do, it will be like a thunderbolt. The Zuoxiaonian said, you also have to be prepared to turn your foundation into strength as soon as possible. For a long time to come, you will have to replace ordinary cultivation with actual combat. I understand. The mention of the front line made the Zuoxiao duo even more worried. The news of the group of people who had gone to change the defense had come back last night. After Xiang Quangren and the others sent these students, they stayed there for a few days and then came back with a few teachers. However, before they could return to Hidden Dragon High School, they received bad news. Of the 2,970 people who had gone to the battlefield, 1,700 died on the spot when the battle broke out that night. After going through a few more battles, there were less than 1,000 students who were still alive to be on guard duty. The tragic situation of the war was indescribable. Now, the whole Fenghai city was almost filled with cries. The local government organized personnel to go to the front line to bring the martyrs' relics home. Under normal circumstances, these things were done by the military. However, now that the military had sent all its personnel, there was no more manpower available. Xiang Quangren, who was still on the roundabout road, received a notice. Wait there. After gathering the personnel, immediately turned back to bring the martyrs home. It was said that Xiang Quangren was stunned on the spot. 2,970 people. It had only been a few days and they had to go back to bring back 2,000 martyrs? Just a few days ago I brought them here. Along this road there was laughter all the way and they were in high spirits. Each and every one of their youthful faces was filled with longing, hope, and smiles. Now those young faces had lost 2,000 in just a few days? That when Zuoxiaonian was practicing, Zuoxiao duo finally noticed Xiao duo's existence. This is the ice spirit? Zuoxiao duo looked at the ice spirit curiously. Ahem, yes. It's a good thing that it recognized a master. Why didn't you tell me? It looks exactly like you. TSK. Zuoxiao duo looked at it with a face full of surprise. I forgot to tell you. Zuoxiaonian was a little guilty. Did you give it a name? Ahem, I did. What name? Zuoxiaonian rolled her eyes a few times and finally said, Xiao duo. Xiao duo. Zuoxiao duo jumped 3 feet high. This name is not good. Absolutely not. Xiao duo was not satisfied. She pouted and looked at Zuoxiao duo, wanting to blow a cold wind at him. How dare you say that my name is not good? It's a name that has already recognized a master. Zuoxiaonian said weakly, I think it's quite smooth. I wanted to name it Xiao Doggy but she didn't want to. Zuoxiao duo was speechless. You even want to name your ice spirit after me? Xiao duo. You might as well name it Xiao Doggy. Chapter 835. Seriously. Zuoxiao duo tugged at his hair and said, Nian Nian cat, can you change her name? No. Zuoxiaonian was adamant. Why don't you change her appearance? Zuoxiao duo finally seized the opportunity and said angrily, can she not look like you? Can't she look like me? I think she looks good. Zuoxiaonian was genuinely confused. This kind of innate spiritual creature can grow up. Zhuo snorted and said, "She looks exactly like you. Are you trying to find me a concubine? Anyway, I will never agree to her marrying someone else in the future." Zhuo spat out a mouthful of saliva. How could that be? Is he jealous? How could the ice spirit get married? She is the essence of nature. If she was not a living person, who would she marry? Zhuo was surprised. I don't care if it's possible or not. Anyway, I have to make this clear to you. If she grows up, she can only be my concubine. There's no other possibility. Zhuo was very determined on this point. She can't be given to anyone else except me. I won't agree to it. A sly look flashed in his eyes. It was impossible for the ice spirit to grow up. Zhuo knew this very well. He and Li Chenglong had looked up a lot of information on this point. They had also read countless ancient legends. However, Zhuo was not as bored as the two of them. When two single men were together, all kinds of strange thoughts would pop up. When Zhuo and Li Chenglong were investigating, only God knew what kind of thoughts they had. Anyway, Li Chenglong's expression was very undulating and his eyes were very persistent. Zhuo's expression was also very lascivious. There was also some longing in his eyes but in the end, the two of them extinguished all of their fantasies. The ice spirit can't grow up. Zhuo was also surprised by Zhuo's strange question. It's just an innate spiritual creature. How can it? There are many innate spiritual creatures that become spirits in ancient legends. Zhuo was very insistent. In many novels, there are innate spiritual creatures that get married and even have offspring. It's not uncommon. Why don't you change her appearance? Otherwise, she'll definitely be your concubine. Zhuo felt that her brain had been turned upside down. She could not think straight. She said, Zhaozi's nature is just a piece of ice. She can't get married. She's SSSS? She's right, the spirit. Right, the spirit. Yes, 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 the spirit. Why? I'll feel like I've been cuckolded. Zhuo was helpless. She went to discuss with Xiao. Xiao firmly refused to change her appearance. Zhuo fixed her appearance at her age. It was the most perfect appearance in the world. She would never change it. How could she settle for the next best thing? Impossible. I can't change my appearance. Besides, I don't even have a gender. How can I get married? The ice spirit was speechless at someone's jealousy. Why does this human seem to be crazy? I'm just a piece of ice. You're a pervert to be jealous of me. Of course, with the purity of the ice spirit, she would never know what Zhuo was really thinking. What if you become bigger? Zhuo refused to budge. There's no what if. Even if you say so, I'm still a little worried. Zhuo appeared to be a little brooding. Xiao was fuming. Her finger-sized body grew bigger because of Zhuo's anger. Zhuo asked Xiao to take back the spiritual sword and rest. She said, I'll work slowly in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Really? You're jealous for no reason at all. Zhuo said seriously, this is a matter of principle for me. I can't ignore it. Zhuo was even more speechless. However, Zhuo knew what Zhuo was thinking. She couldn't help but think about it too. It was better to be safe than sorry. Zhuo thought, Xiao doesn't mind having the ice spirit as his concubine. What he cares about is whether the ice spirit will grow up and get married. Although this possibility is very small, so small that it might even be groundless and wishful thinking, little Duo still has to be on guard. Zhuo was also worried. However, this had a different meaning for Zhuo. After considering this problem from a personal standpoint, Zhuo found that she could neither accept Xiao growing up and getting married, nor accept Xiao becoming Zhuo's concubine. As this matter was put aside for the time being, Zhuo brought it up with a sad face. Zhuo made Xiao look like herself. This matter caused a lot of pain to her. She was heartbroken. Therefore Zhuo had to make it up to her. And she had to make it up to her seriously. Oh. Zhuo thought about it. Following Zhuo's train of thought, she actually felt that she was in the wrong. She wanted to accept this plan. Sleep with me at night. Zhuo put forward his request in a righteous manner. And you have to dance for me. I need to wear cat ears and a cat tail to soothe my broken heart. Zhuo finally revealed his true motive. His wild ambition was as clear as day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuo refused vehemently. We slept together a lot when we were young. It's not like we haven't slept together before. That was when we were young. Do you think you're still a child? I don't care. You have to accept it. This is your punishment, and then it's my compensation. If you don't do it, it means that you haven't realized your mistake. Therefore, the two of them began to bargain fiercely and finally reached an agreement. Zhou Xiaoyan would dance for Zhou Xiaoduo, and this matter was over. Sleeping together or whatever was removed. Furthermore, the two of them had a new round of argument about whether or not to bring the cat's ears and tail during the dance. In the end, Zhou Xiaoyan won with difficulty. You can do without the cat's ears and tail. Zhou Xiaoyan thought that she was in a desperate situation. Unexpectedly, she was able to turn the situation around and win 2 rounds in a row. Didn't that mean that she had the upper hand? She was relieved that she finally convinced him. You're lucky. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be very magnanimous. Finally, the problem was solved. Zhou Xiaoyan was also relieved and relaxed. However, after a while, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was too easy to solve this problem with a dance. Suddenly, her head was in a knot, and a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. How did it inexplicably involve a dance? Why did I agree to a dance? Zhou Xiaoyan was a little confused. How did they talk about this? It was obvious that she was defeated. Why did she feel that she had the upper hand? In the end, even the condition of dancing without sleeping with him was proposed by her. Then Zhou Xiaoduo disagreed in every possible way. She even begged him to agree. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Something was wrong. Zhou Xiaoduo had already returned to his room and started to search for videos. Zhou Xiaoyan bit her plump lips and stood in the living room. She felt that there was something wrong with this matter. I must have been tricked. But when did I get tricked? How did it become that I had to compensate him? This matter was so complicated. How did it develop? Zhou Xiaoyan was completely confused. If Zhou Xiaoyan's mother, Wu Yuding, was beside her, she would definitely be distressed and hateful. My dear girl, you have no hope in this life. Little doggy has a profound plan. Do you think he doesn't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up and marry? He's just using this as a pretext to make a fuss and stir up trouble. You were tricked from the beginning. You felt that what he said made sense. You felt that you owed him. How could it be good? You should think about it the other way around. That guy said he was going to marry a concubine. What did that do to you? Why didn't you get jealous? Why didn't you use this as a pretext to make a fuss? You missed such a good opportunity. You're hopeless. You'll be eaten by that guy for the rest of your life. I can't watch this anymore. In the room. Zhou Xiaoduo was rolling on the bed happily. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Finally, this day has come. Haha, Nian Kitty, do you think you can escape from me? Do you think I don't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? But today you have to dance this dance no matter what. Zhou Xiaoduo put her phone on silent mode. She concentrated on searching for all kinds of dances. Which one should she let Nian Kitty dance? This matter had to be done step by step. It had to be done safely. She couldn't do something too flirtatious. If she was scared, not only would she not dance but she would also beat her up. It would be fine if that was all. More likely, this benefit would be gone forever. Therefore, she had to choose something more conservative. She had to throw a tantrum and feel that it wasn't that shameful. Although she was embarrassed, she could still accept it. That would work. That way she could show how considerate she was. Then she could say arrogantly, actually, I don't want you to dance. Look, I chose something easy, didn't I? Actually, I was just joking with you. Then, everything had to be done step by step. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. It had to be said that Zhou Xiaoduo had used 1,000% of her intelligence to deal with Zhou Xiaoyan. She could be said to be very intelligent. She took into account Zhou Xiaoyan's personality and her family's position in the family. She planned everything carefully and steadily, nibbling away at every inch. If he put this skill into military research, it would only take a few minutes for him to replace Li Chenglong as the military advisor of the generation. I remember a friend said that if I put all my effort into pursuing my girlfriend into studying, I would have gone to Tsinghua University a long time ago. Ahem, the same logic. Chapter 836. The doorbell rang. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly put away his phone and sat on the bed, deep in thought. Zhou Xiaoyan was depressed and resentful. She walked in with a sullen face and pouted. Damn it, do you have to dance? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, I don't have to ask you to dance, but you really made me sad today. I feel like I've been taken advantage of. My name has become your pet. It's okay if you don't want to dance. You can sleep with me and do nothing. Zhou Xiaoduo kept a straight face. Anyway, I can't do anything if you don't admit it. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and began to feel uneasy. It seemed that Xiaoduo was really angry this time. It couldn't be, right? Then I won't dance. I'll go out? Zhou Xiaoyan asked tentatively. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and turned around, his butt facing Zhou Xiaoyan. He ignored her and said sullenly, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyan was in a dilemma again. She pouted and rubbed her toes on the floor. It seemed that he was really angry. Zhou Xiaoduo took his phone and played with it with his back facing Zhou Xiaoyan. The atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Zhou Xiaoyan stole a few glances at Zhou Xiaoduo. Seeing that he had turned around and was ignoring her, she had to say sadly, Okay, I'll dance for you." Zhou Xiaoduo turned around like a whirlwind. Really? At this time he had to give her a way out. If he didn't give her a way out, everything would be over. If he had the mindset of a straight man and said, "I don't want you to dance. Do you want to dance or not?" then he would be done for. He had to suddenly appear pleasantly surprised as if he was saying, "I really like your dance and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Just now I was angry because of this, but now it's all good." It would give the woman a sense of accomplishment. Just a dance and I'll be coaxed. It's a matter of one sentence. As a result, there were endless possibilities and countless benefits to be gained. Sure enough, Zhou Xiaoyan felt relieved. She had finally coaxed him. She pouted and said, "Actually, you just wanted to see me dance. That's because you dance well." Is it really beautiful? What dance? Let me say this first, I'm not going to dance that kind of too. I've already made my choice. Zhou Xiaoduo took out his phone and flipped through it at lightning speed. He said, "Look at this. Standing on the grassland and looking at Beijing. This dance is very ethnic. Look. As he spoke, he opened the video. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and looked over. She saw that there weren't many seductive movements. The whole time they were talking happily. How is it? It's really not difficult. Zhou Xiaoyan watched it once and felt that she could already dance. Then should I play the music? Do you want to practice it a few times first? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Okay. No. We agreed to just dance once. Zhou Xiaoyan almost fell for it. I'm not worried that you're not familiar with it. If I'm not familiar with it, I won't show it to others. Anyway, it's just one dance. It's up to me how I dance. It's fine as long as I feel the same way. Zhou Xiaoyan watched the video 3 times and then simulated the movements in her mind. She opened her eyes and said, "It's done." Good. Zhou Xiaoduo almost laughed lewdly. Zhou Xiaoduo cleaned up a space in the bedroom. Then he quickly turned on the stereo and turned on the computer to find the music. 1, 2, 3. Go. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and started to dance. He had to admit that Zhou Xiaoyan had a graceful body. Her body proportions were so perfect that no one could find fault with it. When she danced, it was indeed beautiful. Although she was still a little shy, in Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes, it was already impeccable. He was immediately intoxicated. Especially when her cloud-like long hair suddenly floated up. It was simply too beautiful for the eyes to take in. When the song ended, Zhou Xiaoduo's soul was still floating. Zhou Xiaoyan went over to turn off the music. Her face was red. She said shyly and angrily, "Are you satisfied?" Zhou Xiaoduo was touched. He said, "Nian Mao, you're so nice. You knew that I was pretending to be angry, but you still came to coax me. The next time I see Mom and Dad, I'll kowtow to them and thank them for finding me such a good wife." He was extremely proud. Finally, he took another step forward. "Nian Mao, one day I'll be able to coax you into doing 360 positions." Zhou Xiaoyan was still a little upset. No matter what, she felt that she was forced to do it. Now that she heard this, all her emotions disappeared. She snorted and said, "It's good that you know. If I didn't want to dance, I wouldn't dance for you even if you cried to death. That's why you're still the best. You're the best to me. Remember to continue to be good to me and only me." Zhou Xiaoduo was touched. He held Zhou Xiaoyan's hand gently and held her waist. He was satisfied and said from the bottom of his heart, "My wife is still the best. My dearest wife is the best." Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly filled with tenderness. She asked softly, "Did I dance well?" Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo praised without stopping. "It was so beautiful. I was mesmerized just now." Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I'm going to delete all the videos of these dances. After watching your dance and then watching their dance, it's so disgusting. I can't bear to watch. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and praised from the bottom of his heart, "You danced so well. So good. So good." After being praised continuously, Zhou Xiaoyan's embarrassment gradually disappeared. She smiled like a flower. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy, Zhou Xiaoyan was also happy. She whispered, "In the future, I'll dance for you when I have time." She regretted it as soon as she said it. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded quickly. Then he was overjoyed and asked in shock, "Really?" Zhou Xiaoyan's regret suddenly disappeared. She rolled her eyes and said, "Silly, of course it's true. Yin Yin cat, you're so nice. You're so nice." Zhou Xiaoduo hugged Zhou Xiaoyan and rested his head on her shoulder. He said with great emotion. This time, unexpectedly, she didn't act unruly. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that Zhou Xiaoyan was in a state of tenderness and happiness. If he was rude at this time, he was afraid that he would interrupt her self-hypnosis. Therefore he just hugged her obediently. Zhou Xiaoyan was indeed in a state of tenderness and happiness. Leaning in Zhou Xiaoduo's arms, she felt that her life was complete and full of tenderness and sweetness. After a while she couldn't help but turn her face and kiss Zhou Xiaoduo on the lips. She said, Duo actually. I'm willing to dance for you." Zhou Xiaoduo didn't take the initiative. He just pouted and begged, "Kiss me again." Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. After hesitating for a while, she finally came up to him again. However, Zhou Xiaoduo gently hugged the back of her head and kissed her. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiaoyan was panting. Her starry eyes were intoxicated. She said, "Let's start practicing. It's important to improve our cultivation." Okay. Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo succeeded in his request for a dance, he had shown a gentlemanly and considerate demeanor, which made Zhou Xiaoyan's heart feel very warm. She even took the initiative to kiss Zhou Xiaoduo once after entering the Tower of Emptiness. Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It worked. I'm really a genius at picking up girls. Yin Yin cat is so easy. Aha. One night in the outside world was equivalent to 30 days in the Tower of Emptiness. Therefore Zhou Xiaoyan suppressed her cultivation twice in one night. This time she used the best quality jade of astral souls. Zhou Xiaoduo was worried that there were too many impurities in the top quality jade of astral souls. Moreover, it was the first time for the god reigning grade to cultivate the divine spirit. Therefore he used the best quality jade of astral souls to assist her cultivation. This was to ensure that Zhou Xiaoyan's foundation wouldn't be unstable after she broke through. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't want to be so extravagant. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls was priceless. Its relatively rare nature was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, when she saw Zhou Xiaoduo piling up a small mountain of best quality jade of astral souls, she finally changed her mind. Then I'll use the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Don't you feel pressured now? Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes as well. Why would I feel pressured when I use my husband's things? Isn't what's yours also mine? Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He felt his body go limp. Well said. What's mine is yours. What's your husband's is definitely yours. Call me husband, again. Zhou Xiaoyan felt that something was wrong the moment she opened her mouth. She was already blushing. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he didn't force her. Thus Zhou Xiaoyan began to cultivate. Zhou Xiaoduo could usually enter a meditative state within a minute. However, after being called husband, he was still smiling like a fool for half an hour. After a long while, someone finally woke up and hurried to cultivate. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. Everything is for the wedding night. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the sake of being a real man. All the best. Here you go. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo directly brought the heart of the fierce sun over. He had the heart of the fierce sun in one hand and the supreme grade astral soul's jade in the other. He even sat on a huge piece of supreme grade astral soul's jade and held the dragon blood flying dagger close to his chest. As he circulated his energy, countless streams of pure spiritual qi rushed towards his dantian. In just one night, the number of times he suppressed it had increased from 19 to 23 times. The effect was remarkable. Zhou Xiaoduo even felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement in this round. However, the process of suppression was becoming more and more painful. Zhou Changlu's words rang in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart again and again. Cultivation is never a happy thing. Cultivation is, in fact, climbing from a mountain of blades to an even higher mountain of blades. Only when you reach the peak of each mountain will you have a moment of comfort. But then, you have to climb even higher mountains of blades, suffer even more pain and suffer even more torment. This is cultivation. This is the path of cultivation. It's difficult and rugged. Chapter 837. Why is it that there are always people who have a peaceful temperament but whose temperament changes drastically after cultivating for a long time? It's because this kind of pain is not only a burden on the body but also on the mind. Why do we need to fight, learn from each other, train and travel? On the one hand, it's necessary on the path of martial arts. On the other hand, it's to relieve pressure and release the mind. Therefore, when a martial artist's cultivation reaches a certain level, the so-called torture is nothing to them. Of course, there are also those who have cultivated for a long time and have a long lifespan. They are especially afraid of death and torture. This is because when they reach a certain age and feel that they have no hope of reaching the top, their lifespan is limited. That's why they indulge in pleasure and indulge in sensual pleasures. They pay special attention to their physical body and are naturally afraid of injury and pain. However, for those who are on the road, torture is a piece of cake. Because of their own cultivation, they are undergoing this baptism and tempering almost every day. Zhuxiaoduo recalled his father's words as he cultivated quietly. Slowly he felt that every word his father said seemed to have too much truth. And this was something that he couldn't obtain by immersing himself in cultivation. This night, Zhuxiaoduo's side was peaceful. However, for the border, it was unusually tragic, even more so than before. Every second, countless people died. Battles broke out in all directions, and the dark clouds of war filled the entire continent. Emperor Zhai Xing had been trying to contact the Flood Witch from the beginning, but he couldn't reach her at all. Not only the Flood Witch but the 12 shamans couldn't be contacted either. He could only see the Umno Alliance attacking wildly as if they had gone crazy. He was burning with anxiety. This was completely different from what they had agreed on. Was the Umno Alliance crazy? Seeing that the attacks were coming one after another, and each wave was stronger than the last, Emperor Zhai Xing decided to travel through the void. He tore through space again and directly arrived at the Umno Alliance's main hall. Unfortunately, the response he received was, "The great shaman has gone into seclusion. There's an urgent matter." Even if there's an urgent matter, it won't do. When Monarch Zhai Xing saw that there was no point in arguing, he directly attacked the Umno Alliance's main hall. After letting out a long howl, he began to smash everything in a frenzy. After a long while, the Great Witch of Fire came out with an unkind face. "Are you crazy? You're the crazy one. What about Flood? My boss is in seclusion. Didn't the subordinates tell you?" The star-plucking monarch felt that he had nothing to say to this fellow. "How can you attack like this? This was a tactic of mutual destruction. Was this a training exercise? What's there to practice?" The Great Fire Witch frowned. "What's wrong?" "The Umno Alliance's current attack pattern is basically killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of our own men. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. This is different from what we agreed on." The star-plucking monarch was sweating profusely. If this goes on, the only outcome is that the elites of both sides will be wiped out. The so-called training of soldiers and the so-called geniuses will no longer exist. The geniuses will only die faster. The Great Fire Witch was startled. "It can't be, right?" The star-plucking monarch was speechless. "It can't be, right? How can you ask this question? Who gave the war order?" The Great Fire Witch's forehead was full of sweat. "I gave it." "Then how did you give it?" The Great Fire Witch pulled the star-plucking monarch into his room and rummaged through a wastepaper basket. He found the war order and said, "There's nothing wrong with the order." The star-plucking monarch was so angry that his nose was crooked. He roared, "You call this nothing wrong? Do you have any culture?" The Great Fire Witch's face darkened. "No culture. What's wrong?" The star-plucking monarch panted heavily and didn't want to talk. "Order the 4 armies of the Umno Alliance to attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance." The Great Fire Witch frowned and said, "What's wrong with this order?" "Show the power of the Wu people." "Yes, show off and show off. Show off your prodigies and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance." His words were full of majesty and murderous intent. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It was the temperament of a Great Fire Witch. The star-plucking monarch closed his eyes and panted heavily. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You can ask the heavenly kings under your command. Ask them what they think. Right now, I just want to kill you, idiot. The great fire witch's face darkened. He directly ordered several heavenly kings who were commanding the war to enter the hall. After a full hour, 2 heavenly kings flew in through the air. These 2 were also on the way to the front line when they were suddenly called back. At this moment they were confused. Tell me this order. What do you think? The great fire witch said majestically. The first one was the heavenly king of strength, Ho Yunhai. He looked at the other heavenly king and felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and said, 4 armies attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. This is very clear. It's the final battle of the world. Final battle? Final battle? The great fire witch was confused. Who told you? This is a final battle? What world? Isn't it? Ho Yunhai was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he said, this. An immediate all-out attack. This clearly means a decisive battle. An immediate all-out attack. What this means is, to take down Xinghan at all costs. Isn't this an apocalyptic battle? Show the power of the Wu people. How do you show the power of the Wu people? Destroy the astral souls is the most direct way. Build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. We have to destroy the astral souls first, then destroy the Tao League. Only when our Umno Alliance rules the world can we build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Ho Yunhai stuttered, could it be that our understanding is wrong? As he spoke, sweat dripped from his forehead. The great fire witch almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His red hair stood up straight. You all understand it like this? Yes. The 2 heavenly kings answered sullenly. Are you stupid? The great fire witch shouted, how can you understand such an obvious order? The great fire witch's power came. The 2 heavenly kings were scared. They could hear how angry the great fire witch was at this moment. Emperor Zhai Xing wanted to say something several times, but he knew that it was not good to expose the great fire witch's shortcomings in front of his subordinates. After thinking about it again and again, he could only remind him tactfully, you can't blame them. There's something wrong with your order. The great fire witch was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. How can there be a problem with my order? There's no problem at all. They just misunderstood. Ho Yunhai and the other heavenly king drooped their heads, looking depressed. After all this time, they made a mistake? The great fire witch walked back and forth. This is the first time I've given an order. The others are in seclusion. Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, start again. Why are you walking around? Every time this bastard walks around, who knows how many more people will die at the border? How? The great fire witch was at a loss. Ho Yunhai and the other heavenly king stood with their heads lowered. They were thinking in their hearts. It seemed that the higher-ups of both sides had made a decision, or had they reached some other decision. But now, it seemed that the great fire witch had messed with them? So, Monarch Star-plucking Star had directly charged over? Did he come to settle the score? This was probably the situation now, right? The 2 heavenly kings were confused and didn't know what to do. The great fire witch thought for a long time and finally said to Emperor Zhai Xing, why don't you give the order? When this sentence came out, not only was Emperor Zhai Xing shocked, even the 2 heavenly kings felt as if their heads had been struck by lightning. Let him give the order? We all listened to his orders? This. Emperor Zhai Xing thought for a while and felt that this was really a way. Most of the higher-ups in the Wizard Alliance were brainless. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that their bodies were so strong and their combat power was so much stronger than the combat power of the Star Soul continent, their strategies and tactics would have been wiped out by the people of the Star Soul continent long ago. Have you thought it through? Emperor Zhai Xing said in a deep voice, Great Fire, this order of yours is harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It has greatly damaged your heavenly Tao's providence. If it's up to me to redeem it, your mistake can't be made up for. The great fire witch sighed, feeling unusually disappointed. You can go. Right now. My heart is in a mess. All right. Emperor Zhai Xing picked up the brush and waved it. From today onwards we will start an all-out war. We must fight steadily and gradually erode the combat strength of the astral souls. During the war we will try our best to find the potential talents of the Umno Alliance and focus on nurturing them. We will use the astral souls as a whetstone to improve the mid-level combat strength of the Umno Alliance so that they can advance to the high-level combat strength. We will build the foundation of the UMNO alliance. Once the high-level combat strength army is formed, it will be the time for the UMNO alliance to unify the 3 continents and show off the might of the Wu people. How about this? Emperor Jianghu said. What's the difference between what you wrote and what I wrote? Isn't it the same as what I wrote? At most, I wrote it too straightforwardly, so you added some embellishments. The Great Fire Witch was a little dissatisfied. He held the order and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was actually the same meaning. Hee. Monarch Star Plucking Star didn't know what else to say. Was there no difference? Was there really no difference? But your order almost destroyed 2 continents. But this embellishment of mine can make you bunch of hotheads understand it, see it clearly, see it clearly. Also, you have to give some measures, incentives, and rewards. For example, which army has the most talents and geniuses in the war, and if it's true, what rewards will be given, etc. You have to specify these as well, right? You also have to specify the minimum number of talents that can be nurtured. Only when the number of talents that emerge can they be considered qualified, etc. These have to be followed and recorded. Emperor Jianghu was speechless. The only thing he felt now was that he was fucking helping the enemy. He was teaching them how to attack them step by step, and he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to learn it, that there was no need to mention how disgusting this feeling was. The Great Fire Witch scratched his head and thought for a long time. Finally he said, "Your writing is good. Write all these down together." Fuck, did I come here to be your secretary? Emperor Jianghu was furious. Chapter 838. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Anyway, I won't let my subordinates do it. Wouldn't that make me seem? The Great Fire Witch also said with conviction. Anyway, I've already lost my face once too many times. If you don't want to do it, let's continue. Let's see who will feel the heartache. Suddenly, he remembered that there were still 2 heavenly kings beside him. He actually didn't let these 2 idiots escape in advance. That the Great Fire Witch immediately looked depressed and threatened. If you 2 brats leak out this matter. The 2 heavenly kings hurriedly nodded. We don't dare, we don't dare. They really didn't dare. The Great Fire could really swallow them alive. The Emperor Jianghu wrote quickly with a gloomy face, writing the regulations with a gloomy face. The Great Fire Witch sat on one side, stretching his long legs with a gloomy face. The 2 heavenly kings drooped their heads, looking depressed. After a long time, the Emperor Jianghu finally finished writing all the regulations with a gloomy face. Yes, take it. He really couldn't not write this, and he couldn't not give the order. If the UMNO alliance was allowed to mess around by themselves, look at those idiots, who knows what kind of trouble they would come up with. If they were to be like the Great Fire Witch again, and create an even more exaggerated situation, it would be terrible. One order was to bury hundreds of thousands of lives. The Emperor Jianghu only felt that his heart was bleeding at the thought of this matter. Looking at the innocent Great Fire Witch, he wanted to punch him in the face. Even if he pulled out his tendons and skinned him, it wouldn't be enough to vent his hatred. Bastard. With your intelligence, you can't even be the deputy class leader if you work for me in the kitchen. The Great Fire Witch took a look at it, and his face was full of satisfaction. It's really written well. Brother, it's not easy to come here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink? Drink your fucking head, I can't wait to spit on your face. Yu Xingqian straightened his clothes and stood up. Then he left without looking back. I ran hundreds of thousands of miles to write the documents for you for half a day. You fucking Great Fire Witch's face is a little too big. In the palace. The Great Fire Witch's calmness just now disappeared in an instant. He stomped his feet and roared, "Hurry up and issue the new order. What are all of you thinking about? Even the people of the astral souls could understand the command, but in your hands, you want to force a decisive battle? Destroy the world? Destroy what world? Did he grow a brain to eat shit? Believe it or not, I'll spit all over your faces." The 2 heavenly kings were speechless. Can you blame us for misinterpreting? How do you have the face to say such words? Also, you spat dog shit all over our faces, why don't you spit it out? Just now, the star-plucking monarch was probably very angry and spoke incoherently, but you followed his example and made a fool of yourself. Isn't that too much? However, the 2 of them did not dare to refute. They hurriedly took the order and rushed out. Then they quickly printed 2 copies. The Heavenly King of Strength took 1 copy and sent it out. Then, the other Heavenly King of Strength guarded the printer and fax machine and sent the copies out one by one. After all, apart from the astral souls losing a lot of manpower, the UMNO alliance also lost a lot of manpower. It was imperative to stop the losses as soon as possible. Notify the various armies. Once they receive this, they must reply immediately. They could not be the scapegoat anymore. It was important to save the lives of the Wu people as soon as possible. Yes. Then the soldiers who were fighting fiercely at the front lines were all confused. They watched as the UMNO Alliance army, which was charging forward with all their might, suddenly retreated like a tide. They retreated for 3,000 kilometers. They even retreated from the Heavenly King Pass. Every one of them was confused. At the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The UMNO Alliance's attack pattern was extremely cruel. For one day and one night they did not stop at all. Each wave was stronger than the last. It was as if they were saying, even if they fought to the last soldier, as long as the UMNO Alliance stood at the Sun Moon Pass, they would win. In order to deal with this wave of attack, General Dongfang used all of his reserves and trump cards. The Dark Blood Team, the Rising Sun Army, the Desperation Team, the Enforcers. They were all sent out. He usually did not send out his Sky Realm generals. Even if he did, it would only be one or two of them. This time he directly sent out all of his men. And they were still almost unable to hold on. That was too dangerous. We were completely caught off guard. The enemy's attack was completely different from what the higher-ups had planned. What exactly went wrong? Which part of the plan went wrong? This is a huge mistake. General Dongfang couldn't help but curse when he saw the Wizard Alliance's army retreating like a tide without looking back. The UMNO Alliance must have made a mistake. Motherfucker. Are none of the 12 shamans smart? It had to be said that General Dongfang was not only one of the best at observing aura, but his ability to make predictions was also extremely strong. With just one abnormality he was able to guess the whole story. But looking at the devastated battlefield, General Dongfang's heart ached. It's fine if you made a mistake, but who will be responsible for the huge losses in this battle? So many hot-blooded men were buried forever on the battlefield because of a mistake. What a complete bastard. Everyone on the Astral Soul's side, including the left and right Heavenly Kings, did not understand what was going on. They did not know the root cause. Only the star-plucking monarch had more dealings with the 12 shamans, and the Flood, which was not the kind of person who would go back on her words. That was why she killed her way to the UMNO Alliance's main hall and solved the problem directly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say how far this battle would go, and whether or not they would make the best of their mistakes and carry on with their mistakes to the very end. If it was based on the battle that lasted for one day and one night, it was possible that the two continents would be completely destroyed. In fact, on the same day. When the Flood Witch returned to the Flood Palace, she immediately ordered the 12 shamans to attend a meeting. Preaching in the Flood Palace. Yes, the Flood Witch was going to preach. The Epiphany this time made the Great Magus of 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 the Great Magus. Therefore, she had to correct this mistake now. Then, as expected, the 12 shamans all came. The 12 shamans gathered in the hall. They were the Flood Great Sorcerer, the Raging Fire Great Sorcerer, the Dan Kong Great Sorcerer, the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer, the Ice Deep Sorcerer, the Wind Emperor Great Sorcerer, the Bamboo Light Great Sorcerer, the Boundless Great Sorcerer, the Thunderstorm Great Sorcerer, the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer, the West Sea Great Sorcerer, and the Poisonous Great Sorcerer. The Flood Witch said, "Today I've learned something and am going to cultivate in seclusion. After this cultivation I'll probably make further progress. I'd like to take this opportunity to explain the cultivation of the Wu people to our brothers." The other 11 shamans were all exultant and happy. "Thank you, big brother." The Great Flood Shaman had always been like this. Whenever he had something good, whatever enlightenment he had, he would share it with everyone and talk about it. Every time he talked about the Tao, everyone's strength would soar by a large margin. Now, Big Brother finally had another epiphany. It had been a long time since the last time she preached. For this long-awaited preaching, the 11 shamans all sat up straight and focused on it, afraid that they would miss a word. The Flood Witch's preaching this time was brilliant and went straight to the point. After a round of discussion, each of the great wizards felt their souls tremble, their realms tremble, and the direction of the great Tao that was originally a little blurry actually became clear. They were all so excited that their bodies trembled. How many years had it been? It had been too long since they could take another step forward. Everyone knew that their cultivations had already reached the peak of this world, and it was difficult for them to advance a step further. Now, after obtaining the flood shaman's narration of his own comprehensions, they could use it to verify their own Tao path. This bit of comprehension that was born bit by bit was truly too important. Although the flood witch's preaching didn't show any signs of flowers falling from the sky or golden lotuses blooming from the ground, there were still bits of starlight falling from the sky and merging into the shaman's bodies. After this round of preaching, except for the great fire shaman, the other 10 shamans all ran back to cultivate in seclusion as if their butts were on fire. They were all afraid that if they were late, the epiphany they got from listening to the preaching would disappear. This kind of epiphany was usually a flash of inspiration. If you grasped it, you grasped it. If you didn't, you might not have a second chance in your life. Whoever didn't cherish it was a fool. As for the war, Big Brother, you can make the decision. The 10 shamans ran away without a trace in an instant. They all tore the space and rushed back to their palaces. They didn't have time to arrange anything and immediately cultivated in seclusion. Therefore, only the great fire shaman who was closest to the flood witch was left. There was only one reason why the great fire shaman didn't cultivate in seclusion immediately. He still had a wife and her cultivation was similar to his. But she didn't come to listen to the flood witch's preaching this time. Only the other 11 shamans could listen to the flood witch's preaching in close proximity. Although the flood witch's wife also had a respected status, she was not a great shaman after all, so she was not qualified. The great fire witch, who was deeply in love, was trying his best to remember and recall everything that the flood had said. He wanted to make sure that he had remembered everything that the flood had said so that he could relay it later. At this moment, the deeper meaning of staying here and not leaving was probably that in case my wife couldn't understand what he had told her, boss, could you make an exception and tell her again and give her a special lesson? The flood witch was speechless. This war will be commanded by you. The flood witch dropped this sentence and directly cultivated in seclusion. Your wife can't understand it? What does it have to do with me? I agreed to let you relay the content of my preaching. That's already a great favor, okay? You came to me when you fought with your wife. You came to me when your wife beat you. You came to me when your wife and your brother-in-law beat you. You came to me when your wife couldn't break through? Is this my wife or your wife? Chapter 839. Simply. The flood witch was speechless. She went into seclusion without saying a word. You two can do whatever you want. The fire witch muttered in his memory. Then, while his memory was still there, he hurriedly returned to the fire palace to share with his wife. Speaking of which, it was rare that the two of them suddenly felt something. Therefore, the fire witch hurriedly gave the order to fight, and then hurriedly went into seclusion. At this time, the fire witch's wife had already entered a state of epiphany and meditation. The fire witch became more and more anxious and hurriedly went into seclusion. But, for some reason, he was uneasy and couldn't enter a state of meditation. It was so torturous that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He clearly had a feeling, but why couldn't he enter this state? What was going on? The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't enter. The fire witch was so anxious that blisters appeared on his mouth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And just when he was most anxious, the star-plucking emperor came over and strongly condemned him. After the raging fire shaman sent his nemesis and creditor Yu Xingqian away, he quickly found that feeling and smoothly entered the state of seclusion. A confused feeling. Could it be that I gave the wrong order this time? Was the reason why I couldn't go into seclusion before? If that was the case, could this really be something that would damage one's luck? When boss comes out, I must let boss take a good look at me. I really didn't do it on purpose. The 4 armies fought fiercely in this sudden battle, and the southern army suffered the most. Nan Jingqian returned to Shangjing as quickly as possible. After completing the handover, he couldn't sit still at home. The minister said that he should go after the spring festival. But Nan Jingqian felt that he had been away from the southern army for too long. It didn't matter if it was a day earlier or a day later. So, he went to the military to get the appointment letter and arrange some things again. Then, after feeling that he didn't miss anything, he leisurely headed south. He was excited all the way and his mind was full of thoughts. I'm finally back in the southern army. That nuisance of a finance minister really made my butt hurt. Although it was an exception for me and let me lead the 6 departments as the Minister of Finance, it was an unprecedented power. But it wasn't as comfortable as being in the army. In Shangjing, although no one dared to provoke him, their words were always filled with hypocrisy and politeness. No matter what they said, it was not as satisfying as drinking and cursing in the army. Eating big chunks of meat, drinking big bowls of wine, cursing loudly, getting drunk and fighting shirtless. That's what I call refreshing. Since it was still early, I decided to go to Fenghai City to see little doggy. It had been a long time since I last saw him. He had probably guessed who I was by now, so it shouldn't be a problem to go now. As for the dragon blood flying dagger, it should have reached the stage of perfection and was about to retreat. That just as he was about to reach Fenghai City, news of the outbreak of a great battle suddenly came. Nanjing Qian immediately became anxious. Fuck, Flood, that's not what you said before. Don't tell me that the Umno Alliance is trying to use tactics against me? Nanjing Qian unleashed all his strength and rushed all the way to the south. But after all, he had been delayed for some time. When he arrived at the battlefield, it was already night time, and the battle was still going on fiercely. The Southern Army, which lacked a backbone, was already showing signs of defeat. It was difficult for them to cope with the situation. The Umno Alliance's attacks were wave after wave. It looked like they were about to be defeated. Nanjing Qian almost collapsed when he saw this. Without saying anything, he grabbed the commander's flag and flew out. Silver light suddenly exploded in the sky. Nanjing Qian's burly figure stood in the sky, shining in all directions. Every soldier in the Southern Army saw it clearly. That familiar silver light. That familiar figure. Marshal Nan. Marshal Nan was back. Even in the midst of the fierce battle, many soldiers' eyes suddenly flashed with tears. Nanjing Qian stood in the sky alone. The silver light soared, flashing like lightning in the sky. He shouted loudly, "I am Nanjing Qian. I'm back. Southern Army, listen to my command. Fight. Drive all the bastards of the Umno Alliance out. Let's see how much you bastards have slacked off while I was away. After the battle, rewards will be given according to merit. Those who win will have wine to drink. Those who disgrace me know the consequences. Children, kill with all your might." This roar for the Southern Army was like eating a calming pill. Marshal Nan is back. The whole battlefield was filled with cheers and shouts. I'd rather die than disgrace Marshal Nan. Go back. Go back for me. This is Marshal Nan's first battle back. I can't disgrace him. Charge with me. The experts of the Umno Alliance did not want to be outdone. They rushed into the sky like lightning and went straight for Nanjing Qian. Nanjing Qian's body exploded with silver light. With a thunderous move, he pushed back the top 10 experts of the Umno Alliance. He shouted loudly, "Is this still my Southern Army? Is this still my Southern Army? Is this still my invincible Southern Army?" 3 loud shouts. All the soldiers of the Southern Army were blushing. They rushed up as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their morale was at an all-time high, and their spirits swept across the battlefield. They actually drove the Umno Alliance out of the pass in one fell swoop. The millions of soldiers roared in unison. Their voices shook the world, shaking the heaven and earth. It was deafening and soul-stirring. Marshal, we are the Southern Army. That's a good one. Nanjing Qian laughed in the sky as he fought. Drink after the battle. Drink all of it. The cheers were thunderous. I want a victory to welcome my return. It's just a small victory. I'm not satisfied. Nanjing Qian shouted, "Brothers, what are you going to use to welcome me back?" Victory, victory. In the name of victory, let's welcome Marshal Nan back. The morale of the Southern Army was as high as a rainbow. They rushed out like a tsunami and forced the Umno Alliance back by 500 li. Among the 4 sides of the battlefield, the Southern Army had sacrificed the most. However, they were also the first to end the battle. The entire army was like a desperado. No matter how hard the Umno Alliance fought, no matter how fearless they were, they had to retreat. The commander of the Umno Alliance was also someone who knew how to fight. How could he not understand that it was difficult to win the morale of an army? Let's stop fighting for now. Let's give Nanjing Qian some face. The battle ended. By the time the Umno Alliance's new order came down, the Southern Army was basically fine. On the other hand, the Umno Alliance's army directly retreated by 2,000 li after receiving the order. The commanders of the Wizard Alliance in the military camp on the other side were speechless. What the fuck, that they had received 2 orders that were almost completely opposite, and they were given by the same person. Great Fire Shaman. What are you trying to do? We went up as if we were injected with chicken blood. The battle was already in full swing, and the battle was already in full swing. Did you send the wrong order? What the fuck, that if it weren't for the huge difference in their levels, they would have gone back and pointed at this bastard's face and scolded him. Can't you be more reasonable? Some of the commanders even flipped the table in the commander's tent. The tragic sacrifices we made in this battle made our hearts tremble, But the root of it all was a blunder. One side was defending and the other was attacking. Which side suffered the most casualties? Of course it was the attacking side. There was no need to think about it. But no matter how angry they were, they still had to carry out the order. Many of the commanders looked at the new orders and started to make plans in their hearts. This order seemed to have a lot of meaning behind it. From today onwards we will start an all-out war. We must fight steadily to gradually erode the strength of the astral souls. During the war we will try our best to find the potential talents of the Umno Alliance and focus on nurturing them. We will use the astral souls as a whetstone to increase the strength of the Umno Alliance's middle level and push them towards the top level. We will build the foundation of the Umno Alliance for eternity. Once the top-level army is formed, it will be the time for the Umno Alliance to unify the 3 continents and show the might of the Wu people for eternity. What did this mean? Anyone with a brain could see it. The meaning is very clear. It's to constantly use bitter battles and use astral souls as whetstones to let our outstanding talents and geniuses stand out. What the bosses mean is that they want to nurture the top-level army behind the Umno Alliance. But how to do it is still up for discussion. Just as everyone was having a headache, a more detailed order was given. It stated how many days each army had to wait before they could appear. Moreover, they had to pass a special inspection. If the number was lower, they would be deemed as unqualified and would be punished. If the number was higher, they would be rewarded. If the number was higher, they would be rewarded even more. Then, if the number was higher, they would be allowed to enter the Flood Palace to listen to the sermon once. Especially the last time they listened to the sermon, the eyes of all the commanders turned into copper bells. The Flood Palace's sermon. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. It was not just something that could be chanced upon but not sought. It was simply a miracle bestowed by the heavens. We have to carry out this order properly. But this order is very interesting. It doesn't say what exactly we have to do. In other words, we still have a lot of autonomy. Commander, but there's still an all-out war ahead. Side, that's even easier to handle. Divide our men into 10 waves and attack them day and night. 20 Skysoar Realm experts will take turns, and each wave will have 2 Skysoar Realm experts. Find and protect the geniuses and create opportunities for them to fight, but make sure that they don't die. Every wave must produce results. If they can't produce geniuses, they won't be worthy of the title of geniuses. There's no harm in giving them up. Understood. If I'm able to attend the Flood Palace's sermon, I'll definitely share my gains with all of you when I return. I'll let all of you comprehend the great Tao and advance together. Thank you, Commander. You're welcome. Only when we're united can we conquer everything. I'm afraid that I'm too stupid to comprehend anything and miss this opportunity. I wonder if we're allowed to record the sermon. If we're allowed to do so. You're wise, Commander. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the war at the border had undergone a drastic change. Chapter 840. Originally, the Wizard Alliance had been attacking from all directions, one after another. In an instant, blood was flowing everywhere, and in a few seconds, countless lives were lost on the battlefield. However, after the Wizard Alliance's first retreat, everything changed completely. Their attack pattern had changed to an attack of 50,000 soldiers every single time. After one wave of attacks, the next wave of attacks would follow. They did not insist on taking down the mountain pass immediately, but they presented a situation of endless attrition, slowly depleting Xinghun's battle strength. The sacrifices were still there and the battle was still tragic. There were still battles happening in all directions, and there were battles happening all the time at every corner of the border. However, the extreme situation of the actual decisive battle from before had completely disappeared. On the side of the astral souls, the 4 marshals finally heaved a sigh of relief. This is the normal way of war. The marshals gave orders and adjusted the battle arrangements accordingly. The real purpose of this battle was only known to the 4 marshals, other than the higher-ups. The others, including the 4 deputy marshals, were completely unaware. This was an extremely cruel decision. Using tens of millions or even billions of lives as whetstones to create seeds that could reach the peak. Whether it was the Umno Alliance or the astral souls, the people who were sacrificed were all unyielding men, and all of them were awe-inspiring men. This decision was so cruel and bloody that it made one's hair stand on end. However, it was decided by the higher-ups of the 3 continents. Every night, Marshal Dongfeng would patrol the barracks and check on the soldiers who were about to go to war. Every minute and every second, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. However, he could not stop them. He had to encourage them. On this morning, the marshals gathered at the Dongfang barracks. Marshal Dongfang held a banquet, and the four of them gathered at the top of the mountain. They were the only ones who attended the banquet. The four of them sat down and each of them was speechless. This matter now. It's as if I'm sending my brothers to their deaths. The first to speak was Bei Gong Hao, Marshal Bei Gong. This rough-looking man had a sorrowful look on his face. I feel guilty. Every time after the war, looking at the long list of names of those who died in battle, it felt as if there were countless knives cutting into their hearts. I've let them down. Shimin Lai gulped down a mouthful of wine. His face was similarly gloomy, and he remained silent for a long time. Nan Jingqian lowered his head and drank. He did not say anything, but he was panting heavily. Marshal Dongfang's face darkened as he said angrily, "Lower your voice. What are you shouting about? What time is it now? Everything we do now is laying the foundation for the future. Without the baptism of today's bloody battle, how can we deal with the demons that are about to return? If we don't use the current bloody battle to wash away the sand and reveal the true gold, what hope will there be in the future? Do you think I don't know that our brothers have suffered heavy casualties? But there was nothing he could do about it. Have all of you forgotten the tragic situation when the astral souls were weak and became inferior races of the continent? Today's bloody battle and today's efforts are to prevent the astral souls from repeating their old ways. No matter how many sacrifices we have to make, it is only right. Do you think the minister feels good when he formulated such a strategy? He will bear infamy for this for eternity. Are you fucking feeling bad now? I look down on you." Bei Gong Hao gulped down a large vat of wine. His eyes were bloodshot as he beat his chest with his hands. He growled in a low voice, "I naturally understand the reasons behind this. But the ones who died were my brothers. Can't I feel sad when my brothers are dead? Bah, it's not just your brothers who are dead now. Which one of your comrades is not your brother?" Nan Jingqian glanced coldly at Bei Gong Hao. "What's wrong? Are you grieving for your brothers to show that you care deeply for them? Or are those dead brothers more important than the survival of the entire continent and the survival of the entire human race? Their deaths were for the sake of passing the difficult times together. Their heroic spirits will not fade away. They will only feel endless glory. Do you need to weep here?" Bei Gong Hao was stunned. He stopped crying and gulped down large mouthfuls of wine. General Dongfang stood up with his hands behind his back. He said softly, "Bei Gong, this matter was only a secret meeting between the higher-ups and they did not tell us the truth. If we were only in charge of commanding the battle and did not even know about this agreement, would you still feel so sad?" Hearing this, Bei Gong Hao was stunned. Even Shimin Lai was stunned. Both of them said that they understood the logic behind it, but deep down they still could not figure it out. And today, Nan Jingqian and Dongfang Xingyang were the ones who were trying to convince them. Nan Jingqian and Dongfang Xingyang were also heartbroken at the loss of so many soldiers. But they had to do this. If I did not know the reason, I would be able to command with ease. I would not feel so sad about the sacrifices. This is the nature of war. It is an unavoidable reality. Bei Gong Hao said sadly. But the biggest problem is that I know now. That's why I feel like I'm betraying my own brothers. This is a necessary process. Nan Jingqian said calmly. Back then, didn't the seniors sacrifice so much in exchange for the future of the minister, the emperor, and the demon ancestor? Didn't the minister, the demon ancestor, and the others grow up amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood? That time, to put it bluntly, was the first wave of the venomous insect plan. They used everyone's blood, flesh, and souls in exchange for the top talents who could fight against the great magi and restrain the seven swords. And even more powerful enemies and opponents that we have to face in the future. Even if there was no such plan, this venomous insect plan would still continue. Nan Jingqian said slowly. It was because of the appearance of the minister and the emperor that they were able to hold on. That the seniors could put down their burdens and stop suppressing their injuries. They fought to their heart's content and passed away. Then I'd like to ask, in fact, each of the seniors could have lived on. According to their cultivation, even if they were defeated by the minister, they were still stronger than us now, right? They could have suppressed their injuries for hundreds or thousands of years. During this time, they might have had the opportunity to recover. Why did they seek death and never return? Nan Jingqian said lightly, I guess they also thought that they used the blood of humans to create the minister and the others, but they felt guilty in their hearts. That's why they chose the last battle and died in an instant. These words caused the other 3 people, including Great General Dongfang, to feel a chill in their hearts. They thought about the worst time back then. Nanjingqian's words were not just highly probable. It was the truth. The minister and the others took advantage of the situation. They used their hands to support the astral souls. From then on, the astral souls had the right to negotiate with the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. Then there were the Rain Demon, Qin Sha, Saber Spirit and the others. They appeared. After that, there were the left and right Heavenly Kings and the Baiyin Fairy. They were strong enough to fight against the Grand Magi. And this level is not something that we can understand. However, when a new wave of calamities is coming, isn't it time for another venomous insect plan to start preparing for a rainy day? For this kind of thing you should be sad and I should be sad. If you don't do it and I don't do it, who will do it? Wait for the return of the Demon Alliance and let the astral souls return to the fate of an inferior race. Nanjingqian stared at Dongfang Xingyang. Beigong Hao and Shimen Lai were also deep in thought. Back then, even for us, we had to fight our way out. What's the difference between that and our current situation? Nanjingqian said, of the comrades who fought beside us, how many are left now? How many batches of brothers and generations have we endured? If you say that those years of fighting were for our rise, then how many people died for us to rise? Do you have a few 100 million? Nanjingqian sneered. When the left and right Heavenly Kings were commanding the battles, didn't they feel sad? But what can they do? This is an inevitable process. They have to send people up. Only by fighting one bloody battle after another could a true powerhouse stand out from the rest. You said that you were sad and couldn't bear to see your comrades die tragically? Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? With your mentality, you were able to reach where you are today because of luck, right? Beigong Hao was silent. Nanjingqian was right. Even if it wasn't a plan to raise Gu, it was still a plan to raise Gu. Compassionate people don't command troops, righteous people don't manage finances. Marshal Nan is right. This is an inevitable process. Personal feelings are insignificant in the face of the current situation. General Dongfang heaved a sigh of relief. Then why did you have to let us know? Why didn't you just keep it a secret and let us fight in silence? Beigong Hao still couldn't understand. Anyway, those who should stand out will stand out. Now that we know the inside story, we feel depressed. It's bad for both sides. It's different now. General Dongfang finally straightened out his thoughts. He glanced at Nanjingqian. It seemed like this guy came back from the capital city to teach the 3 of them. Since Commander Dongfang spoke, Nanjingqian didn't say anything else. Because as long as Dongfang Xingyang understood, he would speak more rationally and carefully than him. There was no doubt about that. Among the 4 great generals, General Dongfang always had the most authority and power. How is it different? Originally, we were only fighting against the Umno Alliance. Everyone knows what the Umno Alliance is like. If it weren't for the fact that their physical strength is so strong and their comprehensive strength is far above ours, I'm afraid they would have been destroyed by us in these years. The reason why they can maintain their current state is that there are too few people in the Wizard Alliance who use their brains. Chapter 841. At this point, the 4 of them laughed at the same time. It was not that Dongfang Xingyang was belittling the Umno Alliance. Although the Umno Alliance had produced many excellent commanders in the past few years, the Umno Alliance had always been confident in their physical strength. Therefore, they would always adopt a more forceful approach during battles. This was a characteristic of their race. Unless there was a huge setback, it would be very difficult to change. However, the Astral Souls was different. The Astral Soul's strategy was to continuously strengthen themselves. At the same time, they came up with countless schemes and plots to increase their strength. However, no matter how many schemes the Astral Souls used to trap the Umno Alliance's troops, they would still be defeated by the enemy's powerful reinforcements when they gained the upper hand. For example, in the previous encirclement of Dan Kong, victory was already in their grasp. However, the powerful arrival of Great Flood Shaman forcefully broke the encirclement and caused Xing Hun's side to suffer a great loss. And Senior, which Dan Kong, who was supposed to be killed in the original plan, became the best bait in that battle to some extent. This situation and this result was the most helpless thing the Astral Souls could do. The most fundamental reason for this was that the Umno Alliance had 12 people who were at the peak of their strength. The Astral Souls did not have enough people to fight against the 12 shamans. However, even though the UMNO alliance is still our biggest enemy on the surface, we all know that if we only have the UMNO alliance, the worst outcome would be to maintain the current situation. The two continents would mind their own business. You can't kill me and I can't kill you. This is the best outcome. We don't have the strength to defeat each other. However, the situation has changed. The Demon Alliance is about to return. This stalemate is over. Everyone knows that the Demon Alliance is not as good as the UMNO Alliance. During the war between the shamans and demons, both sides seem to have suffered heavy losses. However, the UMNO Alliance suffered far more than the Demon Alliance did. That's because the upper echelons of the UMNO Alliance who were below the peak were all killed in that battle. However, the upper echelons of the Demon Alliance who were below the peak were still relatively intact. After the Great War of the Witch-Demon race, the Flood Witch and the others gradually rose to prominence. It could almost be said that the Flood Witch and the others were much later than the seniors of the Great War of the Witch-Demon race. He's a rising star. As for the 10 crown princes, the 10 baleful fiends, and the monster gods of the 365 heavens, I'm sure quite a few of them are still alive. Once the Demon Alliance returns, even if the Demon Emperor doesn't come out, just these fiendish demon gods, I'm afraid that the combined power of our 3 continents won't be able to compare to them. Therefore we have to cultivate new seeds. At the very least, they have to be peerless geniuses at our level. Or, it would be better if they can reach the level of the left and right heavenly kings. If they can reach the level of the Minister Emperor, that would be the best. Moreover, the rising seeds can't be the minority. If only 1 or 2 of them appear, it won't be of any help. Therefore we have to cultivate at least more than 10 super seeds in this limited time. Or even more. People who can compare to the left and right heavenly kings. Only then, with the excellent fighting power cultivated by the UMNO Alliance, can we possibly resist the returning Demon Alliance. However, it's only a possibility. Our understanding of the Demon Alliance's fighting power is close to 0, but it's still very little. We really don't have any confidence that we can resist the Demon Alliance. Time is short and the task is heavy. We can only use the most extreme strategy of cultivating venomous insects. That's why there's a phenomenon. Previously, Skysoar Realm cultivators rarely participated in the battle. However, this time, we've called all of them out, ready to participate in the battle at any time. The most direct reason is that Skysoar Realm cultivators also need to improve. Do you know why the UMNO Alliance sent so many Skysoar Realm cultivators to participate in the battle? On one hand, they're protecting the talented seeds. On the other hand, they're hoping to use the pressure of the battle to break through. If they can't improve, it doesn't matter if they fall. Even if they become stepping stones for the enemy, it's still a kind of success for them to break through. From now on, the other 2 continents are no longer our enemies. They're our allies. Their excellent fighting power will also be our future reliance. General Dongfang said, "This is no longer a matter of astral souls. It's a matter of whether or not the 3 continents can survive." You didn't mention the Dao Alliance continent just now, Bei Gonghao said meekly. The Dao Alliance continent. A disdainful expression appeared on Dongfang Xinjiang's face. They still haven't sent out their armies to participate in the battle. I don't think they're a threat anymore. The reason why the 4 of us were informed of this is so that we can understand that only when we understand this will we be able to make targeted arrangements. Only then will those prodigies with limitless potential not be sacrificed in vain. Instead, we'll arrange for them to be sent to various places and battlefields to hone their skills. Aside from that, there's another implication. When necessary, the 4 of us will have to participate in the battle as well. It's best if we can break through to the Dao integration stage like the Heavenly Kings and the others during the battle. This is also one of the reasons why the higher-ups wanted us to know the truth. As for sacrifices, none of us have the heart to do so. However, we have to do this. If we don't even have this bit of willpower and responsibility, then we really don't deserve to be the commander of an army. Dongfang Xinjiang pointed at the Sun-Moon Pass beneath his feet. Beigong, do you know? Even if we were to dig 100,000 feet into this Sun-Moon Pass, the soil below would still be red. Every single one of these souls belongs to the UMNO Alliance. There are also astral souls. Let me ask you which one of them isn't a good man? Aren't they hot-blooded men? Bei Gonghao heaved a long sigh. To be honest, I understand this logic. However, I've been dreaming for the past few nights. I've been dreaming of countless blood-soaked brothers coming to me and asking me. They're asking me. We're fighting with our lives on the line. Are we fighting with our lives on the line just so that you can join forces with the UMNO alliance? Are we just doing this so that the higher-ups of the two continents can drink together and watch the show? Are the lives of our lowly soldiers not lives? Only the lives of the higher-ups are lives. How dare you? Dongfang Xingyang roared in rage. Beigong, your thinking is wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong with the higher-ups coming up with a strategy? What's wrong with drinking together? Is the purpose of their gathering to drink together? For their own selfish desires? Isn't it for the survival of the entire human race and the Wu people? Since we've stepped onto the battlefield, we should have been prepared to sacrifice ourselves long ago. Soldiers, generals, and commanders are the same. Everyone's life is a life. The only difference is the value of the sacrifice. If we can use our sacrifice to exchange for the long-term peace between the UMNO alliance and the Astral Souls, an eternal alliance, and for the higher-ups to drink together every day without any wars, then I, Dongfang Xingyang, am willing to die right now. This concerns the entire human race. All kinds of sacrifices must be made. Great Commander Dongfang took a deep breath and said, Beigong Hao Shimen Lai, if the two of you still hold such thoughts in your hearts, then you will not be able to command this long and drawn-out battle of raising Gu. I will report this to the minister and the emperor, and replace the two of you. Beigong Hao took a deep breath. I won't. I want to stay here and personally command this Gu cultivation battle. Me too. Great Marshal Shimen Lai lowered his head and sighed deeply. Although the two of them had thought it through, they were more emotional than Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Xingyang. Both Dongfang Xingyang and Nanjing Qian were iron-blooded commanders. They were the perfect example of how to be merciful and not lead an army. As for Beigong Hao and Shimen Lai, although they could give all kinds of cruel orders without any expression, they would always feel uncomfortable after the war, but this didn't stop them from becoming qualified commanders. This was the difference in temperament. It was inevitable. Let's go back. In the end, even if this plan didn't exist since the ancient times, which war wasn't a war to raise venomous insects? As long as someone stood out, it would be a war to raise venomous insects. Which war didn't have someone standing out from nowhere? After thinking through this, it doesn't matter if we feel uncomfortable or not. Dongfang Xingyang raised his cup and sighed softly. Don't take it to heart. Maybe it won't be long before it's our turn to fight with our lives on the line. If we're lucky and die on the battlefield, we can go to hell and apologize to our brothers. He smiled bitterly. It's a pity that even that day might not come. Hearing this, the three commanders were all sad. They didn't say anything for a long time. Dongfang Xingyang was right. When it came to cultivators of their level, 99% of them would self-detonate together with their souls and divine senses. The so-called wanting to go to the underworld and apologize to his brothers was really an extravagant hope. They couldn't do it. And with their status, they were destined to perish on the battlefield. Dying on the bed was not something they could accept. That was why Dongfang Xingyang said, if we're lucky we can die on the battlefield. The death here was an extremely rare way to die. Because in order to do that, one needed to be very, very lucky. One had to meet an enemy that they couldn't fight against, who didn't even give them a chance to self-detonate. That was the only way to do it. The fierce battle at the border was still going on. The reporters from Generals Wu's company also formed 4 groups and went to the border to interview the soldiers. Chapter 842. The TV was constantly broadcasting the tragic battle scenes at the border. Shi Yunfeng's movies and TV series were also broadcast every night. At this moment, the Astral Souls continent was in an unprecedented state of excitement. As for Hidden Dragon Gao Wu in this boiling atmosphere, his reputation was like an inflated balloon, blowing directly to the peak. Hidden Dragon High School's reputation had completely surpassed Yunduan High School and Ancestral Dragon High School, becoming the world's #1 high school in reality. The Martial Teaching Department issued an order to all the high schools to expand their enrollment. Yunduan High School and Ancestral Dragon High School would expand their enrollment by 2 times. Hidden Dragon High School would expand their enrollment by 3 times. The day the order was issued, the surrounding areas of Hidden Dragon High School were all assigned to Hidden Dragon High School. From that day onwards, construction would begin. The expansion must be completed before the arrival of the new students next year. Zhuxiaoduo's villa was also assigned to the school's buildings. Although it was just the beginning and construction would still take some time, Zhuxiaoduo still felt that the world was developing too fast. It was so fast that it was a little scary. On this day, Li Chenglong officially advanced to the cloud transformation realm after sparring with Zuoxiao Duo. After a night of smooth transition, he went to school the next day with a swagger. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun and the others also broke through in these 2 days. The total number of Cloud Transformation Realm martial artists in Hidden Dragon High School's first class broke through 30. Hidden Dragon High School became the place with the most Cloud Transformation Realm martial artists among the 3 high schools. Yunduan High School and Ancestral Dragon High School added together were not enough to reach this number. Moreover, these Cloud Transformation Realm students of Hidden Dragon High School were all geniuses who had been suppressed at least 7 or 8 times. When Xingtian, who had confirmed the status of the students, woke up laughing several times in his dreams. But because of this, when Xingtian's work pressure increased greatly. Every day he had to accompany these new Cloud Transformation Realm students to spar. Even though when Xingtian was already at the peak of the Royal God Realm, he was still completely exhausted and almost unable to continue. When Xingtian had a vague feeling that there might be a student in his class who had surpassed him before the end of the first grade. This knowledge made Wen Xingtian both happy and distressed. At that time, if a teacher in charge like me gets beaten up by a student, that would be too embarrassing. Because of this, he even went to Yi Changqing to complain about it several times. Yi Changqing was also at his wit's end. Who would have thought that this batch of students would be so monstrous? After teaching so many martial arts students for so many years, it was extremely rare for a nascent soul cultivator to appear in the first grade. In the end, there were dozens of Hua Yuns in this batch of students who had been enrolled for half a year. Not to mention there were also big freaks like Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong. If they continue to advance at this rate, won't they reach the Sky Soar realm by the time they enter their 4th year? Yi Changqing was also feeling troubled. Think about it. Currently, the highest cultivation level of the Hidden Dragon High School students was Yi Changqing, who was at the peak of the nascent profound realm. Even if Yi Changqing's illness was cured and his cultivation level increased considerably, he would only reach the Sky Soar realm at most. Even if Xiang Quangren, Qing Gaiying, and Lu Yichuan were included, they would only have 4 Sky Soars. When Xingtian and the others were still in the process of being suppressed by the peak of the Royal God realm. Even if they broke through, they would only reach the nascent profound realm. If a few Sky Soars appeared at once, the scene could only be described as too beautiful. Yi Changqing called Department Head Wen to complain about this matter. Department Head Wen only asked one thing. Yi Changqing, are you showing off in front of me? Or are you showing off to me? Then he hung up the phone. Yi Changqing couldn't help but touch his face. Could it be that he was showing off just now? Don't feel anything. No, for the sake of dignity I have to work harder. At the very least, I have to raise my cultivation level to the Sky Soar realm. As for the other teachers and vice principals, work hard. I don't care about them anymore. I have to make sure I don't lose face as a principal first. Li Chenglong, who was temporarily consolidating his cultivation level, started his work in the school. Gao Qiaoer was also running around the school, busy with her pile of work. Zuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, was continuously improving his cultivation. He wanted to be able to suppress at least 40 times before he could break through to the Cloud Transformation realm. Zuoxiaonian was also working hard. She wanted to suppress at least 40 times before she could break through to the Royal God realm. She was determined not to let Xiao Go to catch up to her. Zuoxiaonian was well aware of his own limitations. If he really allowed Zuoxiao Duo to surpass him in terms of battle prowess, he was afraid that this brat would immediately show off in front of him. After being beaten up for so many years, he would probably use a different method to get back at her even more severely. Zuoxiaonian would definitely not allow such a situation to happen. She would definitely put an end to it. You're just a younger brother. Forever a younger brother. You can take advantage of me, but that's only when I'm willing. If I'm not willing, I can suppress you with force at any time. If he really surpassed her, she could only reject him by acting coquettishly, crying, shedding tears, or getting angry. Zuoxiaonian felt that she was not a big sister at all. Therefore, Zuoxiaonian was also desperately compressing her vital energy and improving her cultivation level. She was so desperate that Zuoxiao Duo wanted to find a chance to be intimate with her. However, Zuoxiaonian did not have the time. She completely ignored him and was always working hard to improve her cultivation. In the Tower of Emptiness, a small house was sealed by an ancient mysterious ice. Zuoxiaonian was inside. She was using the best quality jade of astral souls to help her improve bravely. With the help of the ice soul, Zuoxiaonian's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xiaoduo was helpless and could only work harder on her cultivation. Unfortunately, there was a Xiao outside. Whenever Zhou Xiaoduo was not around, it would start to call out anxiously. She had to appear from time to comfort this little thing and maintain the relationship between mother and son. She had to mention it. Xiao, this little thing grew really fast. In just a few days, its fluffy body had completely disappeared. Although its 3 legs were still very thin, it could stand firmly and powerfully. Slowly it began to show its original appearance. This was its original appearance. At least, when Zhou Xiaoduo first saw it, she was speechless. This is not a chick. It's really a crow. If there was a difference between this crow and an ordinary crow, it would be that this crow had 3 legs and there were faint dark golden stripes all over its body, from its forehead to its claws. Also, it had a huge appetite. It was really huge. Also, its speed was amazing. It could cover a distance of 1,000 meters with just a flap of its wings. It was as fast as crossing space. Zhou Xiaoduo often sighed. The royal family was really different. They were so strong from the moment they were born. What surprised Zhou Xiaoduo was Zhao's other talent. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Of course, when it reached Xiao Luo's body, it would naturally turn into heat energy. As it absorbed more and more energy, Zhao's body became stronger and stronger. Now, it could spit out a fireball from its mouth. Zhou Xiaoduo brought in a large piece of ordinary steel from outside. Xiao spat out a mouthful of fire, and the steel plate, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, melted into a bowl-like hole. Seeing such power, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Could it be that the 3-legged golden crow's cultivation progress was so fast? How many days had it been? However, Xiao probably had a childlike desire to show off. As long as it felt that it had made a little progress, it couldn't wait to show off in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. After showing off, it flew to Zhou Xiaoduo's palm. It flapped its wings and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with its big black eyes, waiting for praise. Zhou Xiaoduo was not stingy with his compliments. Then Xiao Xiao was so happy that it flew up to the sky and down to the ground. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded and gasped in amazement when he saw Xiao Xiao flying at an extremely fast speed in the sky. It was as though a black line was drawing a spider web in the sky. In any case, it was the 7th prince who used to command the heroes. How could it be like this? Did it get the disease of not feeling good about showing off? Praise it, wow. Xiao is really amazing. It can actually fly and shout happily for half a day. So, Zhou Xiaoduo started to record it. Every time before Xiao showed off he would record it. Then, when Xiao was excited he would fly. All kinds of stupid flying, including all kinds of stupid actions, were clearly recorded by Zhou Xiaoduo, the unscrupulous mother. If Wu Yuding was here, she would probably say, like mother, like son, this son is like me. When Zhou Xiaoduo was young, he felt that he seemed to have grown something more than Sister Nian, so he cried and made a fuss. At night, he grabbed his penis with one hand and used a pair of scissors to cut it off. The whole process was recorded by Wu Yuding, and she almost laughed herself to death. Later, it was Zhou Changlu who taught his son a lesson and stopped that dangerous idea. Otherwise, a new generation of eunuchs would really be born. Zhou Xiaoduo held the camera and focused on recording. When you regain your memory in the future, if you dare to argue with me, an elder, I will scatter this video all over the world. I even thought of the name, the 7th prince of the monster clan's stupid childhood. Let me edit 1,000 episodes for you first. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed as he recorded. In the end, he directly installed the camera and let the machine record it by itself. He would only be responsible for editing. Every time Zhou Xiaoduo edited, Xiao would stand on Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and watch attentively. When he saw himself appear on the screen, he would shout excitedly. Zhou Xiaoduo, of course, would not let go of this opportunity and recorded together. At the same time, Qin Fangyang, who had successfully broken through the bottleneck and officially advanced to the mysterious returning level, entered Ancestral Dragon High School. Ancestral Dragon High School had expressed great importance to Qin Fangyang's entry. After all, Qin Fangyang was now famous. Just the title of Zhou Xiaoduo's mentor was enough. Who was Zhou Xiaoduo? He was the common boss of all the nascent soul geniuses who entered the Crown Prince's school. He was definitely a peerless genius of the generation. Chapter 843. Based on this, Qin Fangyang's importance was immediately highlighted. Not to mention Li Chenglong, Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, and Yu Moyan were all Qin Fangyang's students. It could be said that the treatment Qin Fangyang received at Ancestral Dragon High School was better than any of the other teachers. This made Qin Fangyang feel very embarrassed. A teacher's status was valued because of his disciple that he was really ashamed, but why did he feel so proud of himself? At the entrance of the hidden Dragon High School villa area, Wu Taijiang, who had not been seen for a long time, quietly appeared in front of the villa door. When he was at the door, he remembered the king of Zwolu's instructions. Little junior brother has already received the teachings of master and mistress. He must have too many rare materials that he hasn't handed over. If you have time, go and take a look. Don't let him waste them. Persuade him to donate those that he doesn't need. If there's anything that he can use, he definitely can't handle it himself. Please help him, Uncle Master Wu. After all, you have a better relationship with him. It had to be said that Wu Taijiang was very pleased with this argument. Although Wu Taijiang and the others' cultivation was not as high as the left and right heavenly kings, they were older and had known Zhuo Changlu and the others for a long time. After they met, they called each other brothers. Therefore, the left and right heavenly kings were a generation younger because of their birth. What made the left and right heavenly kings the most uncomfortable was that they were clearly older than these people, but they had to call them uncle. This was the most unpleasant thing. However, Wu Taijiang and the others were thick-skinned and refused to come down from their uncle's position. They refused to say, "Let's talk about our own matters no matter what." Wu Taijiang understood very well. Look at General Dongfang and the others. They were too loose with their mouths and said, "Let's talk about our own matters." In the end, they were taught a lesson by the left and right heavenly kings, especially Nanjing Qian and Bei Gonghao. All these years, the scapegoats for Yu Dongtian were too many to count out with so many examples. How could Wu Taijiang be willing to let go of his mouth? If I don't let go, I'm the elder. He was determined not to loosen his grip on the pine tree. Therefore, when the left and right heavenly kings saw Wu Taijiang, they kept their distance and ran faster than anyone else. However, when Wu Taijiang received the news, he rushed over immediately. He also wanted to see how this young and tender fellow from back then was now. Was he still as despicable as his father? So what if he had inherited the skills of Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding? Inside the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were engaged in their 396th battle. Before this, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already been cruelly tortured 395 times. The current situation of the battle was still extremely tragic. Every time Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had improved, he would go over and flirt with her. Then he would naturally spar with her. Then he would be beaten down and come back to teach her a lesson. Then he immersed himself in cultivation once more. He felt that he had comprehended and made progress again, so he went over to provoke her once more. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan improved very quickly. While Zhuo Xiaoduo had comprehended, Zhuo Xiaoyan also had the corresponding comprehension in the battle. There was no difference in their strengths, but they were improving together. As a result, Zhuo Xiaoduo's challenge was purely a journey of abuse. However, he never got tired of it, just like how he would not feel comfortable if he was not beaten up every day. After being beaten up, he would try to take advantage of her. His face was full of melancholy and sadness. Coupled with his bruised and swollen face, he would ask for compensation. For example, kissing, touching, and dancing. I've been beaten up so badly, kissing is not too much, right? I've been beaten up so badly by you, touching is a must, right? Dancing for me is not too much, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan was also very helpless about this, but he was also vaguely happy about it. Therefore, every time Zhuo Xiaoduo was beaten up, the winner would have to compensate the loser. Well, this compensation was very erotic. This kind of harassment became more and more frequent, and the requests became more and more strange. Zhuo Xiaoduo would never be rash. In order to achieve some unspeakable goals, he even wasted precious cultivation time to arrange all the dances, from folk dances to modern dances, to some dances step by step in a strict order. It was not a step by step but an inch by inch. It was flawless without a single flaw. He must not arouse Zhuo Xiaoyan's vigilance. This was the most important thing. Even if the most professional dance instructor were to come, he would only exclaim from the bottom of his heart, "There's not a single mistake in this sequence." It was more rigorous than a textbook. He would definitely copy it immediately and take it back as a textbook for teaching. Zhuo Xiaoyan was completely unaware of this. In her eyes, every new dance was basically no different from the previous one. Besides, it was only in front of little doggy, and it was in the Tower of Emptiness. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not have any scruples. Dance, just dance for him to see. During this period of time, he was really pitiful after being beaten up by me. Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo's goal was getting closer and closer. He had to plot to achieve it little by little, inch by inch. A certain ultimate goal. Zhuoxiaoyan did not notice it at all. On the contrary, she was enjoying it that even when she was free from cultivation and Zhuoxiaoduo did not disturb her, she would secretly watch the videos that she had collected before to watch and criticize the dances that then she would choose to practice. However, Zhuoxiaoyan sternly warned herself in her heart, practice is practice. But after practice she could not just dance casually. She would need little doggy to beg her for a long time. Although Zhuoxiaoyan knew that sooner or later, Zhuoxiaoduo would coax her to dance for him, but she would not give in so easily. In this way, Zhuoxiaoyan was unaware of Zhuoxiaoduo's routine. She was willing to enjoy it step by step. And every time she felt that she was the winner. It had to be said that Zhuoxiaoduo had definitely put in a lot of effort into this plan. At this time, there were countless green gas floating in the air of the Tower of Emptiness. Each of them drifted with the wind, changing into various shapes. Occasionally there was a dragon spirit floating around. Of course, these were the gains from the Crown Prince's Academy. Xiaolong had spent a lot of effort to disperse and collect the qi of the ley line and the qi of the dragon vein. In this experience, the one who worked the hardest was definitely not Zhuoxiaoduo but Xiaolong. It could be said that Xiaolong used all his strength to disperse and transport all the ley lines and dragon veins in the nascent soul area. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo really did not treat Xiaolong unfairly. Often, when Xiaolong was tired, he would generously give him 2 didi. This was not considered his salary but just his usual bonus. Therefore, not only did Xiaolong recover from his fatigue, but he also made progress. After digesting, he worked even harder. If he did not work, he would be letting boss down. Boss is really too good to me this time. Under Xiaolong's desperate efforts, in 2 months, Xiaolong collected more than 100 ley lines and 5 scattered dragon veins. He really swept away all the ley lines and dragon veins in the nascent soul area. And the most direct result of this was that there was not enough Astral Soul's jade powder. It was seriously not enough. Even after Zhuoxiaoduo came out and collected a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, it was still far from enough to meet the demand. The ley lines that Xiaolong had just transported in were essentially the ley lines of the demon clan. They were fundamentally different from the previous ley lines and could not be integrated into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. It would take a long time to assimilate all of them individually. It might take 100 years or even 1,000 years. It would take at least a few tens of thousands of years to assimilate all of them into the array. Fortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo still had the Heaven Repairing Stone. During this time, the Heaven Repairing Stone had been compressing and condensing the mountain range. As long as a mountain range that belonged exclusively to the space of the Tower of Emptiness was rebuilt, it would naturally be able to completely accommodate the rest of the ley lines. And if all the ley lines of the demon clan were integrated in one go, it would be able to form a complete super ley line that belonged exclusively to the space of the Tower of Emptiness. And the 2 ley lines were connected, and over the years they would naturally integrate. Zhuoxiaoduo, who got this knowledge through Xiaolong, was very happy and had a headache. Fortunately, in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, the ley line qi would not disappear. Every day it would float in the sky. During this time, Xiaolong would constantly appear and break up all the ley lines. After that, as long as there was a sign of integration, he would immediately break up the ley lines. After all, these ley lines of the demon clan were essentially the same and easy to integrate. The reason why Xiaolong was so active was that he was worried. With so many ley lines of the same attribute fusing, what if another dragon of fate appeared? With so many ley lines of the same attribute fusing together to form a dragon of fate, it was not a joke. Xiaolong would never allow another existence like himself to compete for favor. He must completely eliminate this possibility and make it impossible for it to exist. Boss can only be mine. Only I can eat boss's deity. Therefore Xiaolong could only look at Zhuoxiaoduo, hoping that he would hurry up and bring in more Astral Soul's jade powder. Unfortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo was also helpless. He had really done his best to collect the Astral Soul's jade powder. Not to mention the Astral Soul's jade powder he had collected from Old Sun. The secret area of the woman in white outside the city had collected a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder. With such a large amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, it was still not enough. What else could he do? Fortunately, the original mountain range had been compressed to 1/4 of its original size by the Heaven Mending Stone, and it was still being compressed. It was estimated that after a period of compression, it would be able to take shape. Now, the new mountain range was just a prototype. The veins that ran from east to west were very long, but as a whole they were only 2 to 3 meters high. With such a scale, how could they hide the ley lines? In the end, the growth of the independent ley lines of the Tower of Emptiness was still a painstaking effort. It would take a long time to succeed. It was difficult to form an independent ley line in a short period of time, but Zhou Xiaoduo did not deny Xiaolong's efforts this time, nor was he stingy. It would be fine as long as he didn't catch up to her before she reached the Skysoar realm. Mom said that when she reached the Skysoar realm, she could not know. What was she thinking? Even if she reached the Skysoar realm, she couldn't let him catch up to her. At most, she would dance for him when the time came? Okay. Although only 1 day and 1 night had passed in the outside world, 2 months had passed in the space exterminating tower. It was a good thing to improve their cultivation, but they couldn't always cultivate. The two of them were a little bored from cultivating. They couldn't help but leave the Annihilation Tower hand in hand. As soon as they came out, they frowned. Both of them felt that there seemed to be an iron tower in front of the villa. More importantly, this aura was familiar to them. Zhou Xiaoyan said uncertainly, "It's similar to Uncle Wu's aura." "It's him." Zhou Xiaoduo had already rushed out. "Uncle Wu, why did you come to see me?" Zhou Xiaoduo shouted with an indescribable excitement. Zhou Xiaoyan hurriedly went out to greet him. Zhou Changlu and his wife had taught them to respect their elders. Moreover, Wu Taijiang had helped them a lot. Wu Taijiang had been standing in front of the villa for 2 hours. There was no one at home, so he knew it with his divine sense. However, he didn't have anything to do. He just stood in front of the villa and enjoyed the scenery. Wu Taijiang's cultivation was above the sky realm. He was the top cultivator of the astral souls. Grandma Sure was frightened by his presence. Why was there such a terrifying master here? What was he trying to do by standing in front of the villa? She quickly made a phone call. In an instant, Yi Changqing and the others flew over. Among them, Yi Changqing recognized Wu Taijiang. Yi Changqing was flattered by the title of the continent's #1 divine blacksmith. When he saw Wu Taijiang standing here, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Venerable Wu, why are you here? Please come in and have a seat." "It's okay. I came here to visit my nephew and niece." "I didn't mean to disturb you. Unfortunately, they weren't at home. You don't have to worry about it." Wu Taijiang smiled. "Oh right, my identity is still a secret from them." "Understood." When Yi Changqing heard this, he couldn't help but feel that the words nephew and niece were like spring thunder. He immediately confirmed Zhou Xiaoduo's identity and couldn't help but be shocked. Previously it was just a guess and he wasn't sure. But now, with Wu Zhejiang's arrival, it was basically clear. In this world, how many people could be called nephew and niece by Wu Taijiang, and even take the initiative to visit? How could his identity not be exposed? This was already a bald man on a louse's head. It was obvious. Yi Changqing and the others quickly left, and Grandma Sure could finally rest assured. Wu Taijiang was still waiting quietly at the entrance of the villa. Looking at the withered trees and the elegant scenery of the villa, he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. "Not bad, this place is quite suitable for opening a blacksmith shop." Finally, the auras of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan appeared in the villa. Then he heard Zhou Xiaoduo's cheers. Wu Tiejiang's face immediately revealed an amiable smile. It had really been a long time since they last met. Then he saw a tall young man jumping out. His facial features were still the same as the Shao young man he saw in Phoenix City. But his height and his body were much bigger. His face also had a more mature look, but that strange temperament was still engraved in his bones. When Wu Taijiang first saw Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoduo's height was less than 1.8 meters. Now he was already 1.89 meters tall, more than 10 centimeters taller. Compared to his height, his body was a little thin, but he already had the posture of a bottomless abyss and a mountain. This was the natural density of his aura caused by years of hard practice with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. "Xiaoduo you." "Ah." Wu Taijiang laughed and greeted. Zhou Xiaoduo's face immediately darkened. "Can you not call me Xiaoduo you?" This was a name that he had not heard for a long time. Whether it was his mother or sister, no one had called him that for a long time. "Xiaoyan is also here. It's so good to see you too." Wu Taijiang laughed loudly. But in his heart he was even more shocked. When he saw Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan in Phoenix City, Zhou Xiaoyan was only in the embryonic breathing realm, while Zhou Xiaoduo had just reached the innate realm and was just at the beginning of the martial arts path. Now, looking at them now, both of their cultivation had greatly increased, which made Wu Taijiang and All Mighty shocked. Zhou Xiaonian had completed the condensation of her spirit and qi. Obviously, she had completed the condensation of her godly soul and reached the God-reigning realm? In terms of cultivation realm, she was still lacking, but her godly soul had completed the condensation. When she really reached the God-reigning realm, there would definitely be more improvement. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, his face was full of purple qi, and between his movements, there were faint flashes of cloud qi. This was the cloud transformation realm? But if he had reached the cloud transformation realm, how could he not control the evolution of vital qi? Could it be that he was about to break through to the cloud transformation realm? But why was there already overflowing cloud qi? But it had not been long since the last time they parted, right? Had it been a year? These two monsters had actually improved so quickly. They were indeed raised by those two monsters. Zhou Xiaoduo had already rushed up and grabbed Wu Tiejiang's big hand. "Uncle Wu, please come in quickly. Why are you here? It's really been a long time, I've missed you so much." Zhou Xiaonian hurriedly brewed tea and brought it over. She sat quietly beside Zhou Xiaoduo and poured tea for both of them just like a housewife. The three of them sat down, and the fragrance of the tea rose in spirals. "It's good to see both of you. When I was wandering outside, I often missed both of you." Wu Taijiang laughed and said, "As for this visit, a while ago your father called me and asked me to come over to take a look, afraid that you would waste any materials. He wanted to say your senior brother, but he remembered that Zhou Xiaoduo probably did not know about the existence of such a senior brother. Anyway, Zhou had already gone back. Borrowing his name, not only would he be able to help his disciple, but he would also be able to help his son. No matter what, he would not be invited to a meal anymore." "My father?" Zhou Xiaonian immediately became interested. "Uncle Wu, when did my father call you?" About a month ago." Wu Taijiang thought for a while and said, "At that time I was still working as a blacksmith in another place." "A month?" Chapter 845. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian looked at each other with some doubts in their hearts. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It should be another plan that their parents had made in advance. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he understood. Dad must have known his temper and was certain that he would be able to obtain a lot of good things in the trial space. However, his knowledge was limited and he didn't have the skills to do so. That was why he asked Wu Taijiang to come over and help him. That the only thing he was slightly puzzled about was how his parents knew that they had entered the trial space. This matter seemed to have already started the selection before they left? I didn't remember this wrong, right? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said to Zhou Xiaonian with a sigh, "Our dad really has a meticulous plan. He planned it out before taking action." Zhou Xiaonian rolled her eyes and said, "It's one thing for our dad to have a meticulous plan, but it's another thing for him to know your bad nature very well. In front of Uncle Wu. Can't you leave me some face?" Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, "Hurry up and get some fruit. Do you need me to say such a small thing? There are guests in the house, don't you know how to be polite? What kind of wife are you? Hurry up. If you're late, I'll beat you to death." Zhou Xiaonian stood up angrily and went to get the fruit. Zhou Xiaoduo sat on the sofa reservedly and put on the aura of the head of the house. He chuckled and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Wu. Let me formally introduce her again. And this is my wife." "Ah ha ha." Wu Taijiang almost spat out a mouthful of tea. "Your wife, I know about this and I've known about it for a long time. Look at how arrogant you are, as if I don't know about your family status." Zhou Xiaonian came out with the fruit. "Uncle Wu, please have some fruit." Zhou Xiaoduo put on airs again. "Why didn't you peel the skin? You're so insensible. Hurry up and peel the skin for me. Peel it clean." Zhou Xiaonian took a deep breath. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. "Forget it. It's more nutritious to eat it with the skin on." Wu Taijiang was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. After eating a sun-facing fruit, he asked, "How is it? Do the two of you have any ingredients that you're not sure about? Or can't confirm? Why don't I take a look at you?" Zhou Xiaonian and Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "Thank you so much, Uncle Wu. We were just worried about this." Wu Taijiang nodded with a smile. He thought to himself that the king of Zhuolu was right. This pair of siblings had really pocketed a lot of money. "There's no hurry. Uncle Wu, you must be tired after traveling so far. Have some tea and some fruit first, Zuo said politely. All right. Zuo asked curiously, Uncle Wu, you're so close to my parents. My parents didn't use their current names before they experienced the mortal world, right? Zuo and Zuo were really puzzled about this. Recalling the past, the bits and pieces of the past and the various traces left behind by the couple, showed that Zuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were great masters. Even if they were injured and couldn't display their strength, even if they experienced the mortal world and tempered their Taoist heart, it was impossible that they didn't leave behind any news, right? As the saying goes, people leave their names when they pass by, and wild geese leave their voices when they pass by. However, the two of them searched the internet. Zuo even hacked into some government databases to check, but they couldn't find any relevant clues. The two of them were extremely curious about the original identities of their parents. Wu Taijiang was stunned. He was restless and muttered, "It shouldn't be, right?" Zuo said unhappily, "Why do you sound so uncertain?" They've already completed their mortal world experience. Uncle Wu, why are you still hiding it from us? Wu Taijiang wiped the sweat off his forehead. He suddenly had the urge to run away. What's my father's original name? Zuo asked. Your father. Ahem. He has so many incarnations. I'm not sure. Wu Taijiang said. No matter what, his surname is definitely Zuo, right? Zuo said with certainty, he can't change his surname, right? That's true. Wu Taijiang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. What's his real name then? Zuo was very curious. Wu Taijiang coughed. He had a flash of inspiration, so he said seriously, about this I really can't tell you in detail. Think about it. Your father and mother didn't tell you about it. There must be another reason. If I tell you about it rashly, it's not very appropriate, right? Zuo and Zuo listened and felt that this sentence was quite reasonable. They didn't ask any more questions. In short, your father didn't tell you. It must be for the good of both of you, Wu Taijiang said. That's true. Zuo and Zuo nodded. Zuo took a deep breath. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, Uncle Wu, you said, our family and the minister inspector. Ahem. Wu Taijiang coughed violently. What does it matter if it's true or not? Zuo finally finished speaking. She was full of expectation. Is my father the minister's descendant? The descendant of the minister's bloodline when he was outside? Ah. Wu Taijiang's eyes were hanging out of their sockets. He was completely stunned. What I mean is my father the grandson of the minister inspector's grandson? Or something like that. Zuo dream of being an official's descendant had never been extinguished. Wu Taijiang felt like he was choking. A mouthful of fruit was stuck in his throat. After a long time he finally swallowed it down. He frowned and thought deeply, I really don't know. Is there really no clue? There aren't many experts with the surname Zuo in this continent, right? Zuo said with dissatisfaction. I really don't know. But if you say so, your family might have something to do with the minister inspector. Wu Taijiang said with difficulty. He had never said such a roundabout thing in his life. It was too difficult for him. Zuo and Zuo couldn't help but feel disappointed when they couldn't get anything out of Wu Taijiang's mouth. However, Wu Taijiang also felt that he couldn't say anything more. If he gave birth to a super official's descendant, his skin would be skinned by many people again and again. Cough, cough, cough. Do you remember that I promised your father to find some hammer techniques for you? Wu Taijiang asked. I remember. Uncle Wu, could it be that you? Zuo's eyes lit up. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Wu Taijiang took out 7 jade pendants from his ring. I gave you my storm hammer of 8 directions a long time ago. These 2 jade pendants are hammer techniques used in battle. One of them is called the Hammer of 10,000 Armies, and the other is called the Blood War Hammer. Both of them were created by 2 generals who had experienced countless bloody battles in the past. The hammer techniques are broad and wide, and when used in battle they are invincible. The remaining techniques are the Nebula Hammer, the Thunder Hammer, the Mountain River Hammer, and the Sun and Moon Hammer. Wu Taijiang explained, the first few techniques each have their own unique techniques and the principles are basically the same. Only the Sun and Moon Hammer focuses on one yin and one yang, one hard and one soft, and the 2 converge to unleash their power. A heavy weapon like a hammer has always been known for its strength and fierceness. As for how to converge yin and yang, how to combine hardness and softness, you'll have to study this carefully. After he finished speaking, he imparted all the hammer techniques to Zhuoxiao Duo in the living room. Zhuoxiao's current spirit was no longer comparable to the past. When he was imparted to the level of several techniques, he only felt a little dazed in his mind before he returned to normal. How is it? Wu Taijiang asked with concern. Nothing. Zhuoxiao Duo quickly flipped through the techniques in his mind and put them aside. There was no hurry. It would not be too late to practice them when he went to the space of the Void Extermination Tower. You already have a lot of hammer techniques, but as your cultivation gets higher and higher, your strength will also get stronger. You'll definitely feel that your hammer is getting lighter and lighter, and it'll be difficult for you to use it freely, right? But in terms of fighting against enemies, the size of your hammer has already reached the limit. What do you have to say about this? I'm also thinking about this problem. There are many solutions to this problem, whether it's the weapon tempering technique, the blood refining technique, or the harmonious spirit technique. As long as you complete any one of them, you'll naturally be able to make it as heavy or light as you want. Understood. Yes, I still have a few sets of cultivation techniques here, including movement techniques, footwork techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, hidden weapons techniques, as well as the spirit mastery technique, weapon tempering technique, blood refining technique, soul nurturing technique. These are all prepared for the two of you. You'll need to enlighten them twice. Well, some of them are just for little Nyener. Thank you, Uncle Wu. After another round of work, the two of them were finally done with the head bestowment in the afternoon. After the two of them dipped their toes in a simple manner, they both felt somewhat bewildered. Uncle Wu, the others are fine. They're all within the scope of our knowledge. We can follow the method and go deeper. But this knife technique, why is it so strange? It doesn't seem to be very reasonable. Zhuoxiao Duo tried to explore the cultivation techniques in his mind and quickly found that there was something wrong with the knife technique. This knife technique can only be used with the Imperial Sky technique? And before using the knife, one must leap. Isn't it very different from the ordinary moves? What is this? Zhuoxiao Duo was puzzled and could not help but ask. This knife technique seemed to be powerful, but Zhuoxiao Duo simulated it in his mind and felt that it was not very powerful. There was not much surprise. And there were many things that did not make sense. This is a long knife technique. Wu Taijiang coughed and said, to use this kind of long knife technique, the knife in the hand must be at least 35 meters long. The width of the blade must be at least 6 meters, and the thickness of the back must be at least 5 meters. Chapter 846. A saber that's more than 35 meters long? Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian were both shocked when they heard this. At the same time, they imagined it in their minds and couldn't help but shudder. Just imagining such a long saber and waving it on the battlefield, that was simply unimaginably bloody and cruel. Little Nyen doesn't need to practice this saber technique, but Xiao Duo can pay more attention to it. This saber is not only a long weapon but also a heavy weapon. It's a great killing weapon. Wu Taijiang coughed and said seriously, this saber technique is not easy to come by. It's said that the Sky Inspecting Minister used it to dominate the world and suppress the Umno Alliance. The Flood Witch's hammer technique was invincible. The Sky Inspecting Minister specially created this saber to counter the Flood Witch's hammer technique. Using heavy to deal with heavy, from ancient times until now, there has always been saber techniques before sabers. Only this saber technique was created first. Then, according to the characteristics of this saber technique was specially created. The Flood Witch's hammer technique can be used in a battle between people of the same level and strength. As long as he closes the distance, he will definitely die. The minister uses this saber to increase the distance and deal with the Flood Witch. Weight, distance, and technique are 3 restraints. Looking at the 3 continents, only this saber can contend with the hammer technique of the Umno Alliance's invincible the Flood Witch. Wu Tiejiang's face was serious, but his heart was full of curses. I gave you your father's saber technique, and you still have to pretend that you don't know. You still have to exaggerate your father's saber technique. Anyone would understand this feeling. It's actually the saber technique of the Sky Inspecting Minister. Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly became serious. In his heart, he instantly equated the level of this saber technique with his own hammer technique. In fact, it was even more powerful than his hammer technique. This was the saber technique of the Sky Inspecting Minister. This was definitely a treasure. Uncle Wu, how did you get such a peerless saber technique? It must have taken a lot of effort, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said gratefully. Of course. Took a lot of effort. Wu Taijiang nodded. He thought to himself, actually, it was effortless. Your father gave it to me. But if I want to practice this kind of bladesmanship, I'll need at least one such strange blade. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little worried. How should such a huge saber be made? What kind of material should it be made of? Saber. Wu Zhejiang's heart suddenly thumped. Damn it, you want me to deliver the saber technique, but you don't give me a saber. Where can I find such a long saber? Doesn't that mean I have to throw in a huge amount of materials again? But the problem is, I really don't know where to find so many materials. This kind of saber could not be made of ordinary materials. Wu Taijiang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder. He left the saber art for me to deliver and then he left by himself. At that time he felt that he had passed the test with ease, that he even rejoiced. Only now did he realize it. Only saber techniques. Where's the fucking saber? This kind of special saber technique required a special saber. Without a saber, with only saber techniques, how can I practice with hammers? Isn't this cheating me? Let me take a look at the materials you two have first. Wu Taijiang quickly changed the topic. It's not that I don't want to help. It's that ordinary materials can't make such a huge saber, but I don't have so many high-quality materials. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, and then took out the soul-snatching sword. She said, Uncle Wu, take a look at this sword. What do you think? As soon as Wu Taijiang took out the sword, Xiaoduo emerged from the hilt and blew a breath of cold air at Wu Taijiang. Oh. No matter how much Wu Taijiang thought about it, he would never have thought that such a thing would happen. He was completely unprepared, and a gust of cold air blew on his head. Even though his cultivation was high, he still felt dizzy, and his divine sense blurred. He fell back with a thud. Fortunately, he was sitting on the sofa, so he did not make a fool of himself. Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked and hurriedly stopped Ice Spirit. Xiaoduo, don't mess around. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was sitting at the side, was immediately upset. No matter how he looked at it, he was shouting at him and teaching him a lesson. This feeling was really. The two of them hurriedly looked at Wu Taijiang, and Zhou Xiaoyan hurriedly retracted the cold air. Wu Taijiang recovered quickly because of the unexpected incident. After all, he was a super expert. Although Xiaoduo's breath was powerful and sudden, it was still far from hurting him. He only needed to circulate his inner qi to recover. As his vitality evaporated, the remaining cold air on his face turned into water and flowed down. Amazing. Although Wu Taijiang had recovered, his old face was flushed red. He was also a veteran of the Jianghu. How could he not know that if he had lost control on the battlefield just now, he would have been killed 100 times over? I'm all right. Facing the concerned and guilty gaze of the siblings, Wu Taijiang waved his hand. Then a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Xiaoduo without blinking. Xiaoduo, who was the size of a finger, wrinkled her little nose and snorted. She twisted her small waist and went back into the Soul Snatcher sword, never to come out again. This is the ice spirit that has recognized its master? Wu Taijiang looked at the Soul Snatcher sword in shock. Wu Taijiang was completely unaware of the fact that Zhou Xiaoyan had become the Ice Soul's master. Otherwise he would have taken precautions. Now that they saw the Ice Soul, their minds were shaken to the core. It really has its own consciousness. It can already transform. It's a complete peak ice spirit. Seeing Xiaoduo's completely human-like actions, Wu Taijiang almost fainted. He looked at the Soul Snatcher sword and then looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. The shock in his heart was filled with emotions. This girl's luck was really that since the beginning of time, only the great Ice Soul of the Sorcerer clan had managed to get an Ice Soul to recognize him as its master. However, when he got the Ice Soul, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the current era, even above the Skysoar realm. Zhou Xiaoyan was only at the Cloud Transformation realm, but she had already obtained the Ice Spirit's recognition. This was a big matter that had never been heard of since ancient times. Wu Taijiang felt that his head was not working well. For a long time he still could not believe that this was true. Wu Taijiang calmed himself down and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do about this sword?" At this moment, he only had one thought. The sword that I obtained has now become a divine weapon. And a divine weapon with a complete ice spirit as its sword spirit. This glory made Wu Zhejiang's whole body heat up. He really wanted to shout, I obtained a divine weapon. Zhuoxiaonian duo asked carefully, Uncle Wu, can you add more ice attribute materials to this sword so that Xiao Duo can live more comfortably inside? Xiao Duo felt Zhuoxiaonian duo's concern and happily appeared again. She floated up and kissed Zhuoxiaonian duo's face before returning happily. No need. Wu Taijiang picked up the Soul Snatcher sword and looked at the snow-white sword body with appreciation. He said, this sword has obtained the fortune of the ice spirit and has the ability to evolve on its own. Evolve on its own? Yes. Wu Taijiang looked at the Soul Snatcher sword with appreciation. If you have 10,000 years mysterious ice or other ice attribute materials, you only need to insert the sword into it. The ice spirit will naturally absorb the ice essence. When you see the ice attribute materials showing signs of melting, it means that the essence has been completely absorbed. Wu Taijiang sighed and said, now this sword no longer needs a scabbard. You mean, normally I have to insert it into the mysterious ice and keep it in this state? That's right. In this way you don't need to work hard to cultivate the ice attribute cold energy. As long as you are in contact with the sword and the mysterious ice during cultivation, it will naturally provide you with an endless supply of ice attribute spiritual energy. Of course, when you cultivate you still need to use the Jade of Astral Souls to absorb the vital energy. When you are cultivating, as long as you carry this sword with you, the cold energy will nourish it and it will naturally change its attribute. This is the biggest advantage of the ice spirit recognizing you as its owner. Oh, no wonder my cultivation has improved rapidly during this period. Zhuoxiaonian duo looked at Zhuoxiao duo as if to show off. Zhuoxiaonian duo decided that in the future she would not put the Spirit Snatcher sword in the ring or the scabbard. She would always insert it into the mysterious ice. Anyway, she had a lot of mysterious ice in her hands, at least a few thousand cubic meters. With Xiao Duo as her support, the time difference in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, and so much mysterious ice, how can you fight with me, little dog? The foundation of this sword has been established. There is no need to make any changes or forge any more. It only needs to evolve on its own. What's more, the Spirit Snatcher sword that has been infused with the ice spirit has reached the point where it can be adjusted according to your own strength. Wu Taijiang was full of admiration. Heavenly weapon, this is the true meaning of a heavenly weapon. In the future, when the soul of the ice phoenix awakens and is swallowed by the ice spirit, its power will be further enhanced. The more Wu Taijiang said, the more excited he became. However, he was also very suspicious. How did this little girl get such a great blessing? Then in the future, when this weapon reaches its peak, what level will it reach? Zhuoxiao Duo asked with concern. Peak, how can this divine sword reach its peak? Wu Taijiang said in a deep voice, this kind of divine weapon will evolve with the improvement of its owner's cultivation and will always be compatible with it. In other words, as Nian'er's cultivation progresses, this sword will continue to evolve and become stronger and stronger. No matter what level it will reach, I won't be surprised. The ice spirit is originally an innate spiritual object. Do you understand innate spiritual objects? Even if Nian'er can reach the starry sky at that time, this Spirit Snatcher sword can still be compatible with it and reach the level of the legendary peerless divine weapons such as the Donghuang Bell, the mysterious Yellow Pagoda, the Wahuang sword. That kind of super level. As Wu Taijiang spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 847. I forged this sword by chance. I, Wu Taijiang, have nothing else to ask for in this life. Although I've only forged a sword embryo, I, Wu Taijiang, feel honored that this sword can reach the pinnacle and become a real divine artifact. He finally seized the opportunity to boast about himself. Wahuang sword. Zhuoxiao Duo was shocked by Wu Taijiang's mention of the divine artifact. Wahuang sword. Isn't it the one I just got? But I didn't feel anything unusual. Yes. It said that when the world changed greatly, the whole sky collapsed. All the creatures on the continent were facing a catastrophe. It was Empress Hua, the heavenly son of heaven, who used endless divine power to forge the sky-mending stone to fill the gap in the sky. That's how all the creatures survived and reproduced. Wu Taijiang said respectfully, so, all the creatures in the world should be grateful to Empress Hua for her grace of rebirth. The Wahuang sword is Empress Hua's sword. When Empress Hua mended the sky, she held the Wahuang sword. This sword originally had another name. But since then it's been called the Wahuang sword by word of mouth. Zhuoxiao Duo asked curiously, is this Wahuang sword very powerful? Is it very powerful? Wu Taijiang glanced at Zhuo Duo disdainfully. Boy, I'm telling you, don't use your shallow knowledge to guess the power of the Huahuang sword. The Huahuang sword can command thunder and lightning, overturn seas and rivers, change the world and control life and death. Wu Taijiang said respectfully, this is a divine artifact. It's the real pinnacle of the divine artifact. Zhuo Duo narrowed his eyes and pondered. That sword is so awesome? I really didn't see it. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's sword had a chance to become such an existence in the future. Zhuo Duo felt sincerely happy and elated. Zhuo Duo thought of another thing, so he asked excitedly, Uncle Wu, what about my hammer? That is also a divine weapon that came from your hands. Your hammer? Wu Taijiang coughed. What do you mean? Although the spirit-snatching sword and your 99 cat hammer were both made by me, the foundation of the spirit-snatching sword's limitless future lies in the sword spirit. Your hammer. Compared to him, the difference is like heaven and earth. How can you compare the difference between heaven and earth? As for your hammer, you should nurture it well. If you use your spirit and blood essence to refine it. Wu Taijiang deliberated for a long time in his heart and said, it may not be impossible to become a treasure that is a few grades lower than the spirit-snatching sword. Believe me, as long as you have enough luck, you still have a chance. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face became a bitter. This sentence. I don't feel excited at all. Of course, if you can find a pair of innate spiritual objects like the ice spirit and use them as the hammer spirit, your future achievement may not be lower than the spirit-snatching sword. Wu Taijiang comforted him casually. It was really just a casual comfort. In Wu Chejiang's view, it was a great blessing to see an innate spiritual object like the ice spirit once, let alone get it, let alone own it. If Zhuo Duo wants to get a pair, you better think about it. Even if your family seems to have good feng shui, you can't expect all the good things in the world to come to your family, right? My daughter has already got the ice spirit. If my son gets a pair, then it won't be one, but two innate spiritual objects of the same standard. That's impossible. Spiritual objects suitable for the spirit-snatching sword are rare, but there are always some. But when it comes to spiritual objects suitable for the cat hammer, not only are there not many, but there are also none. Moreover, look at the lousy name you came up with, 99 cat hammer. Even if there is an innate spiritual object, it will definitely stay away from your hammer when it hears the name. Those who don't know will think you're acting in a cartoon. A pair of innate spiritual objects. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart suddenly became lively. I seem to have a pair? The pair that I can't command now. I wonder, can they do it? This thought only flashed through his mind. Uncle Wu, can the ice spirit grow? Zhuo Xiaoyan was still worried when she thought of this. That day, Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry because of this incident, and even made her dance because of it. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't want the ice spirit to marry someone else, but she also didn't want Zhuo Xiaoduo to have another concubine. Grow? What do you mean grow? Wu Taijiang was stunned. It's... Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed and said, when she grows up, will she be like a human girl, getting married, falling in love? Or something. This. She simply pushed the responsibility to Zhuo Xiaoduo. He wants to marry the ice spirit as his concubine. Cough cough cough. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed violently. Save some face in front of outsiders. Falling in love. Marrying. Concubine. Wu Chejiang's face suddenly became distorted. What are you thinking? Wu Taijiang obviously couldn't understand Zhuo Xiaoduo's brain circuit. How is this possible? That's an innate spiritual object. Don't you know what innate spiritual objects are? Cough cough cough. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. Stop talking. Zhuo Xiaoduo actually knew this problem, but he was bullying Zhuo Xiaoyan because she didn't know. Why? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked curiously. The ice spirit. This. Wu Taijiang was completely speechless. The ice spirit is now in her complete form, and she's only this big. Of course, if you want her to grow up, she can become as big as you right now, exactly the same size. She can even become 100 times bigger than you. But falling in love and marrying a concubine. Where does this come from? Absorbing the energy directly was no doubt much better than grinding it from the outside to the inside. At this point, Zhuo Xiaoyan was finally relieved. She had 100% ice attribute heaven and earth treasures here. She really had no interest in things of other attributes. After hearing Wu Tiejiang's words, she was naturally completely relieved. What about you? Wu Taijiang asked Zhuo Duo. I have a lot of materials. I don't even know what level most of the things are, so I'll have to trouble you to take a look. Chapter 848. Zhuo Duo said. Then hurry up and take it out for me to see. Zhuo Duo first took out one of the 9 big stones that he kept in the chaotic space. Just by putting it on the floor, the villa instantly shook. Dust began to fall from the top. Wu Taijiang was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly asked Zhuo Duo to put it away, and then the 3 of them went to the big courtyard behind the villa. Don't take it out first. Wu Taijiang first installed 2 racks on the ground, then moved out the large forging platform and placed it on the racks. He felt that it was not very stable, so he simply buried all 4 racks into the ground and placed the large platform on top of the racks. Okay, just put the big stone on top of it, Wu Taijiang said. Zhuo Duo moved the stone out and put it on the platform. Then he saw that the platform, which was made of some unknown metal, was slowly sinking until a pit was formed. Only then did it stop. Zhuo Duo was puzzled. He did not feel that it was so heavy, but looking at the weight, it was obviously ridiculously heavy. What's going on? Wu Tiejiang's face was serious, and his eyes flashed with pain. This is a pure golden steel load-bearing platform. It's half a meter thick. It's actually wasted in this place. In addition to the pain, he was more excited. He really did not expect that Zhuo Duo would have such a good thing and such a big piece. This is the Starry Sky Eternal Stone? Wu Tiejiang's eyes lit up. And such a big piece? This is 2 cubic meters. Damn, it's still so complete. What is the Starry Sky Eternal Stone? You don't even know what it is and you put it in your pocket? Casting pearls before swine, casting pearls before swine. This Starry Sky Eternal Stone. In the end it's still a stone. It's just that this stone, even if placed in the vast starry sky, can exist forever. No matter how time passes, no matter how the world is overturned, no matter what level of destruction it encounters, this stone is eternal and indestructible. Wu Taijiang couldn't bear to part with the legendary material in front of him, as if he was caressing his most beloved lover. That's right, there's another legend about the Starry Sky Indestructible Stone. Is that the reason why the Starry Sky exists for so long is because of this stone? In other words, this stone is a special energy that supports the starry sky. Wu Tiejiang's expression became more and more excited. This kind of stone, no matter where it is placed, will automatically absorb all the metal essence around it and fuse it into the stone. However, after any metal essence enters this stone, it will still be a stone. It will not undergo any changes. It will only make this stone even more indestructible and indestructible. If this stone is taken out in the villa, the steel bars that support the building, including the main body of the villa, will be extracted by this stone. Then the villa will collapse. Wu Taijiang explained why he wanted to take it out and then said, now that it's placed on top of this piece of golden steel, this table of mine can no longer be used after today, because the essence has been absorbed by this stone. If I continue to forge on top of it, it will shatter like porcelain and turn into fine powder. I see. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian were both amazed, but they also felt that it was inconceivable. There was actually such a strange stone in this world, and it had such characteristics. They had never heard of it before and it was unbelievable. However, Zhuo Duo was more concerned. What other uses does this stone have? From what Zhuo Duo heard, this stone was very sturdy, had lived for a long time, and had the ability to absorb metal essence. However, these didn't seem to be related to actual combat, right? Especially the last characteristic, it was simply an attribute that was diametrically opposed to the existence of weapons, and it was difficult for them to be compatible. Wu Taijiang smiled and said, this legendary stone has more magical uses. I only need a piece of it the size of a finger. After I smelt it and integrate it into a weapon, the weapon will have the characteristics of eternity. It will be indestructible, and it will continue to grow stronger as the battle goes on, because it can continuously absorb the essence of the opponent's weapon during the battle and use it as its own nutrients. Zhuo eyes lit up. Really? You can add some of it to your cat spirit sword. Wu Taijiang thought for a while and said, and you can add some of it to your hammer. Well, the starry sky stone in your hand is quite heavy, I'll try to see if I can apply a layer of it on the surface of your hammer. But even so, it won't consume much. The weight of this stone is too big, so there will definitely be a lot of surplus. Wu Taijiang negotiated. Look, can you give me some of the surplus of this stone? Can you also strengthen the weapons of the 4 frontier generals and the left and right heavenly kings? If it is successfully smelted, it can at least increase the power of the weapons by 1 level. In Wu Chejiang's view, Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaonian combined could not consume 1/10 of such a large piece of starry sky eternal stone. There would definitely be a lot left, and it could be used to enhance the attributes of the weapons of the left and right heavenly kings and the other astral souls at the border, and greatly increase the overall combat power of the astral souls. No problem, you can have the rest. Zuoxiaoduo readily agreed. Apart from strengthening my hammer, sword and some other weapons, I will also reforge my 30-meter-long broadsword. You can have the rest. Wu Chejiang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. A 30-meter-long broadsword? Are you fucking kidding me? If you apply a layer of your 99 kitty hammer to this rock, and if you apply another layer of your knife, it won't be enough anymore. How can you be so shameless as to say that you can give the rest to me? The broadsword hasn't taken shape yet, so I won't consider it, Wu Taijiang said with difficulty. Then when will it take shape? Zuoxiaoduo asked. This question was a little persistent. It was rare for Wu Taijiang to come, so how could he let it go so easily? He had to get his hands on the broadsword no matter what. After I get these things, I will go to the generals and the heavenly kings to exchange for some materials before I can forge the broadsword. Wu Taijiang suddenly had an idea. I don't have enough materials right now. You don't have enough materials for the broadsword? Zuoxiaoduo was stunned. 40 meters long, 6 meters wide on the blade and 5 meters thick on the back. Just think about it, how heavy would it be? Perhaps dozens or hundreds of tons. This did not seem to be enough. So he stopped talking. Yes, I will forge some hidden weapons for you with some fine stone fragments. Don't use these hidden weapons carelessly. You should know that these hidden weapons have an indestructible property. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can even kill Skysoar realm experts. These hidden weapons made from indestructible starry sky stones are destructive to a living being's body, and they can't be healed. This is because the injuries they cause are indestructible as well. Unless one dies, the wounds will remain in an injured state. No matter what treatment you use, it won't be able to heal them. Wu Taijiang reminded, if it's not a deep grudge or a battle, try not to use it. That's great, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Wu to help me make more. Zuoxiaoduo was very excited. Forge more? Wu Taijiang was stunned. This stone of astral souls is indeed very heavy, but it's only enough to ensure that you, Xiaonian, and the higher-ups at the border have their weapons. There's not much left, just some scraps. That's why I said that I'll forge a few hidden weapons for you in case of emergencies. If you want to forge more, I'm afraid that the higher-ups at the border won't have enough. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that ignorant? I still have more starry sky stones, plenty of them. Zuoxiaoduo threw out 8 more starry sky stones and placed them all on the golden stainless steel table. With a crisp crack, the golden stainless steel table cracked like a spider web. Wu Taijiang was stunned. So many? How could there be so many of these super treasures? How could there be so many of them? Where did you get all these? Wu Taijiang couldn't figure it out. These were dreamy materials that could only be found by chance. Even the Crown Prince's Academy couldn't have them. They could only exist in the starry sky. Even if the Crown Prince's Academy had them, they couldn't have placed them in the nascent soul trial area, let alone in piles like this. Haha, when I went in to train, I accidentally found them. They were very hard, so I brought them all back. I thought they were useless. Zuoxiaoduo scratched his head and said vaguely, this luck, this opportunity. Wu Taijiang was now convinced and full of admiration. You found a few stones casually? You brought all of them back? You thought they were useless? These are more than enough, they are too much. Wu Taijiang looked at the other stones that seemed to be even bigger. They were as tall as a few people and his eyes were filled with the look of a beauty that could topple countries. Yes, he only needed to take out one of them and he could strengthen all the weapons of the sky realm and above in the continent. This was the kind of super weapon that would get stronger the more it was used. Other than weapons of the same level that could resist it, there was no other weapon that couldn't be restrained by the starry sky indestructible stone. Of course, a weapon that possessed an artifact spirit could still resist and even suppress it. However, since ancient times, how many of such weapons were there? How many of them had been passed down to the present world? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. With such a weapon in hand, as the power of the weapon continued to increase, the user's combat strength would also increase. The moment he started using it, his combat strength would increase by at least 30%. Xiaoduo, how many hidden weapons do you want to make? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo cautiously. Uncle Wu, apart from the part you gave to the seniors, how many hidden weapons do you think you can make? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Chapter 849. What do you mean? You mean you want to refine all of them into hidden weapons? Are you serious? Wu Taijiang was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that Zhou Xiaoduo would give such an answer. What a waste of resources. This little bastard was so extravagant that it angered the heavens. Why don't we make 10 or 20,000 stones first? Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and asked tentatively. I suggest we make about 10,000 hidden weapons. That way we only need a big stone. Wu Taijiang said, in this way there will still be a lot of surplus left, which can be saved for emergencies in the future. If such a good thing is used up all at once. When there is a need in the future, there will be nothing to be done and regret. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed. Therefore, after discussion, Zhou Xiaoduo left 3 stones untouched. Wu Taijiang took 2 of the same size. The remaining 4 stones were all used to make hidden weapons. I have a Xiao request. Can you make a few other weapons? A few of my classmates also need them. Zhou Xiaoduo rubbed his hands. It's just that it will be very troublesome for Uncle Wu. I'm a little embarrassed. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. You said it so fluently, but I don't see you being embarrassed at all. You have given me so many starry sky indestructible stones. How can I refuse your small request? No problem. Wu Taijiang could only answer like this. Even if there was a problem, there had to be no problem. Wu Taijiang knew very well that this little bastard's face was like a curtain. He could pull it down whenever he wanted. If he was unhappy, he could deduct the part that was originally agreed to be given to him at any time. Then I'll keep these 2 smaller stones first. Wu Taijiang said, don't worry, you won't lose out this time. These starry sky eternal stones are priceless. I'll explain it to each of them. You won't be short of benefits. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. This matter is not urgent. If it doesn't work, everyone can write an IOU. Wu Taijiang sighed heavily. He thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was going to tell him to forget about it. After all, they were fighting for humanity. In the end, this kid didn't even think about letting it go. He even gave him an IOU. If the higher-ups of Astral Souls gave out IOUs, they would think of a way to redeem them no matter what. In fact, the value of the IOUs was even higher than the value of the IOUs. Zhou Xiaoduo understood this very well. What's mine is mine. I can give it away when I'm in a good mood, but I can't donate it, not even once. Things like donating could only happen once or countless times. There was no such thing as once or twice. If I really didn't want a single cent, these guys might even scold me for being an idiot. As for my resolve, the fact that I'm willing to take it out is proof of my resolve. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo believed that the Yinwu Empire would need to spend money to purchase weapons from the military factories or other necessities for the army. Perhaps they would purchase them at a fair price, but they would never be able to save money. Since that's the case, I naturally have to pay for what's mine. Whether it's in the form of favors, money, or treasures, I have to accept it. What they owe me is what they owe me. There's nothing much to say. It has nothing to do with resolve. What other good stuff do you have? Wu Taijiang was quite happy to be able to obtain so many priceless treasures. There's also this. Zhou Xiaoduo tossed out another square piece of land. It was neatly cut and was several cubic meters in size. This was the piece of land he obtained from the chaos space. Zhou Xiaoduo had never heard of such a hard piece of land, but he had dug up quite a few. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't think much of this. If it's useless, I'll use this as the foundation when I build a house in the future. Or when I build a training ground, I'll use this as the ground. After all, it's rare to see something that can't be smashed by a cat's hammer. This is Chaos Earth? Wu Taijiang grimaced. How did this kid get so many good things? His luck was too good, wasn't it? Chaos Earth? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little puzzled. What's the origin of this thing? What's its use? It's more than useful. It's a rare treasure that's hard to find in the mortal world. Wu Taijiang said seriously. However, this thing is useless to the average person because one of its main uses is assimilation. In other words, if you have a piece of land and bury this chaos earth in the ground, then this piece of land will become the land of the chaos space. Another characteristic of the chaotic soil is that it can cultivate high-grade heaven and earth treasures. Those heaven and earth treasures that are not high-grade will immediately die once they enter this soil. Only very high-grade spirit materials, spirit plants, and spirit medicines can survive in the chaotic soil. The treasures planted in the chaos earth will grow at a much higher rate than normal, and their final quality will also be higher than their own inherent quality limit. Legend has it that this chaos earth is the embryonic soil that nurtures innate treasures because the energy it contains is chaos energy. Treasures that can't withstand it will only explode and be annihilated. On the other hand, if it's successfully absorbed, it can naturally break through its own inherent shackles and transform into a higher quality. Wu Taijiang said, but the grade of this thing is too high. With your small arms and legs you can't use it at all. You won't be staying in this villa for long. I think it'll be difficult for you to stay in one place for a long time in the future, right? Maybe when the world is peaceful, you can choose to retire in a place and open up your own medicine yard. At that time, this chaos earth will come in handy. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, not only do I have such a place but it's also very big. You mean to say that just burying it is enough? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked modestly. Yes, as long as you bury it in the soil and pile 3 feet of ordinary yellow soil on top, the land will naturally be assimilated. With the chaos earth you have now, assimilating a few acres of land will be no problem. Wu Taijiang said, setting up this thing is the easiest. The difficulty is that you have to have this thing and also have enough high-quality heavenly treasures to plant. So you should keep it first. Maybe it'll come in handy in the future. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't hesitate and immediately kept it. He began to calculate in his heart. I have a lot of these things in my hands, at least a few thousand cubic meters. According to Uncle Wu, won't I be able to assimilate a large area of chaos earth in the Tower of Annihilation to plant land? After thinking about it, he was full of resentment towards the Wuhuang sword. This kind of good thing, but that broken sword actually went on strike while digging. It really doesn't deserve to be a son. No matter what, I should have dug out that large area of land first. Sigh, what a waste, what a waste. Is there anything else? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a while. I can't take out the sword of Empress Enviwa. That sword must be something good. If Uncle Wu recognized it and told others about it, I'm afraid it would cause a huge storm. How am I going to deal with it with my small arms and legs? As for the other things, there wasn't anything too rare. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo gained a lot from this experience, the place he was in was still a nascent soul cultivator's experience area. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures he obtained were very old, but they were still not too precious. Even if he didn't know the use of them, he had already asked Li Chenglong and even anonymously asked for help on the internet. As for the many strange things in his godfather's ring, they were not helpful in forging, so he naturally skipped them. Oh, that's good. Wu Taijiang was very happy and said, I'll set up a blacksmith shop in your backyard. I'll first strengthen your sword and hammer and then make those small things for you. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wu. Zhuo Xiaoduo said gratefully. Wu Taijiang stayed at Zhuo Xiaoduo's place. That afternoon he took out the blacksmithing materials. Zhuo Xiaoduo once again contributed a lot of 1,000 fantasy gold and heavenly witchcraft copper, while Wu Taijiang reluctantly took out his indestructible iron and set up the biggest furnace. Don't worry, it's easy for me to heat up the furnace, but it'll take me at least a day and a night to reach the point where I can bake the starry sky indestructible stone. After a day and a night, I'll add in my furnace chi to help, and I'll need another hour to have a little confidence in turning the starry sky indestructible stone into a particle state. And to melt these particles into a liquid state and reach a state where it can be used for casting, I'll need to add in my soul fire to proceed. Wu Taijiang was very cautious and said, and all of this is the most ideal theoretical model. If I can't melt the starry sky indestructible stone after adding in my soul fire, you'll need to use the second layer of your flaming sun scripture to help me. No problem, I understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, when the time comes just call me. Okay. In the evening, Zhuo Xiaoduo treated Wu Taijiang to a meal, and then gave Li Chenglong a look. Zhuo Xiaoyan went back to the space of the Tower of Annihilation to practice on her own. Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo went to Zhuo Xiaoduo's study. How's your selection going? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. It's almost done. Li Chenglong was really tired these days. Now there are a few people who can be confirmed. Gao Qiao, can be the chief of logistics. Zhuo, what do you think? Li Chenglong said very cautiously. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, Gao Qiao, Her family can help us deal with some of the relatively low-level things at the moment, but I'm afraid they won't be able to handle the high-level things. Li Chenglong said, so on one hand they need our support and on the other hand they need external help. Zui, what do you think of the cooperation between the Xiang family and the Gao family, one in the open and one in the dark? Zui Xiaoduo pondered. On the surface, the Gao family is in charge while the Xiang family is hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act. Once the Gao family can't handle it, the Xiang family will come out to help and eliminate the crisis. What do you think? Chapter 850. Sure. Zui Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong breathed a sigh of relief. Of course he could tell what Zui Xiaoduo's gaze meant. However, as Xiang Bing's man, Li Chenglong had to consider fighting for the benefit of the Xiang family. Therefore he brought up his personal matter first. Zui Xiaoduo muttered, but the work of the Xiang family. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. Zui Xiaoduo's words were quite interesting. After all, at present, it was just a group of several youngsters. Zui Xiaoduo's side certainly agreed, but the Xiang clan might not be interested in such a small group. Although Li Chenglong knew that this group would be huge and terrifying in the future, it was the future after all. It was just a pie in the sky. The Xiang family might not be interested in such a beautiful blueprint. I'll work on this matter. I'll make sure to make it happen. Li Chenglong said. Okay. Then it's about our candidates. Needless to say, Xiang Bing and I will be one. As for Xiang Chang's position, Li Chenglong said, he'll be the adventurer. Zui Xiaoduo frowned and said, you should understand the risks involved. If Xiang Chong is the adventurer, he'll have to bear too much risk. Once something happens, he's your brother-in-law. Li Chenglong said helplessly, I also want him to live a long life. But look at his temper, style, weapons and behavior. He's not a person who can support or hold the line in any aspect. Only when he's the adventurer, the kind who will press forward courageously, can his style and fighting style be maximized. So be it. Xiang Chong will be one of them. Zui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, that's all for your people. Li Chenglong nodded. Both of them were very serious and they were not joking. The reason why Li Chenglong mentioned the people who were related to him was because he had a tacit understanding with Zui Xiaoduo. Let the ugly things be said first. This was originally the most difficult part, and it was also the part that Li Chenglong valued the most. As long as this was settled, then there would be no more problems in the future. Li Chenglong understood what Zui Xiaoduo meant. Your people are done here. Therefore, from then on, Li Chenglong did not place any of his own people in the palace. Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiu can be considered a wave. Yes. Li Changming and Umo Yen can be counted as two groups. Yes. Then there's Zhou Yunqing. Li Chenglong hesitated. This person. Zhou Yunqing doesn't count. Zui Xiaoduo directly rejected and said, Shui City No. 1 Middle School also needs a leader. If we incorporate Zhou Yunqing, Shui City will fall into a situation where there will be no leader. The most important thing is, Zhou Yunqing's personality is different from ours. If we force ourselves to be together, there will be unnecessary conflicts. Zui Xiaoduo frowned and said, he's too righteous. Li Chenglong said, then cross out Zhou Yunqing. As he said that, there was a sincere smile in his eyes. He understood that he was not the only one who was thinking these days. Zui Xiaoduo was also thinking about it. And this was also a great encouragement for Li Chenglong. After all, no one was willing to sing a one-man show. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, these people still need to be observed for a while before coming to a conclusion. Zui Xiaoduo was stunned. Why? He had a good impression of these people. These few people, their thoughts and emotions are a little complicated. Let's wait for them to figure it out before we follow up. Li Chenglong said vaguely. Li Chenglong had already noticed some clues about Zhen Piapiao's matter during this period of time. The signs of Meng Zhangjuan's depression because of this matter were too obvious. It was impossible not to notice it even if he wanted to. As Meng Zhangjuan's close brother, Hao Han naturally followed Meng Zhangjun. Zui Xiaoduo did not go to school these days, so he did not notice this. However, Li Chenglong saw it clearly and remembered it in his heart. If Meng Zhangjun could not figure it out, then no matter how great Meng Zhangjuan's future potential was, Li Chenglong would not include him in the team. He did not want to have a person in the team who regarded the boss as a love rival. Because of this kind of mentality, even if it could be suppressed now, it could cause the entire team to collapse at any time if it was instigated by someone with ulterior motives in the future. It was the biggest hidden danger and must be eliminated. What's more, Meng Zhongjun had always been the boss among the people in the garrison shop. At the very least, the mentality of, I am the boss was real. And this was also one of Li Chenglong's concerns. Zhou Xiaoduo was not the person who gave orders, but the existence of a trump card and a spiritual leader. At this time, when someone in the team proposed something, the existence of a small group would be a factor that affected the decision. It was very likely that a matter that could be passed with one sentence would be twisted in another direction or directly go in the opposite direction. Regarding this, Li Chenglong had to nip it in the bud. Only one voice was allowed in the team. Although Zhou Xiaoduo did not understand what was going on, he did not have any opinion. Then let's wait first. Zhen Piapiao can also wait for a while, Li Chenglong said. Li Chenglong had a different opinion about Zhen Piapiao. After all, this was a girl who had a crush in her heart. Putting her in the team was also a hidden danger. The boss made a mistake. This matter would be very serious. It might cause problems for the big family. And the boss's family problems would definitely cause the boss to be in a bad mood. When the boss was in a bad mood, he might make a lot of irrational decisions that even if the boss did not make a mistake, a single beauty in the team could easily become a femme fatale. Others might not necessarily not make a mistake, but the single dogs might not necessarily not have any thoughts. And once that happened, the bad consequences would be unpredictable. Even if the boss did not make a mistake, others would not make a mistake. If Zhen Piapiao could not figure it out, she would inevitably sink deeper and deeper, unable to extricate herself. Being pitiful and sad every day was not a good thing for the whole team. She was also an unstable factor, so naturally it was better to avoid her. Therefore, Li Chenglong temporarily removed Zhen Piapiao. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo did not have any opinion. Yu Yin-er can consider joining. Okay. Pa Yibao can join. Okay. Yu Yin-er and Li Zhangming's relationship is still unclear, and Yu Yin-er's family is very big. Li Chenglong said, so for the time being, I don't recommend them to be in the same team. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, one team? Oh. I'm not interested in which family Yu Yin-er is from. What I care about is Li Zhangming's family in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo said, so the two of them will be in the same team. Hearing this, Li Chenglong's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he thought for a while and said in a low voice, okay, then it's decided. Soon after, he muttered to himself for a long time and said, in this way basically Hidden Dragon, Dragon Soul, Yun Duan, Jade Sun, and the other great martial experts will have leaders on our side. We can recruit and buy horses at any time to expand our forces. Each of these big guys has enough strength to convince the masses. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered for a while and said, how many people are there now? Yu Mi, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Zhangming, Yu Yin-er, Yu Moyan, Gao Qiao, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Pa Yibao. Li Chenglong calculated and said, a total of 11 people. Consider putting Dugu Yin-er in Yu Moyan's team. Okay, then for the time being, 12 people. Li Chenglong said, but these 12 people are still only temporary. Even if it's the 6 of us, if there's any unsuitable situation, we'll still have to remove them. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly, I hope not. As for the other students, I'm also drawing up a list, but it's basically impossible to reach the status of the 12 people. It's impossible in this lifetime. Li Chenglong said honestly. That's okay. For the time being, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Then you should know what we've discussed. I'll continue to investigate the others. Let's set Ning K as the basis. Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. Okay. Swollen, ask these 12 people to report what kind of weapons they use, their specifications, sizes, and styles. Okay. Li Chenglong didn't ask for the reason and directly agreed. Then he notified each of them. Zhou Xiaoduo returned to his room and lay on the bed. He slowly went through the 11 people one by one in his mind. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered in his heart, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Gao Qiao, and Pa Yibao. Swollen's forces can be considered a large branch of my bloodline, but it should be fine. Especially those few female compatriots. They're all taken, so I believe there won't be any chaos. If they're taken, it'll add unnecessary trouble to the group. Should I join the Nyan Cat? Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it again and finally decided not to join the Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan was the leader of the group. If she joined his group, he was afraid that her leadership skills would be destroyed. Because Zhou Xiaoduo knew Zhou Xiaoyan's temper too well. This girl could actually do anything, but as long as she was with him, she didn't think about anything else. Everything was decided by him. This was a bad habit that he had cultivated since he was young. There's a possibility that. I can't say that it's impossible. Even if I don't have this intention, no one can say for sure what kind of influence the Xiang clan will have in the end. The drama of being the emperor of the Xiang clan will never be outdated. However, as long as I'm strong enough, there won't be any problems. Zhuo Duo took a deep breath and analyzed the temperament of each of these people again. No problem. But Meng Zhongjun and the rest of the people stationed in the military shop. What kind of orientation do they have? Zhuo Duo had a good impression of these people, whether it was the first time or the long term. They were hardworking enough, talented enough, and most importantly, obedient enough. They could be independent when they went out and obedient when they came in. They were all Zhuo Duo's ideal talents. But Li Chenglong objected. There must be a reason. Swollen wouldn't reject talents. Chapter 851. Zhuo Duo pondered. From Li Chenglong's words, it seemed like there was something that he didn't know about, which caused the two sides to have an irreconcilable disagreement. It seemed like he had to find out more. What was going on? That night, Zhuo was still in the space of the Tower of Emptiness. With the help of the supreme grade jade of astral souls and the spirit-snatching sword, she forcefully broke through the ultimate cloud peak and became a god-reigning realm cultivator. When she broke through, it was 6 o'clock in the morning outside. At the moment of the breakthrough, Zhuo clearly felt that his godly thoughts seemed to have come back to life. It was a strange feeling similar to suddenly realizing that I am alive. In short, it was a very strange feeling. Zhuo also had this kind of feeling for the first time. So this is what my soul is like. She had long heard that humans had souls. However, after cultivating for so long, this was the first time she realized that humans really did have souls. At this moment, a feeling of even if I die, my soul will still exist, grew in her heart. Of course this was an illusion. However, it was so clear and real. Zhuo meditated in the space of the Tower of Emptiness for another half an hour before she came out. Following her breakthrough, Xiao Zhao's body was also emitting cold air. Her body had become much more solid. The tip of the sword was stuck in the ice. In less than half an hour, the pure cold air in the ice had merged with the sword and became part of the sword. The spirit-snatching sword automatically flew up and stuck in another large piece of ice. The original piece of ice was already covered in cracks and turbid colors. Its surface was also slowly melting. Apparently the essence was gone and the ice was no longer pure. The remaining part was about to return to heaven and earth. Xiao Duo sighed. Master's strength was still too weak. If he reached the Skysoar realm or the Dao-fusing realm, he would be able to suppress and accumulate his strength that she would be able to compete with that old foe of hers. Right now, she was still weak. However, she was much luckier than that old foe. At least there was no limit to Master's development. That old foe's master had obviously reached a huge bottleneck and was unable to advance any further. When Zhuo Duo saw Zhuo again, he couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuo, who had broken through to the god-reigning realm, was still immersed in that transcendent realm. Zhuo Duo looked at her. It was like looking at the moon in the water or flowers in the mist. It was indescribably ethereal and indescribable. Was indescribably ethereal and yet it was indescribably illusory. It was as if the beauty in front of him was right in front of him, he could reach his touches. It was a kind of extreme ethereal beauty that could emit a peerless magnificence that was unimaginable in one's imagination. SS. Zhuo was awakened by his words. Hers brought her back to reality. She frowned and said, "Nonsense." Zhuo Duo immediately felt that Zhuo was back. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said with some lingering fear, "I felt yours aura, as if it was above the clouds. Is this the god-reigning realm?" Zhuo nodded happily. She put her hands behind her back and puffed out her chest. She said proudly, "What do you think?" "Amazing." Zhuo Duo gave her a thumbs up. "Really good breasts. So fierce." Zhuo was curious. "Are they fierce?" "Yes." Zhuo Duo was drooling. "Breasts that reached the clouds." Zhuo thought for a while and then understood. She was furious. "Little dog, you're courting death." Then she fixed him again. With Zhuo's strength, Beating up Zhuo Duo was like child's play. She could fix him however she wanted. After a short while, Li Chenglong sent the information of the 11 people's weapon styles, types, weights and other information. Zhuo Duo took it and went to Wu Taijiang. "Uncle Wu, I'll have to trouble you with this, hee." Wu Taijiang frowned. "Put it aside first. I still need to wait here. The temperature is not up yet. Don't go out in the afternoon. Wait at home. With the current situation I'll probably need your help." "Understood." Zhuo Duo agreed obediently. Wu Taijiang looked at the eternal star stone next to him and took a deep breath. It was indeed a legendary casting material. Perhaps, this would be the most difficult challenge in the history of casting in his life. In the afternoon, Wu Taijiang was sweating profusely. The backyard of the villa, which was hundreds of meters wide, was covered in a fiery red color. In the middle it was as if magma was surging. However, the eternal star stone stood in the middle of the blazing white flames, motionless. Although it was not completely unchanged, it was only slightly reddish. This change could not be said to have no effect at all, but the effect was minuscule, very minuscule. Zhuo Duo stood quietly at the side and waited. Zhuo Xiaonian was here too, but her body was too incompatible with the environment. If she did not resist, her body would not be able to bear it. Once she resisted, the Moon Sutra would be activated, and the extreme cold air would reduce the heat to a certain extent. If she forced herself to stay here, not only would she not be of help, she would only be a hindrance. Therefore, she could only leave and enter the Void Extermination Tower to cultivate and consolidate her current state. Pay attention. If I tell you to increase the fire, use all your strength to activate the second layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Inject energy into the spiritual source so that the center will continue to heat up. Do not interrupt. Understood. Wu Taijiang took a deep breath and suddenly roared. The muscles all over his body tightened, and his two hands suddenly changed. They became 4 to 5 times thicker in an instant. With a clap of his hands, sparks flew and his entire arm turned red. In the center of his palm, a pure white heat suddenly appeared. It fiercely spurted out and forcefully injected into the spiritual source. In an instant, the heat in the furnace increased more than twofold. The unprecedentedly hot light even shot uncontrollably up to 1,000 meters in the air. Wu Zhejiang's face was resolute. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the imperishable stone in the center of the furnace. The imperishable stone went from being slightly red at the beginning to becoming completely red, and there were signs of it becoming transparent. However, it still did not show any signs of disintegration. Wu Taijiang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Even if it was imperishable iron or 1,000 fantasy gold, it would have already turned into molten iron. However, this imperishable stone was still stubbornly refusing to disintegrate. It was really fucking tough. As expected of a legendary magical object. However, if it could not even break down the particles, it would be impossible to completely melt it and use it. Increase the fire. Wu Taijiang roared. Following this roar, his face suddenly turned red. His heart's blood was stimulated, and it instantly reached the tip of his tongue. Zhuo Duo roared, and the Flaming Sun Sutra's power, which had already reached its peak, burst out to the maximum. It madly poured into the spiritual source. At the same time, Wu Taijiang roared again. He opened his mouth, and a stream of red blood rushed into the furnace and sprayed directly on the imperishable stone. Finally, the arrangement of the particles of the imperishable stone loosened and changed. Continue, don't stop. Wu Taijiang roared again, and another mouthful of blood was spat in his mouth. He had already raised his sledgehammer. The sledgehammer's head shone with brilliant starlight. He suddenly hammered down, and although the imperishable stone had changed, it still maintained its original appearance. He fiercely smashed it down on the imperishable stone in the furnace. The strength of this hammer was ingenious to the extreme. It was clearly an extremely violent force that smashed onto the imperishable stone, and the destructive force brazenly entered. However, when it hit the bottom of the imperishable stone, it immediately disappeared. It was as if he was continuously waving the sledgehammer in the furnace, but not a trace of his strength leaked out and affected anything else. Zhuo Duo operated the Flaming Sun Sutra with all his might, and looked at Wu Zhejiang's superb hammering technique. His heart was filled with endless shock. Originally, after Zhuo Duo obtained the various hammering techniques of the flood which, he felt that he had mastered all the hammering techniques in the world. The rest were mediocre and were not worth mentioning. However, at this moment the hammering technique that Wu Taijiang was using was another kind of technique, and it was even more exquisite. To Zhou Xiaoduo, the hammering technique that Wu Taijiang was using was the true hammering technique. This hammering technique could not be more awesome. For example, a large piece of iron was placed on top of a boiled and peeled egg. However, the pressure of the iron was about to crush the egg. At this time the hammer would smash the iron block into pieces, but the egg would not be damaged at all, and the iron block would not be intact at all. This was the use of such unimaginable strength. It had an indestructible side, and there was also a side that did not have any unnecessary wear and tear. It was really amazing. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but gasp in amazement. This hammering technique was really superior to all the other hammering techniques that he had mastered. Yes, this understanding was only because Zhou Xiaoduo's knowledge was shallow. The Flood Witch's hammering techniques were based on tyrannical strength. With the Flood Witch's unparalleled hammering strength, who could stop her? She did not care about the so-called wear and tear. Although Wu Zhejiang's cultivation had reached the peak of this world, he was still far behind the Flood Witch. There were many practitioners whose cultivation and strength were higher than his. If he used the pure fierce hammering technique, he would win if he was stronger and lose if he was weaker. There was no luck. On the contrary, this kind of exquisite hammering technique, which was simple and had minimal wear and tear, was more suitable for him. The Flood Witch and Wu Taijiang, one was more powerful than the other and the other was far behind. They could not be compared at all. But then again, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation was still shallow. If he used the fierce hammering technique taught by the Flood Witch to deal with an opponent of the same level or a level higher, it was enough to defeat the enemy. However, if he faced a stronger opponent, Wu Zhejiang's hammering technique, which was simple and had minimal wear and tear, was better. This was the fault of Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation, not the Flood Witch's hammering technique. Zhou Xiaoduo looked as if he had found a treasure. He stared at it without blinking. He saw that the crazy hammering dance seemed to be connected into a line. In a flash, Wu Taijiang hammered 99 times in a row. Taking advantage of the gap, he spat a mouthful of blood into the furnace. With a crash, under Zhou Xiaoduo's dumbstruck gaze, the huge starry sky indestructible stone finally collapsed and scattered in all directions, scattering into tiny particles. Every grain was the same size. It was as if a furnace was suddenly filled with the finest sand. Wu Taijiang roared, "Continue, don't stop." Boom, boom, boom. Once the freezing cold energy comes into contact with the eternal starry sky sand, it will easily collapse. Once that happens, the eternal starry sky sand won't be able to melt anymore. It's better to use the most ordinary water to lower the temperature and not mix any spiritual energy with it. It's better to use all the heat generated by the spiritual source to better proceed to the next step. Left without a choice, Zhou Xiaoduo could only pour water over and over again and again and again. That day and night, the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial Villa district was completely cut off from the supply of clean water. All the gates were closed and the water supply was fully supplied to Zhou Xiaoduo's villa. Not to mention anything else, when all the eternal starry sky sand was laid on the bottom of the pool and the water had returned to its normal cold temperature, Zhou Xiaoduo estimated that the water bill was about tens of thousands of yuan. It wasn't an exaggeration. It was such a huge consumption. The reason why he said it wasn't an exaggeration was because there was a real exaggeration. The sky above Fenghai was unprecedentedly full of water vapor, and it began to rain. Then as the cold air blew over, the raindrops turned into snowflakes halfway through, fluttering in the air. It was very beautiful. The pool was more than 100 square meters and its depth was 3 meters. It had been evaporated countless times. Now, standing at the edge of the pool, one could only see the rippling blue waves. At the bottom of the pool, the twinkling stars were simply dazzling. Zhou Xiaoyan also came out and stood at the edge of the pool with Zhou Xiaoduo. Looking down, she couldn't help but be dazzled. So beautiful. The rippling clear water in the pool sparkled like mysterious stars blinking. Such a scene was simply unimaginable, and it couldn't be described with words. Zhou Xiaoduo fell in love with it at first sight. When the world is peaceful, the villa where Nian Nian and I live in seclusion will definitely have a pool like this. No, the area will be more than 100 times bigger than this. The bottom will be covered with eternal starry sky sand. When the time comes, Nian Nian and I will swim in it. Swim. Nude swimming. Eee. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but daydream, and the corners of her mouth were already sparkling. Wu Taijiang had already recovered. Taking a breath, he scooped up a handful of eternal starry sky sand and placed it in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's so beautiful. The eternal starry sky sand in Wu Taijiang's hand was about the size of a grain of rice. They were neatly arranged in the shape of a six-pointed star, crystal clear, and entirely blue. Every surface reflected the dazzling stars. With a casual move, the eternal starry sky sand shone layer by layer. It was magnificent, and it was really beautiful to the extreme. It was indescribably gorgeous. Zhuoxiaoduo came up to him. Uncle Wu, this is the eternal starry sky sand just now? Zhuoxiaoduo asked in disbelief. Even though he was the supervisor of the whole process, even though he did it himself, he still couldn't believe it. The originally black and ugly thing was so beautiful and eye-catching after it turned into particles. Who said it wasn't? Wu Taijiang looked at the eternal starry sky sand in his hand fondly and said, although I know how to smelt the eternal starry sky sand, this is the first time I've seen the real thing. After smelting and playing with it myself, I'm sure that this thing is really a very strange thing. It's completely made up of the star particles floating in the starry sky. Once the star particles leave the water, they will have a mutual attraction force. Over time they will reunite and form the eternal starry sky sand one day. This is probably the fundamental reason why it's indestructible. Wu Taijiang sighed. In fact, this thing is not so much a stone as a jade. And it's the kind of crystal jade that no known jade can compare with. It's a naturally formed six-pointed star. It has been spreading light since ancient times. If the star doesn't die, I won't die. The great Tao will always shine on the starry sky. Wu Taijiang looked at the eternal starry sky sand in his hand and said softly, Xiaoduo, you don't have to refine your hidden weapon. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood Wu Taijiang's meaning. He stepped forward, took a star stone and played with it again and again. This thing seemed a little small. Then Zhuoxiaoduo looked as if he had discovered a new continent. The particles of the eternal starry sky sand were small and fragmented, almost no different from rice grains. But its real weight was more than twice the weight of his jade gourd. The feeling of holding it in his hand was not inferior to that of a hidden weapon made of jade. This is a natural hidden weapon. There's no need to refine it. It's like drawing legs on a snake. Wu Taijiang said, no matter how brilliant an immortal craftsman is, it's absolutely impossible to forge a batch of concealed weapons to such a flawless perfection. Every corner of the eternal starry sky sand's natural six-pointed star is indestructible and difficult to erase. Even any treasured knife or sharp blade is not as sharp as these. The only thing you need to do is to use your own true qi to nourish this stone for a long time, so that it can form a certain degree of connection with you. With the indestructible characteristic of the star everlasting stone, as long as it hits the target, it will certainly be able to produce a terrifying lethality. Even if it misses the target, with the nourishment of the true qi and the self-guiding force of the hexagram, it can be retrieved afterwards. I can guarantee that as long as the particles hit the body, as long as the enemy's cultivation isn't above the flying heavens realm, they will definitely pass through the body. Even if you scatter hundreds of thousands of them on the battlefield, you won't have to worry about losing too many. As long as you hold a handful of starry sky indestructible stones and walk around the battlefield after the battle, you will be able to recover most of them. Even if it's a Sky Soar realm expert with your current cultivation, you might not be able to injure their body. However, once you reach a certain realm, even if they are only slightly injured by the starry sky indestructible stone, they still won't be able to heal the injuries inflicted by the starry sky indestructible stone. Because the injuries inflicted by the starry sky indestructible stone are indestructible and will continue to be damaged. This kind of injury can only be healed by you, because only you can use your starry sky indestructible stone to draw back the starry sky indestructible stone particles that are causing continuous damage. Only by eliminating the culprit behind the continuous damage can the injury be healed. In other words, if the injured person wants to recover, they will have to look for you. Only you can perfectly heal the injuries inflicted by the starry sky indestructible stone. Wu Taijiang sighed softly, this is simply a hidden weapon bestowed to you by the heavens. For such a peerless weapon to fall into the hands of a junior like you, I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually such a good thing. With this starry sky indestructible stone as a hidden weapon, all the shackles of hidden weapons will completely disappear from your body. Unless you encounter an enemy at the level of the 12 great shamans. However, if you reach the same level as them, the power of the starry sky indestructible stone will still exist. Wu Taijiang said, so now you can consider your name. Nickname. Because under the starry sky you are the only one. Chapter 852. Zhuoxiaoduo's face immediately bloomed like a flower. In an instant he felt that he was unbeatable. He really wanted to put his hands on his hips and ask, who else? He was so proud of himself. Suddenly Zhuoxiaoduo thought of something and asked, Uncle Wu, I don't doubt the destructive power of the star stone, but the power of the star stone comes from its destructive position. Is it possible to avoid the continuous destruction and even take the star stone's particles as one's own as long as you gouge out the damaged position at the beginning of the attack? Wu Taijiang laughed heartily. You little rascal, your thoughts are very clever, but you still underestimated the power of the star rock. If you directly gouge out the injured body at the beginning of the attack, you can indeed avoid the subsequent damage, but first of all, the power of the star rock is not ordinary, the initial destructive power is already very strong. If you want to gouge out the injured body at the first moment, it will be difficult to do so. As long as there is a slight delay, you will be attacked by the power of the star rock. Second of all, you have so many star rock particles in your hands, once they are shot out together, how can you dodge? As for the star stone's particles that you said may be taken by the enemy. Do you know why I asked you to use your own Jinyuan to nourish a part of the star stones? The gravity of the star stones also depends on the size of the star stones that you can control. I think in this world no one can have a bigger star stone than you. What do you think? Do you have any questions? No matter who has this thing, you only need to walk around him and it will be absorbed immediately. Zhuoxiaoduo was elated and high-spirited when he heard this. On the other hand, Zhuoxiaoyan was thinking seriously. That's right. If Dogda had such a hidden weapon with a personal mark in the future, he would definitely have a good reputation. He had to think of a nickname that was resounding, artistic, and would sound very elegant and meaningful. But what should she call him? Zhuoxiaoyan was thinking seriously. Child duo? Child Xiao duo? Doggy child? No. Zhuoxiaoyan was thinking. Zhuoxiaoduo and Wu Taijiang were dividing the loot. There are at least 1 million starry sky immortal stone particles in this huge pool. Wu Taijiang looked and said, Xiaoduo, how much do you intend to keep? Zhuoxiaoduo chuckled and said, of course Uncle Wu, you'll get it first. The rest will be mine after you get it. It's so simple. Wu Zhejiang's face twisted. Under such circumstances, whoever took it first would be at a disadvantage. Because it involved a question of whether they should be embarrassed or not. Actually, Wu Taijiang was overthinking things. No matter whose Zhuoxiaoduo took it first, he would never feel embarrassed. This was because these words did not exist in his dictionary. However, since Wu Taijiang was the first to take it, he was destined to not care about his face. No matter what, the table manners couldn't be too ugly. Wu Taijiang sighed. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets. 4 buckets. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Wu Taijiang, who was still fishing. His cheeks trembled a little. Uncle Wu, are you done? Hearing this, Wu Taijiang almost wanted to hit him. There are 9 pieces in total. We've melted 5, so you still have 4. 4 big pieces. The 5 melted pieces made a total of 43 buckets of starry sky immortal stone particles. At first, you said that you would give me 2 pieces, which is 2/5 of the total. But now I've only fished up 4 buckets, which is not even 1/10 of the total. You're already so distressed that you're about to have a spasm? Can you be any more stingy and shameless? Wu Taijiang ignored him with a dark face and continued to fill up the 8th bucket. Zhuoxiaoduo felt his heart was about to break. Uncle Wu. This call was really heart-wrenching. Wu Taijiang ignored him and filled up 10 buckets. For the sake of this starry sky immortal stone, I'll be shameless today. I must fill it up. Even 10 buckets are less than 2/5 of the total. I should have filled up 17 buckets. However, he saw Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan looking at him pitifully. It was an expression that looked like they were about to cry. Forget it. You're really the children of your father and mother. I believe it now. Like father, like son. I'm a bastard, a bastard. No matter how thick-skinned Wu Taijiang was, he couldn't pretend anymore. 10 buckets it was. These were more or less enough. There was still a lot left. By the way, you must always have water in your space ring. Use water to separate them. Just soak them in the water. Wu Taijiang reminded him, don't forget this. Otherwise, they will quickly gather together and become a piece of starry sky immortal stone again. The starry sky immortal stone that has been refined by us won't turn into particles so easily. Understood, understood. Zhuo Duo had already made a big bathtub in the space-destroying tower. After a little more processing, these particles could be thrown in. But now he still had to forge weapons for his team. This group of people had similar basic needs. Most of them used swords and sabers. Only Xiang Chong and his sister's overlord halberd required slightly more materials. Also, Li Chenglong needed an extra saber and Yu Yen needed a pair of water-splitting thorns. To Wu Taijiang these were not difficult at all. It was almost as easy as lifting a finger. To him, the only key was to integrate the particles of the starry sky immortal stone on the surface. This step was the most crucial. Now Zhuo Duo was already satisfied. He had everything he wanted. It even exceeded his expectations. Wu Taijiang rested and prepared a few bottles of elixirs. He even pressed a few elixirs under his tongue. Only then did he start the furnace again. This time Wu Taijiang burned for 2 days. During these 2 days, he forged the embryos of various weapons and continued to heat them. But when all the embryos were forged, the heating was not complete. But the preparation work was done. As Wu Taijiang released his spiritual energy, the temperature quickly increased. With the help of Zhuo flaming sun scripture and the blood refining technique, the starry sky immortal stone began to melt. But to Wu Taijiang's surprise at this time until the end he could not continue. The starry sky immortal stone still did not melt. It only looked a little soft and was burned until it was deformed. But it could not really melt. It could not be integrated into the weapons at all. This result made Wu Taijiang anxious. Zhuo Duo was also anxious. Now that everyone was trying their best, but it still could not be melted, what should they do? He turned to look at Wu Taijiang and saw that Wu Taijiang was also confused. He had already used his trump card and even asked Zhuo Duo for help. But the starry sky immortal stone was still so stubborn. It could not be melted no matter what. Just as Wu Taijiang was at his wit's end and was about to fail the smelting, Zhuo was heart moved. Xiao flew out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Although only 3.5 days had passed in the outside world, Xiao had been growing in the Tower of Annihilation for 7 months. Now even feathers had grown out. Black feathers with fluffy edges covered her body. After she flew out, Zhuo Duo pointed at her. Xiao rushed into the furnace with a whoosh. Wu Taijiang was shocked. Don't go in. You'll die. But the next moment he looked at Xiao, who was jumping around in the furnace under the super high temperature, looking very comfortable. Wu Taijiang opened his mouth in disbelief. Then he saw Xiao suddenly open her mouth. A snow-white flame suddenly rushed out. The hundreds of thousands of particles of the starry sky immortal stone, which had reached the critical point, melted together and turned into molten iron like flowing water. This state was even more ideal than the ideal state that Wu Taijiang had expected. Uncle, don't stand there like a fool. Hurry up and collect it. Zhuo Duo hurried him. Wu Taijiang, who was experienced in the Jianghu, was stunned at this moment. Oh. Wu Taijiang came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly took out a strange big bottle and went over. This was his family's ancestral treasure, which was specially made to collect this kind of extremely high melting point molten iron. And inside the bottle there was a space of its own. It was said that it was left behind from the ancient times. It was impervious to water and fire, and difficult to be hurt by swords and sabers. And it was such a legendary treasure. When the molten iron of the starry sky immortal stone was absorbed into the bottle, the big bottle began to heat up slowly. Probably because the temperature was too high, the heat from the inside spread to the outside. Hurry up and take out your cat hammer and cat sword. Wu Taijiang hurriedly ordered. Okay. Wu Taijiang waved the big hammer again. In the furnace he began to modify the cat hammer and cat sword. He was completely focused on it. In the furnace, Xiao sneakily glanced outside, jumped a few times and suddenly opened its small mouth. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked the super high heat of the entire furnace into its stomach. Then like a thief he poked his head out and looked around. After making sure that it was safe, he flew out with a whoosh, sneaking back into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. Zhuo Duo did not seem to see it. Cough. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Taijiang waved the big hammer without stopping. In one breath, he poured all 20 weapons into the molten iron of the starry sky immortal stone. Then he crazily forged them until they were completely integrated into one. Originally there were 14 weapons, but Zhuo forged 6 more swords, saying that they were reserved for emergencies and for recruitment. When it was finally completed, Wu Taijiang was almost exhausted. He subconsciously glanced in the direction of the furnace. His task here was now considered completed. But it would take at least a week for the furnace to cool down naturally. At this time it could only cool down naturally. No matter what other measures were taken, it was possible that this ancestral furnace would explode and be destroyed. But when he looked at it he was taken aback. The whole furnace was pitch black and there was no heat at all. When he put his hand in he felt the chill of the metal. Chapter 853. I have a... Wu Taijiang looked at the furnace as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Zhuo blinked innocently. What do you mean what's going on? Wu Taijiang pointed a finger at Zhuo's forehead, causing him to tumble down. Don't pretend to be confused. There are only 2 of us here. If it's not me then it must be you, or at least it has something to do with you. I'm not pretending. Zhuo still had an innocent look on his face, refusing to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Wu Taijiang had a look of disdain on his face towards such a lazy bastard. He turned to examine the furnace carefully and was delighted. The residual heat accumulated on the furnace over the years was all gone. Now the furnace looked as if it was newly built. Humph, you've helped me by removing the heat like this. Why don't you dare to admit it? Wu Taijiang snorted. Zhuo didn't believe it. Taking away so much heat was actually considered as helping? You must be lying to me, that you must be fishing. You're waiting for me to admit it before settling the score. I'm too familiar with this trick. Uncle Wu, you don't look like a simple person, but you're quite scheming. You must be dreaming. Don't you know this kind of unorthodox trick? I, your nephew, am an expert. How can I be fooled like this? I really didn't smoke. It's fine if you didn't smoke. Wu Taijiang didn't pursue the matter. He pressed Zhuo's shoulder and said earnestly, that crow of yours. Don't appear in front of others. Zhuo squinted his eyes. That crow? It's very likely that it has the bloodline of the ancient 3-legged golden crow. Wu Taijiang sighed. I really don't know where your luck comes from. You can even meet such a good thing and it even recognized you as its master. God is really blind. But before your strength grows you must never expose it. You just have to remember this. It's fine if the people from Astral Soul see it, but if word gets out and it falls into the ears of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League, then you and your crow will be lucky if you can survive for more than 3 days. Wu Taijiang patted him on the shoulder. After sending the telepathic message he stood up. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Wu. Zhuo felt a chill in his heart. Yeah, I've already finished what I need to forge on your side. Even the furnace has cooled down. Even the heavens are chasing me away. Wu Taijiang was a little reluctant. I'm leaving tomorrow. What about the unmelted starry sky indestructible stones? Can someone melt it for you if you walk over there? Zhuo asked worriedly. Do you think you're the only one who cultivates the extreme flame cultivation body? There are a few people who are good at it in this world. When you get there, there will be many masters. It won't be difficult to find a few people to help you, whether it's to stimulate the extreme heat or to catalyze it with vital essence. I don't think you'll need me to spit out my essence blood to ignite it. Wu Taijiang smiled. I don't have enough materials now. When I get there, I'll find time to help you forge a 40-meter-long broadsword. I'll give it to you the next time we meet. I know. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Don't mention it. Wu Taijiang felt a little disappointed, but more than that he felt proud. He smiled. Most of the weapons I forged today are made of 1000 fantasy gold, heavenly witch copper, indestructible iron, and starry sky silver. There are also starry sky indestructible stones as supplements. If I'm not wrong, these weapons perhaps in the future won't be simple. Wu Taijiang felt the pull in the dark and a smile appeared on his face. This is my tribulation and also my fate. I don't know how much blood these weapons I forged will drink in the future. This is my fate. But these weapons I forged may also bring me luck. It's also my fate. Xiaoduo, seize the time to cultivate especially your hammering technique, the Tao of Yin and Yang, your sword technique, the hammering technique, the technique of weight and weight. These are the things you need to target the most in the future battles between masters. Yes. Get me some wine tonight. Let's have a drink together. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Okay. That night, Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Taijiang got drunk. Li Chenglong accompanied them for a while, and then left on the pretext of going out to look for Xiang Bing. It wasn't that Li Chenglong was rude. It was that a small circle had been formed. Li Chenglong was the second in command. In terms of influence and strength, he could vaguely threaten Zhou Xiaoduo. The only one. Although Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care, Li Chenglong had to pay attention to the propriety. At this time, it didn't matter to Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong if they didn't pay attention. But sometimes, a little carelessness could easily make the brothers below think of something. So Li Chenglong left. The relationship with the boss was the relationship with the boss. If he needed help, he could ask the boss for help. Then he could ask Uncle Wu for help under the boss's name. But he couldn't rashly go up to him to make friends. This was the proper way to get along with each other. It was often seen that someone introduced his brother to his friend, and then the two of them got to know each other passionately and left the person who introduced them aside. That this was an extremely immature behavior. It was also an extremely selfish behavior that was especially despicable. Living in this world and interacting with others, it was fine to be at the bottom most of the time. However, once one reached a certain height, a single misstep, a single lack of consideration or attention could cause one's body to be stained with an indelible stain. Once one was overturned, one would be consigned to eternal damnation. Li Chenglong deeply understood this principle. So he paid attention, so he avoided and kept a distance. Your little brother is very good. He's full of worldly wisdom. Looking at Li Chenglong's back as he left, Wu Taijiang drank as if he was drunk. But his eyes were still clear. He knows the propriety, knows when to advance and retreat. He's capable enough, meticulous enough, gifted enough, intelligent enough, loyal enough, and loyal enough. The only thing he lacks is ambition. Wu Taijiang commented, such a person is rare. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, then said, swollen is indeed good. Wu Taijiang reminded, but you have to be careful. Don't give him any chance to grow his ambition. If your cultivation is far ahead, you don't have to worry about this. But if one day he catches up to you very quickly, or even to the point where he's neck and neck with you. Wu Taijiang transmitted his voice, when that time comes, if you don't want to fall out with him, just quit your group. Otherwise, if it's not a life and death feud, you'll be dead. Zhou Xiaoduo showed an innocent smile. Uncle Wu, it's too early to be reminding me. Wu Taijiang laughed, we'll all be watching you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and drank the wine in his glass. He showed the bottom of the glass to Wu Taijiang. Wu Taijiang also laughed and drank the wine in one gulp. The next morning, Wu Taijiang got up and walked out of the villa, but he saw Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were already waiting at the door to see him off. Let's go. Wu Taijiang waved his hand and directly flew up. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Watching Wu Taijiang's figure disappear, Zhou Xiaoyan whispered, Uncle Wu's words are a little. Although it's a little overthinking, it's still worth paying attention to. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, sometimes the world of adults is really complicated. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled slightly. There were some things that needed to be paid attention to. But it was not necessary to be paranoid every day. It was good to keep everything in one's heart and keep a clear mind. I'm going to break through to the cloud realm today. Zhou Xiaoduo said. How many times have you suppressed it so far? Zhou Xiaoyan asked with concern. 39 times. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, after entering the Tower of Destruction this time, I feel that I should be able to suppress it 2 more times. That's the limit. So it's 41 times? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at him with bright eyes. Yes. Anyway, the most I can do is 42 times. But the chances of suppressing it at 42 times are very small, so I don't have much hope. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. The heart of the sun has finally been completely absorbed by me. No. It's just a piece of useless stone. Zhou Xiaoyan said, it's said that 2 of the biggest volcanoes are in the Guangdong area. Maybe we can go and look for them when we have time. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. Then he smiled and said, fortunately, we still have a lot of supreme-grade jade of astral souls and upper-grade jade of astral souls. It's enough for us to use. You're not serious. After Wu Taijiang left, Zhou Xiaoduo told Li Chenglong to ask for leave for him. Then he plunged into the Tower of Destruction. this breakthrough. Zhou Xiaoduo attached great importance to it. Li Chenglong and the others had broken through to the cloud realm for 5 days. And for Zhou Xiaoduo the time difference was far more than 5 days. Because he calculated according to the time elapsed in the Tower of Destruction. Except for the 2 days lost while accompanying Wu Taijiang to refine weapons, Zhou Xiaoduo's breakthrough was delayed by 6 months. That was a full 6 months of time. But Zhou Xiaoduo would rather delay it for a few more months to completely solidify his foundation. And this time he was like Zhou Xiaoyan. He converted all his spiritual power into the purest power of the Flaming Sun scripture before breaking through. This was very important. Zhou Xiaoduo was not worried at all about the level of cultivation. Even if Li Chenglong and the others had broken through to the God-reigning realm, Zhou Xiaoduo would not be worried. Because he knew what he was doing. Uncle Wu, you worry too much. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed deeply in the air of the Tower of Destruction. It was only here that he could confide in himself. Li Chenglong will never be a threat to me. Never. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. He was very confident about this. But confidence did not necessarily mean that there was no consideration. Just like when he first came to Fenghai, Vanilla Orchid sounded him out. You don't know how afraid of death I am. I'm very cautious. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and took out all the resources he had prepared. He directly used a piece of jade of astral souls and began to cultivate and absorb. The spiritual power in his dantian became restless. Chapter 854. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to compress it. As time passed, the fiery red clouds in his dantian continued to rise, swirl, and disappear. There was an endless supply of them. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's best efforts, the spiritual energy gradually reached the point where it could no longer be compressed. However, Zhou Xiaoduo continued to circulate the spiritual energy rapidly in his meridians. In his palms, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. Under this cycle, Zhou Xiaoduo gradually felt his dantian swelling like a ball. He could clearly feel that after 1 or 2 more cycles, his dantian would not be able to bear the burden and explode with a bang. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was already very familiar with this feeling and state. He was already very familiar with it. He did not panic at all. Instead, he guided the spiritual energy and began to break through. The barrier of the cloud transformation realm could not withstand a single blow from the surging spiritual energy like a tsunami. There was almost no room for resistance. It rushed through as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was also at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the cloud in his dantian seemed to have a little connection with his sea of consciousness. It was just a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. Zhou Xiaoduo could guarantee that among all the warriors who had broken through to the cloud transformation realm since ancient times, there were only a few who could notice this. This little change was too subtle and the duration was too short. It was not fleeting, nor was it passing by in a flash. It was just a momentary movement. With just a touch, it disappeared. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was certain that his spiritual energy, or rather, the core of the golden elixir in his dantian, had already connected with his spiritual energy. There must be a connection between them. However, the connection was too weak and difficult to detect. This should be the connection that Nian Mao mentioned. I can't believe that I could sense it when I just broke through to the cloud transformation realm. However, this should be a good thing, an opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo sensed it carefully. However, other than that moment he could not feel it anymore. He could only keep it in his heart and guess silently. After breaking through in an instant, the fiery red clouds had a lot of room to maneuver and traveled rapidly in his meridians. Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel it. It was as if a hurricane was blowing in the autumn sky. Clouds were being blown away by the strong wind, and the cycle was repeating itself. It's indeed a different feeling. Is this the cloud transformation realm? After carefully analyzing it for a while, with a soft bang, his body suddenly dissolved into a cloud of mist that scattered in all directions. Then, the cloud of mist gathered together to form his own appearance. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo understood. The body doesn't truly disappear, but at this moment, when the clouds and mist rise, the body suddenly turns into energy, so there is a kind of temporary invisibility that suddenly assimilates with the clouds and mist. Actually, the body doesn't turn into clouds and mist. When he saw the cloud transformation realm fight, some people used this move to confuse the enemy and create a sense of mystery. Zhou Xiaoduo had always been envious. However, when he reached this stage he realized that it was not mysterious at all. In fact, it was very boring. This was because in this short moment of assimilation, a large amount of spiritual energy would be consumed. In Wuxiao's opinion, it was not worth it. It's fine if it's used to show off in front of people of lower realms. However, if it's used in a real battle, it's not advisable. At the very least, I'll politely decline. Wuxiao Duo muttered to himself. Then he took out his newly forged 9x9 cat hammer and swung it slightly from slow to fast to adapt to the sudden increase in strength. Zhuxiaoyan stood at the side and watched. Seeing Zhuxiao's sudden increase in strength after his breakthrough, even Zhuxiaoyan was shocked. If they were at the same level. When she broke through to the cloud transformation realm, she was probably one level lower than Little Dog's current combat power. No, maybe 2 levels lower? It should be 2 levels lower. This kid's progress was really amazing. Seeing that Wuxiao Duo's hammering technique had reached a perfect state, Zhuxiaoyan suddenly joined the battle. She brazenly attacked with the Spirit Snatcher sword. A gust of extremely cold air suddenly attacked. Xiao, who had been squatting on Wuxiao's shoulder, flew out with a squeak. She hated this kind of cold the most. Flying in the air, it stood steadily in the void, using its beak to carefully comb its shiny black feathers. You two fight every day, but neither of you can kill the other. How boring. And you don't even say hello every time. My feathers are all messed up because of you. If you have the ability, why don't you fight under the quilt? TSK. Xiao expressed her heartfelt disdain. Since being taught a lesson by Wuxiao Duo under the quilt, Xiao always thought that fighting under the quilt was the most dangerous. No one could see each other, so the battle must be very fierce. In this fierce battle, Wuxiao Duo, whose cultivation had greatly improved, used all his skills including fists, palms, swords, hammers and hidden weapons to attack Zhuxiaoyan. The only thing he didn't use was the newly acquired 6-pointed star. When the battle was over, Zhuxiaoyan was sweating profusely and felt a little tired for the first time. Zhuxiao's Flaming Sun scripture combined with the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer's astonishing power was actually far beyond the scope of his sword technique. If it wasn't for his extreme cold chi and Flaming Sun divine art balancing each other, and his cultivation being far superior, he would have been exhausted after beating up this kid with great difficulty. Now, if Wuxiao Duo made a breakthrough and reached the peak of cloud transformation and broke through to God reigning, wouldn't the gap between them be even smaller? No, absolutely not. In view of this, Zhuxiaoyan hurriedly closed herself to practice her sword technique. Among the sword techniques Wu Taijiang sent this time, there was a set of sword techniques called Kitty Sword Technique. It was said to be a secret sword technique passed down by a mysterious senior, and it was a sword technique specially created for girls. Zhuxiaoyan didn't learn it because she felt that the name was a little shameful. However, after studying it for a while, he realized that the exquisiteness of this set of sword techniques had surpassed any set of sword techniques that he had ever known. Moreover, it was specially designed for females. It had truly integrated the unique characteristics of a girl's flexibility, grace, body shape, and so on into this set of sword techniques. Using softness to overcome strength, using the weak to overcome the strong, using 4 tails to lift 1,000 jin, using 1 move to lift 1,000 jun, borrowing strength to fight strength, using momentum to create momentum. All kinds of techniques were displayed in this set of sword techniques, and they were all marvelous beyond compare. And this sword technique was the best way to deal with a barbarian like Wuxiao Duo. Zhuxiaoyan felt deeply ashamed of her short-sightedness. She actually didn't practice it because of the name. It was a big mistake. In order to suppress Duo Duo Go, this set of sword technique was called the Cat's Thought Sword Technique. No matter what, it was necessary to practice it. At most, the name of this sword technique wouldn't be announced. Or just call it Kitty Sword Technique? This name was very appropriate. Just like that. After comparing notes with each other, Wuxiao Duo felt that after breaking through to the cloud transformation realm, the increase in combat power wasn't just a little bit. On top of the original foundation, it had doubled and rolled upwards. That kind of flying cloud energy which was flowing through his meridians, exerted a power that was several times stronger than before. What made Wuxiao Duo even more surprised was that he had confirmed the true feeling of divine sense weapon refinement in actual combat. Before the cloud transformation realm, or to be exact, before the God reigning realm, all the so-called blood-refining heavenly weapon was just wishful thinking. It couldn't really achieve the effect of refining a heavenly weapon. Perhaps it could increase the weapon's killing intent, but in terms of quality and sharpness, it was completely useless. At least it didn't have anything to do with the main goal. Only when you reach the God-reigning realm, where your spiritual energy and divine sense are connected, can you really refine a heavenly weapon. You can use your mind to control the weapon and do as you please. I think this is the real purpose of Uncle Wu's visit this time. Zhou Xiaoduo stroked the 99 cat hammer, feeling the guidance of the divine sense, the faint connection, the mutual trust of life and death. Good, this feeling is really good. Zhou Xiaoduo finally understood something. Previously he had always heard when Xingtian and the others talk about some solitary swordsmen and warriors, who were lonely all their lives and only held their swords. They were really lonely. From day to night, from year to year, they only talked to their swords. It was definitely not a joke to say that they would spend their lives with their swords. Before this, every time Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, he would always find it funny. But now he really understood. At this point, the sword could really be a partner. A partner who would walk side by side, risk their lives and never betray. Staying together for a lifetime was not a joke. I see. So this is the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly understood. Many people's behavior may seem stupid and incomprehensible in the eyes of others, but in fact, it's just that the people who laugh at them have not reached their level. If one day I'm trapped in a place for many years or sealed for many years, and only have the cat hammer by my side, I won't be lonely. Because I still have a partner. That's probably the reason. Zhou Xiaoduo studied all the hammering techniques that he had studied carefully from the beginning, and then practiced each of them carefully for a week. In the space exterminating tower, Zhou Xiaoduo had already practiced each hammering technique to the point where he was very familiar with it. Then he set his sights on the last hammering technique. Sun Moon Hammer. This type of hammering technique was the same as all the hammering techniques that he had practiced in the past. The technique contained both yin and yang, one hard and one soft. Only when yin and yang converged and both hard and soft could it be considered a small success. And this technique almost subverted Zhou Xiaoduo's understanding of hammering techniques in the past. Zhou Xiaoduo practiced the hammering technique diligently until the afternoon in the real world. Then he finally found some insights. I don't know who created this sun and moon hammer technique. Every move uses the opposing forces of the left and right. But the forces of the two sides are completely opposite. If the left side is a steel bar, then the right side is a noodle. Moreover, it's the kind that has already been cooked. If the left side is a raging flame, then the right side is a flood that destroys the world. This is simply a trick to torment people. Fortunately, I'm smart. Wiping his sweat, he walked out of the space exterminating tower. Zhou Xiaoduo turned into a cloud, and Zhou Xiaoyan controlled the spirit. Both of them took another step forward. And this step forward was extraordinarily huge. Compared to others, this step was even bigger and more unexpected. Even Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were complacent and proud of their own progress. Lovers, brothers and countless elders who cared about them were by their side. They were in the prime of their youth, and their future was boundless. That the only fly in the ointment was that her parents were not around to share this joy with her. But it didn't matter. Grandma Sher had long been paying attention to Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. Seeing that both of them had broken through, Grandma Sher's heart was as happy as a blooming flower. Grandma Sher put in a lot of effort to cook a table full of dishes to celebrate the success of Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoyan. In the evening, Li Chenglong called back. He was looking for information in the school, so he might come back very late. And this time, Hidden Dragon High School's Tai and all the higher-ups were very excited and attached great importance to it. Now that the higher-ups had called Li Chenglong, it was obvious that they intended to cultivate Li Chenglong's overall vision in these aspects. They discussed the entire school's planning, many trivial matters, and a lot of integration of information. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care much about this. After all, with his current strength, he could be said to be safe in Fenghai City. There were very few dangers. Not to mention that he was with Yi Changqing and the others. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't have any worries. After washing his face and dressing up, he excitedly pulled Zhou Xiaoyan's hand and went to Grandma Sher's small courtyard. Grandma Sher had prepared a lot of dishes. She was watching TV while selecting the ingredients. There were already a lot of processed ingredients in the kitchen. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan naturally sat on small stools and began to help. The movie that was playing on the TV was Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. In the small house, on the front wall, a huge portrait of Shi Yunfeng was sitting with his hand on his sword. His eyes seemed to be looking at his wife, watching his wife happily talking to a young man and a young woman kindly. That a gust of wind came and passed through the hall. Suddenly, Shi Yunfeng's portrait began to waver. The portrait swayed and floated. The originally determined and serene face seemed to be full of anxiety. The portrait made a rustling sound. It seemed to be urging them. Go, go. On the TV, Shi Yunfeng had already followed the army to battle. He was dressed in black with a mask on his face. He walked in the ranks with a determined look in his eyes. The scene suddenly changed. The UMNO Alliance's army was coming over, covering the sky and covering the earth. On both sides of the battlefield, the UMNO Alliance's army was already waiting in ambush. They were surrounded from 3 sides. On the other hand, Shi Yunfeng's team was not vigilant at all about the impending death. According to the intelligence, the front was safe. Therefore, everyone was very relaxed. On the TV, the army was neatly lined up and marching forward. Even though there was a thick fog in front of them, the army did not hesitate. The front army had already entered the thick fog. After all, such a situation was not rare around the border. The whole army quietly stepped forward one after another into the thick fog. It gave people the feeling that they had stepped into an unknown fate. The background music played nervously at the right time. It seemed to be indicating that a huge tragedy was about to happen. Grandma Shi was picking vegetables and watching the TV. Her eyes flashed with tenderness and tears, but she said with a smile, "The actor playing your Principal Shi on the TV looks very similar to him." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, "If you really like him, Grandma Shi, I'll use my connections to see if I can invite this star to come over and talk to you. I think if you want to meet him, he will be happy to meet you." This was not a difficult thing for Zhou Xiaoduo. Grandma Shi laughed and said, "If there is a chance, it will be good to meet him." That face had appeared in her dreams for many years, but she had never seen it in reality. It was rare that this actor looked so similar. "Yunfeng, are you okay over there?" She turned her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan lovingly. She was a little envious, but more than that, she was kind and expectant. She said softly, "Xiaoduo, little Nyener, you 2 children are so good. If Grandma Shi can see the day you 2 get married, how good would that be?" She looked at the 2 with longing eyes and sighed softly, "If I can see that day, Grandma Shi will have no regrets in her life." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Grandma Shi, you will definitely see it because you will be a distinguished guest on that day. As long as you are willing to come, I will personally come to pick you up." As he said that, he moved his eyes away from the TV and glanced at Grandma Shi's face. All of a sudden, Zhou Xiaoduo's body shook violently. Because on Grandma Shi's face he saw an extremely strong aura of death. This kind of aura of death was already a sign of death. It had been completely formed and was so strong that it formed the gate of hell. Zhou Xiaoduo's hands trembled and the vegetables in his hand fell to the ground. How could this be? Since he had arrived at Qianlong, Zhou Xiaoduo could not see the fate of Grandma Shi and others because of his insufficient cultivation. He could only use methods such as reading words and aura to roughly see. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo had broken through the level of Huayan. His real strength was higher, but he could already see it. But he had never thought that he would see death at the first glance, intentionally or unintentionally. An unsalvageable death. This kind of death was even more hopeless than the death of Zhou Xiaoyan's phoenix pulse soul. It was hard to be lucky. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart shook violently. He turned his head subconsciously and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan again. He saw that Zhou Xiaoyan's face was also covered in black aura. Zhou Xiaoduo did not believe it and turned his head to look at himself in the mirror. He was also covered in black aura and dark clouds that it was impossible for the 3 of them to have such bad luck. There must be a reason. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and immediately threw out 2 drops of luck points. 1 drop was thrown to Grandma Shi and the other to Zhou Xiaoyan. At the same time, 2 pieces of news appeared in his mind. Yu Jiaren, the Dao League attacked tonight. She died in battle to protect Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoyan seriously injured by the Dao League attack. Zhou Xiaoduo screamed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His face was as pale as paper and he stood up immediately. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo gently. "We have to leave here immediately. Something big is going to happen." Zhou Xiaoduo said urgently, "Sister Nian, where's Mom and Dad's jade pendant? It's the jade pendant that can only be used in a life and death situation. Take it out quickly." Zhou Xiaoyan did not understand, but because of her trust in Zhou Xiaoduo, she did not hesitate and took the jade pendant in her hand. What happened? Grandma Shi held a handful of coriander in her hand and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan in surprise. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's a strong enemy attacking. The 3 of us have death aura on our faces. Disaster is coming. Zhuo Duo broke out in cold sweat. Was it too late? On the TV, Shi Yunfeng's team had already entered the UMNO Alliance's encirclement. The UMNO Alliance's commander had a vicious look in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Attack! Annihilate them!" With a loud bang, countless UMNO Alliance troops suddenly appeared from the ambush. A fierce battle broke out. The Astral Souls troops fell into an unprecedented crisis and suffered heavy casualties in an instant. There's an ambush. The front and rear troops switched positions. Retreat. On the TV, the commander did not panic at all and quickly gave the order. Everyone was moving. The original vanguard instantly turned into the rear troops, charging forward fiercely, while the rear troops turned around and quickly retreated. At this moment, Shi Yunfeng's masked figure in black suddenly showed a speed that was much faster than the others. He rushed forward abruptly. Without hesitation. "Grandma Shi, let's go." Zhuo Duo grabbed Grandma Shi's hand. At this moment there was a sudden explosion. It came from above, from the 9 heavens. It almost coincided with the sound of the battle on the TV. It was as if the gods and demons had descended to the world. The extremely tyrannical attack bombarded the sky above Fenghai City. The entire Fenghai City began to tremble. Countless skyscrapers collapsed in an instant. Boom. The sky curtain that had always been tightly protecting Fenghai City shattered like a fragile mirror in the face of this shocking blow. High up in the sky, the Fenghai City consecrator who was trying his best to maintain the stability of the sky groaned. His body went limp and blood gushed out of his mouth. He used all his remaining strength to sound the alarm before his body fell from the sky. The sky rippled for a moment before it completely shattered. The countless meteors that had been blocking the sky came crashing down like a torrential downpour. In just a few seconds, Fenghai City was plunged into unprecedented chaos. 4 demon-like figures suddenly appeared high up in the sky. In a flash, they had already arrived above the hidden Dragon High Martial Villa district. It was these 4 people who had shattered the sky with one blow and entered the sky above Fenghai City. The sky that protected millions of lives was like a chicken or a dog in the hands of these 4 people. It could not withstand a single blow and was easily broken. After breaking the sky, they directly tore through space and descended above the hidden Dragon High Martial Villa district. They had already seen Zhuo Duo and the other 2. Dense mist floated in the hands of the 4 people at the same time. They shouted in a low voice, "Space lock." They attacked at the same time. In all directions of Fenghai City, millions of alarms sounded desperately. The situation was extremely chaotic. At this moment, Zhuo Duo, who was running outside with Grandma Shi and Zhuo Xiaoyan, suddenly felt that he could not move. The surrounding space was like an iron wall, binding his entire body. It was not only him. Even Grandma Shi and Zhuo Xiaoyan had the same feeling. Requesting monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.